You were just performing a card trick on the street, yet the security bureau sent SWAT to make an emergency arrest, even ruling that your actions warranted a prison sentence, all because this is a world where awakener exist. Some people receive a divine card at age 18. Each card corresponds to a superpower. However, those who obtain an ability are strictly monitored by the security bureau and forbidden from revealing their ability in front of ordinary people. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? Traffic roared by, neon lights flickered. A sexy woman in red was leaning against the riverside railing, silently scrolling through videos, when she was suddenly startled by a clear, youthful voice. "Sorry, I'll be quick." A boy named Joe appeared beside her, looking quite innocent. The woman raised an eyebrow, a hint of wariness in her eyes, but when Joe held out his palm, she hesitantly handed him her phone. Joe took it, tapped the screen a few times, and quickly brought up an image, a coin. The woman furrowed her brow, unsure what he was up to. "Actually, I'm a street magician. I'm practicing a trick. In a moment, I'm going to make this coin appear out of my phone." The woman's brows gradually relaxed as she watched Joe with interest. "No problem, little magician. Go ahead." Joe's fingertips swept across the screen, and a cold metallic glow flashed for an instant. The next second, in Joe's left hand, a 1 yuan coin glinted faintly with silver light. The woman's eyes widened, and she let out a gasp of surprise. 2 seconds later, clap, clap, clap. The woman clapped her hands. That was amazing. In the distance, some passers-by were drawn by the commotion and couldn't help but gather around. Joe bowed elegantly. "Thank you for the compliment." After thanking her, he was about to return the phone to the woman. A cold breeze blew by, and Joe couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! His right hand twitched slightly. The phone slipped from his grasp, falling freely through the air in an arc, heading straight for the river's surface. 0. Gen book. Most, new chapter, section, update plus new fast splash. Ripples instantly spread across the calm water. Wait! The woman's arm, reaching for the phone, froze mid-air. Joe gave an awkward smile and slipped the coin into her hand. The woman stared blankly at the 1 yuan coin in her hand. "Where's my phone?" "It turned into that coin." Joe blinked, his expression full of innocence. "You think a 1 yuan coin will buy my phone? How about I make up the difference with my magic show fee?" The woman glared at him, her face darkening. Sensing the tension, Joe made a move to slip away. The standoff drew the attention of several people in the distance. "Hey, everyone! This guy threw my phone into the river. And now he's trying to run." The woman's voice grew louder, and a crowd began to gather, peering to see what was happening. Joe, seeing the growing audience, felt a secret sense of triumph. Mission accomplished. He smiled faintly. "Sorry, ma'am, for causing you worry. I'm a magician, everything I do is just for dramatic effect." The magic didn't fail, you simply fell into a carefully orchestrated trick. "Now, please open your bag." The woman half-believingly opened her Louis Vuitton bag and froze in shock. "Ha!" Inside, a pink cell phone lay quietly. This as she took it out and examined it. Search Dawn, tax prosperous plus most new chapter section update plus new fast, my phone. She held her phone aloft. The onlookers gasped in unison. A child holding an ice cream cone gaped, dripping melted cream onto his father's leather shoes. 2 seconds later, clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. "Sorry, handsome, I misunderstood you." In just a few short minutes, Joe performed several more magic tricks in quick succession. Coins vanished, roses appeared in one hand, flames materialized out of thin air, the crowd grew larger and larger, and the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. At this moment, the audience's excitement had reached its peak. "Sis, this final trick is the real highlight of the show." Joe pulled out a deck of cards and fanned them out. "Please pick any card you like." The woman in red gently tapped one and pulled it out. 7 of clubs, a faint scent of perfume lingered on the card. Joe returned it to the deck and shuffled the cards. "Sis, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many suits are in a deck of cards?" The woman smiled faintly. Of course I do. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, 4 in total. Then do you know how many ranks there are in each suit? The woman answered just as easily. From ace to king, there are 13 ranks in total. You really are unstoppable, sister. One last question. How many cards are there in a full deck of playing cards? 54 cards. For suits and 13 ranks make 52, plus the 2 jokers, which brings the total to exactly 54. The woman continued to speak fluently. All correct. I didn't expect you to know so much. So, if I pick any card at random from these 54, the probability that it's the one you chose is 1 in 54. This time, the entire audience shouted in unison, answering for him. Joe spread the cards in his hand face up and began sorting through them one by one. Not this one, nor this one. The audience's eyes were fixed on him, hoping that this young magician would successfully pick the 7 of clubs. Got it. Joe quickly pulled a card face down from the deck and held it high. This is the one. The woman was already ready to gasp in amazement. The onlookers also raised their arms. But when everyone saw the card's face, they all froze in unison. It wasn't the woman's 7 of clubs. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Mom, he got it wrong, a little girl shouted innocently, tugging at her mother's arm. Ha! Joe turned the card over in confusion. You're the busiest in the circus, the wildest in Gotham City. You stand guard in front of McDonald's, the jokers in a deck of cards. The image on the card perfectly matched his current situation, the Joker. Ahem, actually, you've already done a great job, the woman began, trying to smooth things over. But Joe suddenly tossed the Joker card into the air. The moonlight of the night gently illuminated the card, reflecting a silvery glow. Do you remember what I said? Joe's lips curled into a smile, his voice soaring. Magic never fails, it's just that you have fallen into a carefully orchestrated trap. The card spun through the evening breeze, and in the distance, the lights of a skyscraper cast bizarre, shifting shadows across its surface. Crack! It was as if someone had flipped the city's main circuit breaker. In an instant, all the lights along the entire commercial street went out simultaneously. What's happening? The crowd whispered in confusion amid the darkness. Ah! Look at that building! A sudden cry rang out from the crowd. Some of the windows in the financial tower began to flicker, the lights coming on one after another. It was as if countless white specks were racing up the building's facade. Eventually, thousands of brightly lit windows arranged themselves in a specific pattern, ultimately forming a massive, playing card design, hundreds of meters above the ground. The shimmering river surface reflected the playing card design endlessly, as if the entire city had fallen into the magical realm of playing cards. And that massive pattern was precisely the playing card the woman had chosen, the 7 of clubs. Wow! The onlookers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. All the spectators raised their hands and clapped wildly. Joe slipped away quietly. He murmured softly, the magic show has come to a perfect close. At that moment, the cheers from the entire street echoed through the night sky. Once he was away from the crowd, Joe stretched. Today's magic show was a success too? Who are you? In front of him, 2 men who looked like police officers suddenly blocked Joe's path and flashed their badges. We're from the Dragon Nation's Ability Regulatory Department. Sorry, we detected you using ability without authorization. Please come with us. Name: Lola Xiaoshua. Plus Juizui, Xin Zhangyu, Joe. Age: 17. The short, stocky police officer across from him looked up and furrowed his brow. Tell the truth. I'm really 17, Joe replied innocently. Bullshit. The short, stocky officer slammed his fist on the table. You're definitely already 18. The tall, thin officer beside him stopped him. Hey, let us enforce the law civilly. Then he put on a friendly smile. Young man, if your parents found out you were breaking the law, wouldn't they be heartbroken? My parents are dead. The 2 officers froze for a second. Sorry. The stocky officer cleared his throat. Tell us why you're using your ability. Joe blinked a few times. What do you mean? Playing dumb, are you? The stocky officer tapped the table with his ballpoint pen. Someone reported that, in front of countless commoners, you conjured coins and a cell phone out of thin air, and even caused a citywide power outage for 5 seconds. Commoners, the term sounded strange at first, but in this world, it was perfectly normal. Joe was a transmigrator. He had been transported from Earth to this world when he was very young. However, the level of technology and the climate here were almost identical to Earth's. The only difference was that Longway's political system was a monarchical noble system, with a king, nobles, and commoners. Commoners were all poor, while nobles were ranked by status. High-ranking nobles held power and influence, while low-ranking nobles were only slightly wealthier than commoners. It wasn't just commoners. That woman in red had a Louis Vuitton bag. She must be a noble. That's not the point. The point is that you used an ability. Oh, first of all, thank you for recognizing my magic skills. Carrots is a cockroach section. Carrot dawn plus tax plus prosperity plus sin xan plus Jean clean, gun plus xan hikai. But what I want to say is, all of this is fake. Fake? The two police officers exchanged puzzled glances. That's right. Actually, when I made the coin appear, I'd hidden one in my palm beforehand and placed it behind the phone. When he got into the design principles behind the magic trick, Joe got excited, and the phone I threw into the river was a dummy. I secretly slipped the real one back into her bag. As for the city-wide blackout in the building's light show, I bribed the electrician in advance. It cost me a pretty penny. TSK, it really broke the bank. Snort. The tall, thin officer let out a chuckle. Joe frowned. What are you laughing at? I just remembered something funny. He chuckled. The short, stocky officer couldn't help but let out a laugh as well. What are you laughing at now? He covered his mouth. My wife just gave birth. I'm not joking. The two officers were masters of self-control. They instantly wiped the smiles from their faces and grew serious. Mr. Joe, let us get straight to the point. You have violated the first rule of the Noble Code. It is forbidden to display magic in front of a commoner. But I am a commoner. Nonsense. You're clearly a student of Dragon Academy. I really am not a noble, and I certainly can't afford to attend a noble school. But no matter how Joe explained it, the two officers stubbornly insisted that he possessed magic. Fine, just tell me how much the fine is. Joe sighed in exasperation. It seemed these officers simply couldn't grasp the concept. No fine. The two officers exchanged a glance, then uttered two words: death penalty. San Yi, house crime? Xin Zhang Jie Gung Xan Ikai. What? Joe seemed to have misheard. Come on, guys, it's just a magic trick. Is this really necessary? As for whatever you're calling ability, I honestly don't get it. Forget it, I'm not playing along with this. Bye-bye, you guys. Joe stood up, raised his hands, and shook the silver bracelet on his wrist vigorously, as if trying to break free. The short, stocky officer immediately reached out to grab him. The next second. Snap. The silver cuffs flew off Joe's wrists and instantly clamped down on the stocky cop's hands. Joe put on an innocent expression. Oops, my hand slipped. How did the cuffs end up on you? You. The stocky cop was about to explode, but instead, he closed his eyes and silently muttered a strange incantation. The square transforms all things. All objects shall be split in two. The square, what the heck is that? Before Joe could make out the words. Snap. The middle section of the handcuffs shattered on the spot. Now it was Joe's turn to be baffled. Wait, man, you're actually good at this? You shattered the handcuffs just by reciting a weird poem? Joe had actually freed himself by prying them open with a small piece of wire beforehand, then, when the cop got close, flung them onto his wrist using momentum. But this cop didn't use any wire when he unlocked the handcuffs, did he? Joe sat back down. So you're one of us too? What trick did you use? Where do you hide the wire? The cop was completely baffled. What do you mean, in the same line of work? I used my ability, of course. Here, this divine card. He pulled a playing card out of his wallet. The two of diamonds. A playing card can break handcuffs? Why not? That's the two of diamonds' exclusive ability. It can split any object in two. This was bestowed upon me by the gods on my 18th birthday. Those were the days, the officer realized. Hey, don't you have one too? Joe spread his hands. I've got a egg. You didn't get a divine card on your 18th birthday? I told you, I'm only 17. The two officers exchanged another glance. So when's your birthday? Joe raised his hand and checked his watch. Your birthday is in 5 days? Happy birthday in advance. 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. The clock struck midnight right on time. At that moment, Joe officially turned 18. Boom! His entire body burst into a dazzling glow. A strange sensation surged through him. Joe seemed to feel something surging inside his body. In an instant, the palms of Joe's hands began to glow faintly. A blinding white light flashed. A playing card slowly spun in the air. Joe caught the card, and the light abruptly stopped. What is this? Joe examined the card in his hand. Isn't this the Ye Joker, from a deck of playing cards? The back of the card was engraved with intricate patterns, while the front featured a jester's face. In the two corners of the card, several letters were written Joker. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out in his mind. Divine card, Joker unique ability, possesses the abilities of all other playing cards. Ability trigger condition, hidden. Detected that the ability trigger condition has been met at this moment. Ability automatically activated. Randomly selecting other abilities. Instantly, the card in his hand flipped rapidly, eventually transforming into the image of another playing card. The card's face depicted a majestic king, with spade symbols in the two corners and the letter K inscribed. King of Spades, ability, alter the probability of an event occurring. Note, after using this divine card's ability once, it reverts to the Joker. The two police officers stared at Joe with wide eyes, speechless. The divine card you're talking about, it can't be this, can it? Joe waved the jack of clubs in his hand. The two officers snapped out of their daze. You really just turned 18? Joe pulled out his ID and handed it to them. The real deal. The next second. We're so sorry for the trouble. The two officers bowed in unison. They escorted Joe to the entrance of the police station. Young man, come back anytime. Joe smiled and waved, while inwardly chuckling, divine gold. After walking home through the night for half an hour, he arrived at his place. Seeing his shabby little apartment, Joe sighed. Why, over a decade ago, did I end up in the body of a lousy commoner instead of a noble? He reached into his pocket for his keys. In his pocket, he felt a small note. The note gave off a faint scent of perfume. Written in elegant red ink were a few large characters, "Tomorrow, I'll come find you." Joe furrowed his brow. The scent of perfume lingered on the note. This scent, could it be that woman in red? Once inside his home, Joe immediately examined the note. Yu Jian book, Gung Xan, Zui Quan, plus the rich scent of perfume wafted gently. His brows furrowed deeply. Joe was a magician. He had practiced since childhood how to place objects on others without anyone noticing. But someone had actually pulled this trick on Joe. This perfume scent must belong to that woman in red. Joe was certain that woman had never come anywhere near him. As a skilled magician, he would never give anyone the chance to sneak up on him. So how exactly did she do it? How did she slip the note into his pocket without even touching him? Joe thought for a moment and quickly arrived at an answer. Perhaps there was an ability that could teleport objects? An ability, he had one too. Divine card Joker. He pulled out the playing card. The Joker had already transformed into another card, the King of Clubs. What are you thinking about? A high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. Whoa, the divine card is talking? Hey, I'm not a divine card, I'm the deity who bestowed the Joker upon you. You can call me the Joker God. What deity? We live in a technological society that reveres science and rejects superstition. Speechless. I can't have a conversation with you. Typical time traveler mentality. Fine, bye. Wait. Don't you want to know what this playing card is for? Go ahead, tell me. You heard it at the police station. Every person with potential receives a divine card bestowed by the gods when they turn 18. And the divine card is this playing card in your hand. It holds the power to activate an ability. Every different divine card has a different ability. And the Joker, which can transform into any playing card, is the world's strongest divine card. Why give such a powerful card to me? Ahem, well, it's all about your aura, of course. You're just the right fit for the Joker. Huh? Could you explain that a bit more clearly? Hee, right now your Joker has transformed into the King of Clubs. I can't wait to see the moment you unleash your ability. Bye. After saying that, the high-pitched voice vanished. 0. Read books Gung Xin most complete. No matter how much Joe called out, the Joker goddess voice never returned. The King of Clubs. Joe silently recalled the King of Clubs ability. Alter the probability of events? How should he use it? Does it work on any event? If I went straight out to buy a lottery ticket and set the odds of winning the jackpot to 100%, wouldn't I be set for life? Or was there a more suitable opportunity to use this ability? However, Joe remembered that Joker God had also said one thing: after using this divine card's ability once, it reverts to a Joker. The ability to alter probabilities could only be used once. Joe didn't plan to use it right away, so he carefully put the divine card away. The next day. Ding dong. The doorbell jolted Joe awake. He looked up and realized it was already early morning the next day. He had slept through the night without even realizing it. He got up, splashed some water on his face, and walked toward the door. Click. Joe turned the doorknob. Upon seeing the graceful figure standing before the door, Joe let out a soft sigh. It's you, after all. First to read. Go. Already? Published. Guilt? Salary. Gen conclusion plus. Outside the door, the woman in red flashed a seductive smile. Hello, handsome. You got my note, right? Without waiting for Joe's response, she walked right in, opened her Louis Vuitton bag, and dumped its contents out with a clatter. Stacks of bright red 100 yuan bills. Joe looked at the money and swallowed hard. Orphaned at a young age, Joe had been making a living by performing magic tricks on the street, barely scraping by from one meal to the next. Over the past 2 years, thanks to his live-streamed magic performances, his financial situation had improved slightly, and he could now afford to rent a small apartment. But Joe had never seen this much money in his life. Sis, don't tell me this is tips from yesterday's magic show. They're not tips, but they are all for you. Why are you giving me money? You're not trying to keep me, are you? The woman smiled faintly. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about, you silly boy? This is all a scholarship. What? A scholarship? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The woman handed him a business card. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen, and I'm a professor at Dragon Academy. Divine card, 5 of diamonds. She produced her playing card, the 5 of diamonds. Another playing card. Joe hesitated and asked, Are you an awakener too? An awakener? She covered her mouth and laughed. That term really is strange. Anyway, there is no time to waste. You're going to be late for freshman orientation. What orientation? The registration for Dragon Academy, of course. Today is the first day of school. Dragon Academy is the top institution of higher learning in Dragon Nation. It has produced countless top-tier politicians, businesspeople, and elites across all industries. Graduating from this school means a future with $1 million annual salary, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. It's not just a dream. Joe had always dreamed of attending this school. Except the school only accepts nobles. Sis, I'm a commoner. I know you've been admitted on a special exemption. Ha? With his dream within reach, Joe hesitated. Divine card awakener, a noble school, and now this woman in red suddenly wanted to pull him in. Strange. Too strange. Joe looked at the mountain of cash. You mean, if I agree to enroll, all that money is mine? Of course. Joe immediately replied, "Master, starting today, I'm your student." Strange as it was, who would turn down money? Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to money. You'd be an idiot not to take the money. So, let us hurry up and go handle the enrollment. Professor Chen asked again, "Have you had breakfast?" The school's orientation for new students starts at 8 a.m. What time? 8 a.m. Joe pointed at the wall clock, but it's already 7:55. Dragon Academy was located in the city center, a long way from Joe's home. Even by taxi, it would take at least an hour. Oh, that's no problem, we're not walking there, after all. She held her divine card in her left hand and extended her right arm. "Hold on tight." "What for?" "Just put your arm through mine." Joe hesitantly placed his hand on Chen's arm. Chen closed her eyes slightly, holding her 5 of diamonds, and muttered, "Diamonds transform all things, 5 dimensions determine the path home." Diamonds, what? 5, what the heck? Why is this another weird poem? In an instant, Joe felt as if he'd been squeezed into an extremely narrow space. His entire body was warping, it was so uncomfortable he could barely breathe. The next second, the air suddenly became fresh. He blinked and looked around. Ha! The setting of his shabby apartment had completely vanished. In its place was a magnificent, resplendent school gate. Above it were several large characters, Divine Card School. Ahead, a sea of people. Dragon Academy, known here as the Divine Card School. I just used my divine card to teleport us here directly. Joe came to his senses. "So, that little note you didn't just use your ability to teleport it straight into my pocket, did you?" Professor Chen said, as if praising a child. "How clever." She glanced at her phone. "Oh, I forgot to tell you to enroll, you'll need to pass 3 entrance exams. But I have faith in you. With your abilities, passing these 3 tests shouldn't be a problem. I've got other work to do, so I'll be off." The young female professor tossed out that line and vanished in a flash. Joe was at a loss for words. To become a professor at such a young age, and she didn't seem very serious, she didn't strike him as very reliable. He sighed and looked ahead. At the front, a senior student called out, "Freshmen, please line up in an orderly fashion for the first round of entrance exams." Joe stepped forward and took his place at the back of the line. He felt anxious. This was noble school. Could he, a mere commoner, really pass the exams and gain admission to Longway's most prestigious institution? "Bro, are you a freshman too?" someone in front of him suddenly asked. Joe looked up and saw a strangely dressed boy. Noon 4. Read books already published plus crime new Zhang robbery. The boy had a head of silky long hair. If you didn't look closely, you might not even be able to tell his gender. His attire was very plain. If it weren't for the fact that this school only admitted nobles, Joe would have thought this guy was a commoner just like himself. Joe replied politely, "Yes." "Are you one too?" The long-haired boy let out a loud cry. "Awesome, woohoo. I'm so nervous right now, worried I won't pass the screening, I'm scared to death. Finally, I've met a freshman just like me. My name is Zhang. May I ask, brother, what's yours?" "Oh, I'm Joe." "That's a rare name. You must be from an obscure little noble family like me, bro." "Ha, my family is almost as poor as commoners. It's costing my parents a fortune to send me to school." Zhang flipped his long hair. "Hey, I heard there's a legendary figure among this year's freshmen." Joe was eager to gather more intel, so he looked at him with keen interest. "I'd love to hear more." Zhang chuckled. "Word is, that guy caused a 5-second blackout across the entire city of Donghai yesterday. He even made the lights go out in the Yi family financial tower. It's all over the trending news. And apparently, he was still a minor when he pulled off that feat. It was also on that very day that he received his divine card and gained admission. More importantly, he got the rarest of all the Ye Spades divine card." Joe feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh? Is the Spades divine card that rare?" "You bet." Zhang looked like he knew everything. "Anyway, I've never seen a Spades one back in Longwei, Tianchi Karat Shashu Wangjui, Zuaxe and Chanjia. And Zhang adopted a mysterious air. According to two cops who spilled the beans, that kid comes from a commoner background. Joe pressed further, so what if he is a commoner? Zhang stared at him in astonishment. Aren't you shocked? This is the only case in the entire world where a commoner has been granted a divine card by the gods. He was even admitted to the school on a special exemption because of it. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I'd really like to see this guy with my own eyes. How do you think he caught the god's eye? Does he have an extra leg or an extra arm compared to ordinary people? Joe feigned ignorance. I don't know. I guess he is just really handsome. Up ahead, the upperclassman was shouting orders, keeping everyone in line, one at a time, don't rush. Zhang noticed the upperclassman too, and he excitedly shook Joe's arm. Look at that guy. Joe looked at the senior. He was very tall, with somewhat dark skin, but they were too far away to make out his features clearly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang looked at Joe in disbelief. That is Senior Li Hanfeng. Rumor has it he scored first among all freshmen on the entrance exam back then. Joe didn't know that the entrance exam actually had a ranking system, nor did he understand whether this score was important. He just nodded, half understanding. The line for the entrance exam was very long. Joe saw that the freshmen at the front of the line were all passing through a device that looked like a security gate. Beep Mana Level 3, Divine Card Diamond 4, pass. Beep Mana Level 5, Divine Card Spade 6, pass. At that moment, Joe quietly asked Zhang, hey, what are they doing up there? Of course they're conducting the first round of enrollment screening. You must know that all new students have to go through 3 rounds of screening. And this round is called the Bloodline Assessment, which checks whether the new students' mana levels meet the standards. So what does that mana level mean, exactly? Joe asked further. Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, are you serious? How can you not even know what mana is? Joe made up an excuse to brush it off. I grew up in a commoner family, no one ever told me. Zhang began to explain seriously. In that case, you must have played video games, right? Do you understand the concept of combat power? Mana is an energy that nobles are born with. It's similar to combat power. With training, you can gradually increase your mana level. Once your mana reaches 10 points, you can upgrade your divine card by 1 level. As he spoke, Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. So many people go from freshman year all the way to graduation without ever ascending. Some never even reach a mana level of 10 in their entire lives. I'm not asking for much, Joe replied. As long as my mana level is at least 3, I should pass the test. Joe suddenly felt uneasy. If it really is below 3, will the school reject me? Zhang replied casually, don't worry. This round is just to verify your lineage. As long as you're a noble, your mana level will generally be above 3. Only commoners have no mana at all. So you have nothing to worry about. After hearing this, Joe felt even more uncertain. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise rose from the line ahead. Beep Mana Level 11, Divine Card 8 of Diamonds, pass. The announcement from the security gate drew the attention of countless people. Mana Level 11? They say 10 is the threshold, something freshmen can't possibly break. How did he reach 11? No wonder he is from the Yi family, one of the nobles of West University. They're naturally stronger than us lesser nobles. The Yi family is the most prominent clan beneath the royal family, pure-blooded and wealthy. Joe looked far ahead. A lavishly dressed young man strode through the security gate with his head held high, looking quite smug. At that moment, Zhang's reaction mirrored everyone else's. His mouth dropped open. He actually broke through the 10-point mana threshold on his first day of school. Joe asked again, who is Yi? Ha? Zhang was once again taken aback by Joe's question. You don't even know Yi? Then let me ask you this, did you know that the financial tower that lost power yesterday belongs to the Yi family group? Joe nodded. Even a commoner would know that. Exactly. Yi is the young master of the Yi family. He is quite flamboyant and arrogant, best not to cross him. Before the crowd could settle down, another commotion erupted at the front of the line. The detection gate once again produced a shocking result. Beep mana level 15, divine card, Queen of Spades, qualified. The crowd immediately erupted in a frenzy. Mana content of 15? Even among the great nobles, such talent is a rare sight. Which noble lady is this? Why is she covered up so tightly? As expected, true masters keep a low profile. Joe looked at the noble girl undergoing the scan. She wore a black mask and a long white dress. Most striking of all was her silver hair. This was extremely rare in Dragon Nation. Joe's gaze drifted involuntarily to her left wrist. A silver bracelet faintly reflected the sunlight. Zhang exclaimed once more, "Wow, I never expected this class to produce two top-tier geniuses. And her divine card S rank is actually Q." Joe asked again, "Is there a difference between Q and the other ranks?" Zhang was already used to Joe's ignorance of the divine card ranking system, so he patiently explained, J, Q, K, a divine cards with these three suits are commonly known as letter cards. Compared to other numerical divine cards, their abilities are exceptionally powerful. I want carrot wine first? Release carrot and, rumor has it, anyone who obtains a divine card with one of these suits has been personally guided by the gods. I get it. Zhang suddenly pointed at the masked girl with a mysterious look. She must be the one who caused the city-wide blackout yesterday. Only letter cards could have such a powerful ability. Look, she doesn't even dare to show her face. She is afraid of being recognized. Joe chuckled, "Didn't you say that person was the club's card?" From what I heard the security gate report, it seems that girl's divine card suit is spades. Zhang scratched his long hair. It does seem that way, I forgot. Soon, the two reached the front of the line. It's our turn. Zhang looked a little nervous as he stepped forward and stood beneath the detection gate. Beep mana level 3, divine card hearts 5, qualified. Phew, that's a relief. Zhang grinned as he took his school uniform and freshman orientation handbook from the upperclassmen. Some students nearby began whispering among themselves. His mana level is only 3? Isn't that the minimum admission requirement? Look at his outfit, he is probably from a minor noble family. However, Zhang paid no attention to the murmurs around him and waved his arms. Divine Card Academy, here I come. Joe took a deep breath and stepped forward. Card Dawn Taxnet? Plus follow most carrot new chapter section. Hello, I'm the senior in charge of this round of testing. Please step through this detection gate, said the dark-skinned senior. Standing beneath the detection gate, Joe silently closed his eyes. Enrolling in Divine Card Academy was the crucial step towards social mobility, making a fortune, and rising to prominence. The screening gate emitted a series of beeps. Beep mana level, 43, divine card, King of Clubs, pass. In an instant, the world seemed to stand still. The next second, the crowd erupted in discussion. Duo Xiao? 43? A freshman? Which family is he from? Judging by his attire, he looks like he comes from a minor noble family. A minor noble with 43? The suit is clubs? The rank is king? Joe himself didn't show much surprise. He knew his divine card was quite special and had already braced himself for this. However, the scanner didn't seem to detect that his divine card was a joker. Instead, it reported the transformed form of his divine card. Zhang, who had already walked past, spun around instantly, his mouth agape, stammering incoherently, CL clubs? Could you be? Joe calmly accepted his school uniform and orientation handbook, then gave a slight bow to the senior student. He then approached the stunned Zhang and said matter-of-factly, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou, and I come from a commoner background. I'm the one who caused the city-wide blackout yesterday." From one of the campus towers, two professors watched the enrollment ceremony in silence. Director Chen, you truly have an eye for talent. A middle-aged man gazed at Joe in the distance and said softly, "I heard you contacted him in advance and promised to sponsor him?" Chen chuckled, "Just good luck. I just happened to be passing by East Street when I ran into him performing a magic trick popular in the commoner world for me. It's quite a coincidence that he turned out to be a genius with an extremely high mana level. As for you, Professor Yuan Xing, your class only admits students of noble rank or higher. You're bound to miss out on quite a few promising talents. The middle-aged man known as Yuan Xing neither confirmed nor denied it, merely frowning. I still believe that talent and lineage trump everything. For a student of commoner origin to have a mana level as high as 43 is simply a 1 in a million occurrence. Besides, mana level doesn't mean everything. His future performance remains to be seen. However, Yuan Xing trailed off. Chen looked up at him. I know what you're thinking. You've noticed his divine card too. Yuan Xing gave a softening before saying, the King of Clubs, a divine card of the club suit. We haven't seen one of those in the entire Dragon Kingdom for quite some time. Hey, join our student club. The dark-skinned upperclassman in charge of the entrance screening excitedly stopped Joe. My name is Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Club. Oh, and by the way, the Black Blade Club is the best and most badass student club in the whole school. A genius like you absolutely has to join us. Senior Li Hanfeng gripped Joe's hand tightly, shaking it up and down. So this is the enthusiasm of college club recruitment. Before Joe could even think of a reply, freshmen who have passed the first round of screening, please come this way. From a distance, another upperclassman called out, the second round of testing is about to begin. Hearing this, Joe said apologetically, sorry, senior, I still have to finish my orientation tests. Oh, my bad. Li Hanfeng scratched his head. Later on, other seniors might try to recruit you into their clubs. Don't you dare say yes. In the first round of testing, only a handful of people failed to reach a mana level of 3. Joe was now at the back of the line for the second round of testing. Holy crap, so you're that mysterious commoner genius. Zhang happened to be right in front of Joe and looked utterly incredulous. Hey, did Senior Li just try to recruit you into his club just now? I think so. Did you say yes? No. Zhang looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Why didn't you say yes? So many people want to join the Black Blade Guild but can't get in. Li Hanfeng is a school legend. Rumor has it he ranked first in the entrance exams and achieved a divine card ascension in his second year. Not to mention his excellent grades and scholarships that make your legs go weak. Joe was overwhelmed by this litany of achievements. But, I heard the Black Blade Corps only recruits students with spade divine cards. Zhang rolled his eyes. So, is your divine card really the King of Clubs? Yes, why? Zhang looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He suddenly pretended to kneel. Your Majesty, accept my humble bow. Hey, my minister, rise. I cannot accept such a grand honor. Joe didn't know what Zhang was getting at, so he decided to play along with the charade. Haha, Zhang explained with a chuckle, didn't I mention this before? It seems that holders of letter divine cards have all been guided by the gods. And different letters represent different meanings. J stands for Jack. Q stands for Queen, K stands for King, and S stands for Ace. Your divine card is AK. Who knows, maybe you'll become king one day. Hey, keep your voice down. Joe quickly covered his mouth. Even though we live in a modern society, if others overhear this, they're bound to gossip. At the end of the day, isn't this just superstition? Didn't there used to be a girl with a queen divine card? Will she become a queen someday? I don't know about that, but that's what my mom told me. She said that anyone with a king divine card is destined to be a monarch. Zhang scratched his head. Joe didn't take Zhang's words too seriously. After all, his divine card was the Joker. He merely activated its ability, temporarily transforming it into the appearance of a king of clubs. If Zhang's theory held true, did that mean he'd end up as a clown since he'd drawn the Joker? The line gradually shortened, and Joe turned his attention to the test before him. Bro, this second round is called the aptitude assessment. It's a one-on-one competition against other students. Zhang looked toward the second round of testing, but it's only an aptitude assessment. No one will be eliminated. It doesn't matter if I lose. Joe also looked ahead. The person in charge of the second round was a senior girl. She had short hair, fair skin, and looked very pretty. Her attire was also exquisite and glamorous. Many freshmen were casting eager glances her way, and a few bold boys even stepped forward to strike up a conversation. However, she paid them no mind at all, her expression remaining icy. She ignored everyone's enthusiasm and simply went about organizing the freshman's assessment step by step. As they got closer, Joe noticed a small medallion pinned beneath the collar of the senior's shirt, a ruby heart-shaped brooch. Joe couldn't help but take a second look. "Hey, man, you aren't staring at Senior Zhuang, are you?" Zhang had clearly noticed Joe's gaze. "Don't even think about it. That senior is the school's famous ice queen. She is notoriously arrogant and aloof. She is pretty, sure, but don't even think about getting close to her. I've heard no guy has ever been seen by her side." Joe averted his gaze. "I was just looking at that little badge on her chest." "White Horse Academy *Core, most fast," Zhang replied. "Oh. That? It's the West University Noble Badge. Just like the Yi family, that senior's surname is Zhuang, and the Zhuang family is also one of the West University nobles. The Yi family is a famous, diamonds, divine card family, while the Zhuang family is a hearts family. So, their family insignias also correspond to the suit symbols." The line slowly shortened, and eventually it was Zhang's turn. "It's my turn, bro. I'm going in for the second round of testing," Zhang said as he stepped forward. "Stand here." The senior's voice was very cold. Zhang stood in front of a testing device as instructed. The device looked like a large computer, with a helmet connected to the side. "Put it on." The short-haired senior still refused to say a single extra word. Zhang obediently sat down in front of the computer and put on the helmet. Across from the computer, another helmet was placed. A moment later, another student sat down opposite him. His attire was equally opulent. Joe noticed that he also wore a small noble insignia on his chest. Unlike the senior's, this one featured a square entwined with branches. Joe recalled that the Yi family's crest seemed to be a square. The boy across from him wore a smug, arrogant expression. "Does a lowly little noble like you even deserve to compete with me? Damn it! Why did they make me take the test with Yi? I'll never win." Zhang felt like crying but couldn't, muttering under his breath, yet he forced a smile and held out his hand. "Bro Yi. Nice to meet you." Yi shot a disgusted glance at Zhang's clothes and appearance. "I don't shake hands with people from low-class backgrounds." Zhang dropped his smile and sulkily withdrew his hand. "This student, the screening is arranged by the school. Please put on your helmet." The senior girl glared at Yi, her tone seeming even firmer. "Also, please refrain from making classist remarks." Yi looked up at the senior girl, his eyes filled with anger, as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw the badge on her chest, he finally lowered his head and remained silent. He also put on his helmet. The aloof senior tapped the computer a few times. The next second, Zhang and Yi vanished instantly. The aloof senior cleared her throat. "Next." Joe took a deep breath and stepped forward. At the same time, someone on the opposite side also walked to the spot directly across from Joe. The student on the other side was a figure in black wearing a hooded cloak, their expression hidden. "What kind of outfit is that? It's a bit unconventional." As Joe stepped forward, the short-haired senior actually lifted her head slightly and spoke to him first. "Are you that genius with a mana level of 43? That single question caused a stir. Joe could hear gasps from the students behind him. "No way, did I hear that right? Senior Zhuang actually approached a guy first?" Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, the senior pulled a business card from her pocket and handed it to Joe. "I hope you'll join the Red Heart Club. It's one of the school's 3 major clubs. Here's my card." The crowd erupted into discussion. "What? Senior Zhuang actually invited him to join the Red Heart Club? This is the first time I've ever seen Senior Zhuang invite a freshman to join a club. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The sun is rising in the west. The aloof goddess's image has crumbled." Senior Zhuang looked up and shot a cold glance at the line of freshmen, her expression slightly displeased. Strangely enough, they fell silent instantly. No one dared utter another word. Joe took the business card and looked it over. "Zhuang Xingyao, Divine Card Jack of Hearts, President of the Red Heart Society, Elite Cup champion, heir to the scepter of hearts. He didn't understand it, but it sounded impressive. Joe accepted the card. "I'll think about it." Countless eyes fixed on Joe, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Think about it? Which family is this guy from? Rumor has it he's just an ordinary commoner. Does he even know what he's saying? Holy shit, my biggest dream since enrolling has been to join the Red Heart Society one day, and he's thinking about it? Mana level 43, comparison is the thief of joy. Joe ignored the murmurs behind him. Alright, both of you, please sit down at the computers and put on your helmets. This is the second round of the entrance exams, the aptitude test. Once the system selects the test content for this round, both of you will be automatically teleported to the exam room. Joe put on his helmet. The man in black did the same. Joe noticed a simulated wheel on the computer screen with a word written in each slot: strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently nudged the wheel with his finger. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a stop. Finally, the pointer landed on a specific slot: luck. Gentlemen, the subject of this assessment is luck. As the old saying goes, luck is part of one's strength. In this round of the assessment, the student with the better luck will be the winner. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. You are about to be teleported into the exam room. Zhuang Xingyao tapped the computer. The next second, Joe felt everything around him spinning. He recalled the sensation of being teleported here with Professor Chen. It was almost exactly the same. It felt as though he had been squeezed into a tiny space, darting back and forth. His entire body was being compressed, and he struggled to breathe. Then the air suddenly became fresh. Joe looked around. He had arrived in a new place. Once Joe had recovered from the dizziness, he began to carefully observe his surroundings. It was the interior of a small classroom. The entire room contained only a single desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He was sitting in one of the chairs. In the other chair sat his opponent for this round of the assessment, the student in black. Whoosh! A dagger suddenly appeared on the chair behind him, pressed against his spine. Joe felt the cold touch of the blade and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He was startled for just a moment, then quickly regained his composure. He couldn't make any rash moves. The test must have already begun the moment he entered this room. And this classroom was likely the exam room. Joe recalled the spinning wheel on the computer screen, which had landed on luck. He kept speculating in his mind about how the luck assessment might be conducted. Rock, paper, scissors? Rolling dice? Or drawing playing cards to compare values? Just as Joe was lost in his thoughts, the blackboard began to glow, and several lines of text slowly appeared. Second round of admission testing, aptitude assessment. Test focus, luck. Test content, Russian roulette, Russian roulette? Joe was very familiar with the term. He'd seen it in countless movies and TV shows. It was an extremely cruel game of life and death. The tools of the trade were a revolver and a person's life. The revolver's cylinder had 6 chambers. After placing a single bullet into one of the chambers, the cylinder is spun randomly and then locked shut. This creates a gun where the bullet's position is entirely random. The 2 players use this gun, taking turns pointing it at their own heads and pulling the trigger. The one who gets shot naturally loses. The key to this game lies in pure luck. This does align with the luck assessment. Except, this is just a school entrance exam. Are we really supposed to risk our lives? More text appeared on the blackboard, detailing the assessment. The revolver has 6 chambers and 1 bullet. 2 students pick up the revolver and each pull the trigger, aiming at themselves. The person hit by the bullet is eliminated. Note, please do not leave your seat and strictly follow the rules. Otherwise, the blades embedded in the seats will extend. After reading the rules, Joe sighed. It was exactly as he'd imagined Russian roulette to be. But the same question remained. What kind of test was this? An exam where you risked your life? As if reading Joe's mind, 2 lines of text appeared on the screen once more. The testing environment is a smart simulation equipped with safety mechanisms. After the assessment concludes, both parties will be teleported back to school. No one will suffer any actual harm. That made perfect sense. Joe looked away from the blackboard and shifted his gaze to the desk. Sure enough, a revolver was sitting there. A test of luck. It really was simple and brutal. You first, or me? Joe asked the student in black. Outside the testing room. Terminate the test. Chen burst into the testing area, panting heavily. After sending Joe and the student in black into the testing room, Zhuang Xingyao was helping the next pair of students put on their helmets. Professor, what is going on? She asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. A Skull Council assassin has infiltrated the exam hall. What? Upon hearing the words Skull Council, the freshmen present all gasped in horror. Even Zhuang Xingyao, whose face was usually as cold as ice, showed a slight change in expression at that moment. Professor Chen was panting heavily as he spoke in broken sentences. We've received intelligence a Skull Council assassin has disguised himself as a student and is preparing to kill a freshman. And he has already teleported into the exam hall. The Skull Council, a top-tier assassin organization operating within the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone targeted by the Skull Council has never escaped their fate of death. Countless influential figures, powerful officials, and wealthy merchants have fallen at the hands of the Skull Council. And now, the Skull Council's target is, surprisingly, an ordinary student. Professor, is this true? Are our freshmen also being targeted by the assassin? And Zhuang Xingyao hesitated before saying, the exam halls are all simulated by AI. No matter how dangerous the tests inside are, they're still just simulations. Even if you die during the exam, you'll be safely teleported back to reality once it's over. Chen finally caught her breath and said solemnly, someone at our school has sabotaged the security system inside the exam rooms. What? Zhuang Xingyao realized the gravity of the situation, her previously calm expression finally cracking. She lunged at the computer's control panel, muttering to herself, interrupt the test, we must evacuate the freshmen from the exam rooms. She tapped the exam system panel at lightning speed. Soon, the students were teleported back from their helmets one after another. What the hell? I was about to win. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I almost lost. Countless freshmen either complained or secretly rejoiced, while most wore puzzled expressions as they looked toward Professor Chen and Senior Zhuang Xingyao. I'm very sorry, everyone. Due to technical issues, this round of testing has been cancelled. Professor Chen bowed in apology. Professor Zhuang Xingyao bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on an electronic screen. What's wrong? Chen shot her a puzzled look. Zhuang Xingyao, usually so composed, now spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. One of the testing rooms has malfunctioned. The test was Russian roulette. There are 2 people still inside. Get them out of there. Without the safety system, if they get hit by a bullet, they'll really die. Zhuang Xingyao's voice was hoarse as she whispered, we've lost control of the exam room. And the bullets in the gun have been replaced with real ones. Inside the exam room. Hello, student. You first, or me? Joe spoke as politely as he could to the figure across from him. I'll go first. The man in black across from him had a hoarse, deep voice. It didn't sound like a studentess at all. He extended his right hand and deftly picked up the revolver. Joe noticed a black skull tattoo on the back of his hand. So alternative? Joe thought to himself. Was the person across from him a bit of a weirdo? The man in black didn't say another word. He raised the gun and aimed it at his own temple. Joe calculated the probability of being hit in his mind. 6 chambers, 1 bullet. Theoretically, the probability of being hit was about 1 in 6, roughly 17%. In other words, if he got lucky and the bullet fired right at that moment, Joe would win in a single shot. Of course, a 17% probability wasn't very high, it was more likely to be a blank. Click. The man in black pulled the trigger. The first shot. A blank. It missed. The man in black silently handed the pistol to Joe. Sigh, Joe lamented inwardly. It really is a game of chance. A 17% probability isn't very high, and he wasn't that lucky. Joe quietly took the gun. He weighed it in his hand. It seemed to be a real gun. Joe recalled the words on the blackboard in the exam room. The exam room is a smart simulation equipped with safety mechanisms. After the assessment, both parties will be teleported back to school. No one will suffer any actual harm. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder, if he happened to get hit, would he really be okay? Joe raised the gun and held it to the side of his head. XINW, A plus N plus BE plus N. .org? The barrel was cold. He felt a faint chill against his temple. 5 chambers remained, 1 bullet left. The probability of being hit was 1 in 520%. It wasn't particularly high, but luck was unpredictable. A one-shot kill wasn't impossible. Joe closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click. Joe let out a soft sigh. The second shot missed. After all, with a 20% probability, he couldn't possibly be that unlucky. Joe flexed his shoulders, about to hand the pistol to the person across from him when the exam room system suddenly beeped. Beep. Emergency exam question issued. Students currently holding a gun must complete a small task before handing it over. Otherwise, you must shoot yourself again. An unexpected exam question? He has to complete a small task before handing over the gun? The classroom feed is coming in. With a few quick keystrokes from Zhuang Xingyao, a large screen lit up, clearly broadcasting the entire process of this life or death assessment. Russian roulette was originally a test of luck for the school, but now, the guns have been replaced with real ones. Which means, if you get shot, you'll really die. Zhuang Xingyao muttered to herself, her voice tinged with anxiety. It wasn't that she cared much about the lives of the people inside, it was just that she was in charge of this second round of testing. No freshman assessment had ever resulted in a fatality before. If an accident occurred this time, she would undoubtedly be held responsible and face punishment. Seconds pass, the tension mounts, the stakes rise. At this moment, every freshman in the school was staring intently at the large screen, watching the entire process of the Skull Council's assassin engaging in a life-or-death game of Russian roulette with Joe. When Joe's shot missed, Professor Chen let out a long sigh. If a student were to die on the very first day of the assessment, that would be a major educational incident. In the next scene, the big screen displayed the issuance of a surprise exam question. A surprise exam question? Professor Chen, is this part of the program? Zhuang Xingyao asked, looking up. Professor Chen frowned, his gaze fixed on Joe on the screen. Absolutely not. The luck test is designed to test pure luck. So this surprise exam question must have been arranged by the assassin. Inside the exam hall. A surprise exam question? Joe frowned as he looked at the blackboard. Why did it have to be his turn to do an extra question? Was this also part of the luck test? Did whoever had bad luck get an extra question? Pop quiz content. Within 5 seconds, find a red object and place it in the center of the table. Countdown, 5. A red object? All he had to do was find something red and put it on the table? The task seemed simple enough, but Joe quickly scanned the entire exam room. The classroom was very plain. Desks, chairs, stools, a pistol, everything was gray, not a single trace of red was in sight. Fox loved when study free, lung yu duo, for Joe couldn't get up from his seat to search the room thoroughly. After all, the initial rules clearly stated that if he tried to leave his seat, the dagger would immediately stab forward. He didn't want to gamble on whether he or the dagger would move faster. Besides, even if he left his seat to search thoroughly, there was no guarantee he'd find a red object. Joe looked at the man in black across from him. His face, shrouded in shadow, seemed to carry a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. 3. Something's off. This assessment feels very off. Because this exam explicitly stated it was a test of luck. Yet the content of this sudden, unexpected question clearly went beyond the scope of a luck test. Moreover, the fact that only he was required to complete this task clearly violated the fairness of the test. 2. I can't dwell on this any longer, I just need to get through this round safely first. The red item. To be honest, Joe had already thought of a certain red object, but he was simply reluctant to accept it. However, with the countdown ticking away, he had no other choice. Joe hesitated no longer. He silently extended a finger and placed it in his mouth. Then he bit down hard. Joe's expression remained impassive as he gently withdrew his finger, the skin now broken, from his mouth. He then calmly placed it in the center of the table, blood dripping from it. The blood was red. Red item detected. Test complete. Joe handed the gun to the person across from him with a blank expression, then asked, "Classmate? You don't seem at all surprised by the content of this surprise test question. And your voice doesn't sound like that of an 18-year-old. Can you explain why you're hiding your face?" Phew, that scared the life out of me. Jen patted his chest after seeing Joe escape the danger. "Bro, you can't die on me. I finally made a genius friend. I was planning to copy your homework from now on." Professor Chen also pulled a handkerchief from her Louis Vuitton bag, gently patting her forehead to wipe away the cold sweat. Thank goodness, nothing could possibly happen to a student I've set my sights on." Zhuang Xingyao didn't speak immediately, but fixed her gaze intently on Joe. When she saw Joe bite his finger without flinching, effortlessly solve the unexpected exam question, and even sensed the assassin's unusual behavior, she raised an eyebrow slightly. "Joe, just who are you, exactly, inside the exam room?" The Skull Council assassin ignored Joe's questioning. He simply took the pistol, still without hesitation, and fired a shot straight at his temple. 6 chambers, 1 bullet. The probability was 1 in 6. That is, 25%. Click. The third shot. An empty chamber. Joe furrowed his brow. Too decisive, the man across from him fired without a moment's hesitation. Joe began to wonder if this man in black knew something, or if he had even known the bullet's location all along. "I am indeed not a student." The man in black suddenly spoke up. "But I bear you no grudge, I'm merely following orders." Joe furrowed his brow and took the pistol. He pressed it against his temple once more. He had no choice but to follow the rules of the exam hall. For he could feel the dagger at his back, seemingly itching to strike. "You've already altered the assessment rules in this classroom, haven't you?" "So, what were your orders?" Joe asked softly. 3 chambers, 1 bullet. A 1 in 3 chance, of 33% probability of death. That probability was already high. The bullet was almost certainly in this chamber. Without hesitation, Joe pulled the trigger. He clearly saw the look of murderous intent in the hooded figure's eyes beneath the black cloak. In that instant, the hooded figure uttered 3 words, "I'll kill you." Click. The second shot. A blank. The hooded figure sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. "What a pity." Joe gently set the pistol down, staring intently at his opponent without blinking. "So you're an assassin? If I'm not mistaken, the security measures in this exam hall have already failed, haven't they? If I get hit, will I really die?" The man in black looked up, revealing half his face, his cold and vicious eyes fixed on Joe. "You're quite clever. But being too clever can actually be a bad thing. I think I understand why that person wants to kill you." Joe ignored the assassin's words and immediately held out the pistol. But the figure across from him didn't take it. Because, beep, emergency exam question issued again. The system voice sounded once more. Sudden test question, the person currently holding the gun must answer the following question within 5 seconds. SAN.YE House Chase, Crime Core Chapter Conclusion. If you answer incorrectly, you must shoot yourself again. Listen to the question. What is the most important thing in the world? Countdown, 5 what? Again? Joe clenched his fists. Sure enough, there's always an extra test when it's his turn. Joe was now certain that the person on the other side was up to something. For the question is, what is the most important thing in the world? Does this thing refer to a specific object or an abstract concept? Wealth? Love? Career? Social status? Or life itself? Logically speaking, life is the most important thing. Once a person dies, everything is lost. But is that really the correct answer? 3. How many people have sacrificed their lives for freedom and their dreams? Yet there are also many who believe that without life, nothing else matters. Ultimately, this question has 1,000 answers for 1,000 people. Because it's an open-ended question with no correct answer to begin with. A miser would say wealth is paramount, a romantic would declare love supreme, a workaholic would be wholly devoted to their career. And throughout history, countless people have sought immortality. After all, in this vast world, nothing matters more than staying alive. Joe furrowed his brow, his mind racing. No matter how he answered, he might never get it right. This was an unsolvable, dead-end question. 2. Joe went over the sudden test question once more. If the answer is wrong, you must shoot yourself again. That's it. The question didn't require a correct answer. It only said that if the answer was wrong, he would have to shoot himself again. So, all he had to do was give an answer that was absolutely impossible to get wrong. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in stepping outside the question itself and giving an answer that could never be judged as wrong. 1. After a long moment of deep thought, Joe suddenly looked up and spoke immediately. My answer is wrong. The system's voice froze instantly. Its voice, laced with mechanical static, ground out, you're ruthless. Outside the exam room. Zhuang Xingyao still hadn't looked up, frantically tapping away at the screen. We have to hurry. We have to rescue him before the Skull Council gets their hands on him. Professor Chen stared nervously at the large screen. When she saw Zhou's ingenious answer, she let out a soft sigh and wiped the cold sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. Many freshmen had also caught on once they grasped the meaning behind Zhou's answer. They couldn't help but admire him. How did he come up with an answer like that? Zhang hadn't a clue what was going on. He muttered under his breath, what does that mean? Did Zhou's answer actually pass? Professor Chen, standing nearby, explained, the point isn't to find the correct answer, but to find an answer that can't be marked as wrong. 00 Xiaoshui Wang. First release? Zhang tilted his head, why wouldn't this answer be marked as wrong? Professor Chen analyzed carefully, if the system were to mark this answer as wrong, what would happen? Zhang had to think hard about Zhou's answer. He said, his own answer is wrong. If that statement is wrong, then, according to Zhou, his own answer is correct. Senior student Zhuang Xingyao chimed in from the side, her hands still moving without pause. Exactly. Chen nodded, since the answer is correct, the system naturally counts him as having passed this impromptu test. Zhang scratched his head and asked again, but what if the system judges this answer to be correct? Professor Chen explained once more, if the system judges Zhou's statement to be correct, then the statement, my answer is wrong, is true. Then Zhou's answer becomes wrong again. This contradicts the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao summarized, so, this answer is a paradox, neither right nor wrong. Since there is no right or wrong, there is naturally no such thing as an incorrect answer. This freshman didn't directly answer the system's question. He is clever. Zhuang Xingyao's hands suddenly stopped moving. Professor Chen quickly asked, what's wrong, Xingyao? Any progress on repairing the exam room? Zhuang Xingyao shook his head slightly, I've tried every possible method, but nothing works. Now, he has only one way to get out alive, and that is to win this test. Inside the exam room. After successfully passing the second surprise question, Zhou handed the pistol to the assassin across from him. Your turn. The expression on the assassin in black finally showed a hint of wavering. Yet he still pointed the pistol at his own temple. After all, the rules were absolute. The dagger on the chair was still pressed against his neck. If he didn't follow the exam rules, he would die as well. The assassin's fingertips began to tremble slightly. 2 chambers, 1 bullet. A 50-50 chance, a 50% probability of death. The mortality rate this time was already extremely high. Joe looked at his finger. The assassin seemed to be staring intently at him. After 2 seconds of silence, he pulled the trigger. Click. The 5th shot. An empty chamber. At that moment, the exam room fell silent. Both of them understood what would happen next. The man in black chuckled smugly. "Kid, do you know what this blank round means? If you deliberately answered the surprise question wrong just now, this blank round would have been your turn to fire. And I would have been forced to take over the revolver after you'd missed twice in a row." But now the man in black tossed the revolver over. "The sixth shot, it's your turn. Russian roulette, 6 chances to shoot, 1 bullet. The first 5 shots are all blanks." That means Joe reluctantly gripped the gun's handle. 1 chamber, 1 bullet. The probability of this final shot firing is 100%. A deadly trap. Was there still a way to escape? Joe felt the blade at his back, its tip pressing against his skin through his clothes, causing a faint sting. If he broke the rules, whether by trying to flee or making a desperate last stand, the blade embedded in the chair would surely pierce forward. He couldn't gamble on whether he or the blade's tip would be faster. He exhaled a heavy breath and pressed the cold barrel against his temple. The barrel's heat radiated against his temple, a cold sensation, like the fingertips of death. Pull the trigger, and it would all be over. The man in black whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm just following orders. Since I'm going to die anyway, can you at least tell me who wants me dead?" Joe suddenly asked. The man in black shook his head firmly. "Absolutely not. I can't reveal his name." Joe didn't give up and asked again, "Is it someone I know? Is it someone right here on campus?" As the words left his mouth, Joe suddenly noticed the assassin's face, hidden in the shadow of his hood, twist strangely. That's quite a reaction, Joe thought to himself. That could only mean his guess was right. Someone in this very school wanted him dead. Why? I'm just an ordinary freshman. I don't remember offending anyone. Why would anyone want to kill me? Joe wouldn't let it go and continued to press the issue. The man in black seemed to let out a cold laugh. You really don't remember your parents? His parents? Joe froze for a moment, and the hand holding his pistol trembled. 3-8 bank, booknet plus update plus new most, fast? His parents had never told him anything about divine cards or abilities. When he was a child, his family was extremely poor. Consequently, up until now, he had always believed his parents were ordinary commoners, with no connection whatsoever to nobles or abilities. However, ever since he was a child, Joe had been having the same recurring dream. In that dream, strangers burst into their home, flames raged, and his parents died horribly. He was still very young, hiding under the bed, trembling with fear, powerless to do anything. In the final second before his mother died, she anxiously said one last thing to him. But no matter how hard he tried, Joe simply couldn't remember what those words were. His mother's voice wasn't soft logically, there was no way Joe could have missed it. It was her final words, he couldn't possibly have ignored them. He had tried so hard to recall them, exhausting every possible method. Yet those words seemed to have been erased from his memory. Whenever Joe tried to recall it, a searing headache would erupt in his head. "Stop dawdling. Let us get going." Seeing that Joe was hesitating to pull the trigger, the man in black urged him on. Joe closed his eyes. He didn't want to die. He hadn't yet deciphered his mother's words. He hadn't yet grasped the mysteries of the divine card. Was there any way to save his own life? As if by instinct, he suddenly opened his mouth and, as if possessed, uttered a strange incantation. "Clubs establishes all laws, monarch determines the laws of heaven." The moment the words left his lips, a look of astonishment flashed across Joe's own face. He had never heard this phrase before, yet this strange, incantation-like verse flowed so naturally from his mouth, as if he had known it all his life. In an instant, the playing card in his pocket grew scorching hot. Spade King, unconditionally alter the probability of an event. So that's it, Joe realized instantly. He had seen others use divine cards before. At the time, they had recited a strange verse. So, in that moment, he had unwittingly triggered the divine card ability of the Spade King. Before Joe's eyes, a number seemed to be frantically fluctuating. The number started at 100, but under Joe's gaze, it changed rapidly, dropping to 0. This number represented the probability of the bullet being fired. In that instant, the probability dropped from 100% to 0. Joe slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. The anxiety that had filled his heart was now completely gone. His tone was elegant and brimming with confidence as he quietly looked at the assassin across from him. I am a magician. Throughout my many years as a performer, my favorite line has always been there are no failed magic tricks, only you who have fallen into a carefully orchestrated trap. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. The sixth shot, the final round of Russian roulette, the very last shot from the entire pistol, was a blank. The man in black looked utterly astonished, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The assassin stared blankly at Joe. 2 seconds later, he stammered, "Why, how could it's impossible? That was the last bullet. The probability of it firing was 100%, it was bound to hit." Joe, however, appeared perfectly calm as he casually tossed the pistol to him. Maybe the bullet jammed. Search, small tax prosperous already published announcement most, new chapter section. Maybe there was never a bullet in the gun to begin with. Maybe I performed a clever magic trick. In any case, the next shot is yours. Russian roulette, the 7th shot. The man in black took the pistol, his voice trembling. He aimed it at his own forehead and said fiercely, "Impossible. The organization never makes mistakes. There must be a bullet in the gun." Joe's tone was calm. "There is indeed a bullet in the gun, it's in this very round. If I'm not mistaken, you have to follow the rules of this testing ground, don't you? In any case, fire the shot. You have to fire it for me to get out." The man in black's trembling gradually subsided. He looked at Joe calmly. "You're smart, too smart. But showing your hand too early isn't a good thing. If you'd played the fool, you might have saved your life. But you've displayed qualities befitting your bloodline, so you must die." He pointed to the black skull on the back of his hand, then to the sky. "My superiors are watching this duel as well. They've surely only strengthened their resolve to eliminate you. If I die, the next assassin will arrive soon." Joe stared silently at the assassin, then looked up at the sky and said, "Sorry, I've never known how to hide my sharpness, nor do I see the need to. Go ahead and send more assassins. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all." The assassin hesitated for a moment, then finally pulled the trigger. Bang! The skull exploded, blood splattering all over the table. The Skull Council's assassin was dead. Text quickly appeared on the blackboard. Scan complete. Winner, Joe. Joe rose gracefully and bowed. Magic. A perfect finale. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the blood from his face. "You will now be teleported out of the exam room." Gradually, Joe's body turned into a speck of light and vanished. The next second, he was back beside the school's testing machine, stepping out of his helmet. This exam was actually pretty legit, he stretched, his pace slow and unhurried as he strolled out through the teleportation gate. That assassin was a bit of a drama queen, though. Talked way too much. Huh? Why are you all gathered here? Did you all finish the exam? All around Joe, countless pairs of eyes stared at him in stunned silence. Chen stepped up in front of him. Her expression was one of shock, her voice slightly hoarse. "The one you just killed was a Skull Council assassin. The Skull Council had never failed before you." Inside Joe's own home, he was replaying the events of the day in his mind. His magic show audience member, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor at ability school. She'd even dragged him into taking the Noble School entrance exam. And by a twist of fate, he had temporarily secured first place. There was nothing he could do about it after all. He was the only winner of the second round of testing. Since a death had occurred during the exam, the entire testing process had to be suspended. The originally scheduled third round of testing was postponed to 1 week after enrollment. Therefore, in theory, all the new students who participated in this round of testing were eligible for admission. Before Joe went home, Professor Chen repeatedly insisted on sending someone to escort him. But Joe refused. He didn't want a bunch of bodyguards trailing him. Having people swarm around him would feel like surveillance, and his movements would be constantly restricted. For 18 years, he had survived on his own, overcoming every difficulty and crisis by himself. He was more accustomed to going it alone. Joe took out the Joker card once more. After using the change probability ability, the card had transformed from the King of Clubs back into the Joker, awaiting the next activation of the ability. The ability, the Divine card, Noble Academy, and the assassin. He recalled the assassin's final words before dying. Don't you remember your parents? You have revealed qualities befitting your lineage. It has only strengthened their resolve to eliminate you. Why would someone want to kill him? Why did the assassin mention his parents? What exactly were his mother's last words before she died? The assassin's final words lingered in his mind. The next assassin will come soon. Joe didn't know how long soon would be. He only knew that he would be ready. The next day, Joe got up early in the morning, ready to head to school to register. On the way to school, countless expensive luxury cars sped past. Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. These expensive cars were all exclusive to the nobles. And only nobles possess divine cards and abilities. Could it be? Perhaps it is precisely because nobles are blessed with divine cards, and aided by their abilities, that they have become the elite in every field, amassing vast fortunes? And since commoners lack divine cards and are unaware of the existence of abilities, are they destined to be nothing more than beasts of burden for the nobles to exploit? This thought sent a chill down his spine. Wei Chu Xiao Shui Wang Karat Zui Karat Xan Zhang Jia Zhen Xan Kwa. Zhou remembered that 2 days ago, he had been mistakenly arrested by the police on the charge of using an ability in front of a commoner. So, the commoners were kept in the dark like livestock, completely unaware of the existence of abilities, left to be at the mercy of the nobles. Joe sighed. In just 2 short days, his worldview had been turned upside down. He had originally thought that this world he'd traveled to was no different from his original Earth, aside from the political system. But the appearance of divine cards, abilities, magic schools, skull council assassins, and other such elements forced Joe to admit that he still knew very little about this world. Joe clenched his fist. Fortunately, he had received a divine card on his 18th birthday, which had finally allowed him to glimpse the true nature of this world. As long as he could attend the divine card school, he would eventually become a noble himself. He focused his attention on getting to school. Last time he went to school, he had used Professor Chen's ability to teleport there instantly. Today, however, Joe had to make his own way. Since he couldn't teleport, he had no choice but to take the subway. The subway station at 8 a.m. was teeming with people and extremely crowded. Joe couldn't help but sigh. The vast majority of nobles owned private cars. In this world, the subway was generally for commoners or down on their luck minor nobles like Shang. White Horse Academy. Chao Xin Zhang Jie. More. Xan Karat Kai. The subway arrived, and people swarmed onto the train, jostling their way forward. Joe managed to squeeze onto the train with his agile body, only to find that all the seats were already taken. With no other choice, he had to stand and sway amidst the crowd. Ding dong, we arrived at East City Plaza Station. It was a large station, and some passengers began getting off one by one. Joe was going to the final stop, so he stayed put. Ah! In the crowded subway car, a soft body bumped into Joe. Sorry. A clear female voice came from behind him. Joe turned around. It was a girl with silver hair. Sunlight streamed through the train window, casting a delicate halo of light on her silver locks. The skin exposed above her black mask was fair, and her eyelashes cast butterfly wing-like shadows on her face. The girl was dressed simply yet elegantly, looking very neat and stylish. She appeared to be around Joe's age and was carrying a red backpack, suggesting she was also on her way to school. After apologizing, the girl closed her eyes slightly, avoiding Joe's gaze. Her silver hair was distinctive, and Joe immediately recognized who she was. The girl from yesterday, the one whose divine card was the Queen of Spades. Joe shifted his gaze to her wrist, a carved silver bracelet. A special symbol was engraved on the bracelet. This emblem resembled the medals on Zhuang Xingyao and Yi's chests, but was slightly different. It was a spade, with a long sword thrust through it. He recalled what Zhang had said. Zhuang Xingyou and Yi were both West University nobles, which is why they had such medals. This girl before him was also a West University noble. Zhou furrowed his brow. This kind of subway was usually only ridden by commoners, though occasionally some impoverished, down-on-their-luck minor nobles would take it as well. Why would she be cramming onto the subway too? Excuse me, Zhou tried to strike up a conversation. Boom! A violent tremor suddenly shook the subway car. Passengers looked around in all directions, murmuring in confusion, "What is going on? Is there an earthquake?" Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the subway car. A female passenger covered her mouth, pointing toward the end of the car, her voice trembling, "There's a monster on the train." Zhou looked in the direction she was pointing. In the last car of the subway train, a figure clad in black and wearing a hood stood motionless. At first glance, he looked like nothing more than a strangely dressed eccentric. However, protruding from the cuffs of his sleeves were not human hands, but dark, slimy, and slippery octopus tentacles. Slowly, the humanoid monster spoke. His voice was hollow and hoarse, "Resistors die. This has nothing to do with anyone else. I'm here to kill just one person." As he spoke, he slowly moved toward Zhou's location. "Hey, what are you doing? Cosplay?" A burly man with thick arms blocked his path. "This is a public place. Please maintain order." The monster stopped. He seemed to look up, scrutinizing the man's face closely. 2 seconds later, another hoarse voice rang out, "Not the target. Clear the obstacle." It suddenly extended a tentacle, raised it high, then lashed out with all its might, slapping the burly man across the face. The man looked incredibly tall and burly, yet when struck by the tentacle, he flew through the air as if he were a sheet of paper. A slimy squelching sound emanated from beneath the tentacled monster's black robe, and as the knocked-over hulk slammed into the train railing, the stainless steel tubes emitted a buzzing vibration. The man collapsed to the ground instantly, unconscious. With the obstacle cleared, the monster continued to move forward. The surrounding crowd gasped, scattering in all directions as they fled the train car in terror. Zhou didn't move. He noticed a skull painted on the monster's black clothing. And he realized that the silver-haired girl hadn't left either. It's a Skull Council killing machine. Generally speaking, they're pre-programmed with the characteristics of their killing targets, so they don't indiscriminately kill innocent people. So, that commoner man didn't die. The girl muttered to herself, but precisely because of that, these killing monsters are like machines. Their logic is extremely simple and rigid. Zhou sighed softly. He recalled yesterday's second newcomer assessment. That assassin had sworn that they would send more people to hunt Zhou down immediately. Seeing this tentacled monster, Zhou had already braced himself mentally, though he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Zhou sighed and murmured, "Humph, they must be here to kill me." The silver-haired girl muttered. She spoke to herself, inadvertently stealing Zhou's line. Zhou shot her a sidelong glance. "Hey, aren't you getting a little too full of yourself?" The girl didn't notice Zhou's look at all. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the tentacled monster. The next second, she instantly pulled out her divine card. It happened quickly, but Zhou still caught a glimpse of the design on it. A black queen. The Queen of Spades. The silver-haired girl muttered, "Although using a divine card in public is illegal, this is an emergency. I have no choice." She immediately chanted another spell, "Spade shatter 10,000 armies, Queen forge divine weapons." Instantly, a pistol materialized in her hand. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, she fired at the monster. The monster didn't dodge, taking the bullets head-on, but showed no signs of injury as it continued marching forward. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. She quickly shook her head and was about to step forward when she was suddenly stopped by an arm. It was Zhou reaching out. "Classmate, it's targeting me. Please don't go forward and make a needless sacrifice." Zhou stood in front of her and said softly. The girl looked him up and down, asking hesitantly, "Who are you?" Joe cleared his throat. Do you remember the only winner of the Russian roulette at mana level 43? Back then, there was a Skull Council assassin who wanted to kill an ordinary freshman. Carrot Cien you can carrot shu, gung, xin. Zue, Kwai the girl politely waited for him to finish. That's right. I'm the one from yesterday. Aya the monster let out a furious roar. Before Joe could finish his sentence, the monster suddenly sped up and charged toward the two of them. Sorry, we'll talk about this later. The girl instantly pushed his arm aside and stepped forward to meet it. Upon seeing the silver-haired girl, the tentacled monsteress gaze clearly locked onto her. Then, it emitted another hollow voice, target acquired. Ha! Hearing the monsteress words, Joe froze for a moment. Target detected? Is this girl really the tentacled monsteress target? Does your Skull Council plan to kill this many people at once? Joe froze in place, sensing the girl's exasperated gaze ahead of him, and felt a pang of embarrassment. Beep Divine Card Joker, ability trigger conditions met. Why did the Divine Card trigger? Joe clearly remembered what that high-pitched voice had said when he obtained the Joker Divine Card, ability, possesses the abilities of all other playing cards. Trigger condition, hidden. The ability's trigger condition had never been revealed. And now, for some unknown reason, the ability had activated. Randomly selecting a divine card ability, the voice was still high-pitched and very distinctive. Joe recalled that the owner of this voice had called himself the Joker God. Micro, interest Dontax King Carrot Most Carrot New Chapter Section Update New Fast. In this situation, drawing an ability with immense combat power was undoubtedly the better outcome. To be honest, Joe really hoped he would draw a cool and flashy combat type ability. That way, he could elegantly slay the monsters, save everyone on the train, and earn countless admiring glances. He stared intently at the divine card in his hand. Just like when he first obtained a divine card on the first day, Joe watched as his divine card flipped in the air, eventually transforming into the image of another card. The Seven of Hearts. Divine card, Seven of Hearts, ability, read anyone's inner thoughts. This divine card reverts to a joker after use. Ha! Mind reading? Could it be any less useful? Joe was at a loss for words. To put it bluntly, under these conditions with monsters attacking this ability was basically useless. Read anyone's inner thoughts. Whose thoughts was he supposed to read? The monsteress. Does that tentacle monster even count as a person? He quickly let it go, though. After all, the ability is drawn at random. It makes perfect sense that he didn't draw an ability suitable for the current situation. In the blink of an eye, the monster had darted toward the two of them. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability once more, instantly conjuring a long sword, and swung it forcefully at the monster. However, the tentacled monster reacted with lightning speed. It first raised a tentacle from its left side and swatted the longsword away. Before she could react, it raised a second tentacle from its right sleeve and stabbed toward the girl's body. The girl's body trembled slightly, seemingly giving up the struggle. She closed her eyes. At that moment, Joe took a few steps forward. Jian plus Shujun, more XAN most plus complete plus. Since the assassination target wasn't him, there was no need to worry. Even if he got this close, he should be fine. Click. Just as Joe passed by the monsteress side, the tentacled monsteress hand suddenly froze mid-air. It tilted its head slightly, and the hooded face turned toward Joe. Joe thought he saw the glowing eyes beneath the hood, staring intently at him. Joe blinked. Just go kill someone already. Why are you looking at me? The tentacled monsteress shriveled mouth opened again. Target acquired. Changing kill target. He spun around instantly, his eyes locked firmly on Joe. Wait, what? Wasn't that girl just your target? Why have I become the new one now? It extended a tentacle and lunged at Joe in an instant, moving so fast he had no time to react. Whoosh! The expected pain never came. The girl stood in the distance, her hand still in the motion of throwing something. She had produced a long knife from somewhere and hurled it at the tentacled monster, causing its attack to veer off course. Joe didn't know how to react for a moment. What are you standing there for? "Run!" the girl shouted from a distance. In the blink of an eye, one of the tentacle monster's arms seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds swinged toward Joe. Joe quickly jumped to the right. Thud! It missed his head by a hair's breadth. The tentacle monster moved swiftly, sprinting toward Joe to launch another attack. Joe, lying on the ground, rolled aside and dodged it once more. He darted left and right through the train car, causing the passengers to gasp in alarm. But the tentacled monster paid no attention to the other passengers, focusing solely on chasing Joe. "Big octopus, what did I ever do to you? Why does the Skull Council want to kill me?" Joe thought bitterly as he dodged left and right. Spades breaks through 10,000 armies, Princess forges divine weapons. The girl in the distance quickly drew her playing cards and shouted once more. Whoosh! This time, she conjured a spear and hurled it with all her might at the tentacled monster. The tentacled monster ducked to avoid it. The subway's glass shattered from the impact of the spear, and the passengers screamed. Joe finally had a moment to catch his breath. Divine card ability. From what Joe could tell, her ability seemed to allow her to conjure any weapon she desired without restriction. Compared to his own, this ability appeared far more suited for combat. However, he was no longer an ordinary person who knew nothing. He was a member of the Divine Card Academy and should learn to adapt to using his ability. Her Joker had already transformed into the Seven of Hearts. Although she didn't know if a mind-reading ability would be helpful in this situation, it was certainly better than not using one at all. Joe followed suit, holding her divine card. "Do I have to recite some weird poetic line too? Anyway, I'm going to use my divine card." In an instant, a strange sensation surged through Joe's heart. She felt mana flowing through her body. This sensation was exactly the same as when he used the King of Clubs in the exam hall last time. At the same moment, a genuine incantation flowed naturally from his lips, as if he'd known it all along. Heart sees 10,000 souls, 7 peers into true intent. He could feel the ability take effect instantly. Suddenly, everything before Joe's eyes seemed shrouded in a thin mist of blood. A chaotic and murky voice surged into Joe's mind. "Execute the kill. Follow orders, royal blood eradicate." Joe was slightly taken aback. Were these the inner thoughts of the tentacled monster? He recalled the words spoken by that girl earlier. This monster was a killing machine trained by the Skull Council, capable only of following orders. Eradicate the royal blood? Was that the killing order it had received? Royal blood, did that refer to royal lineage? Instantly, a theory formed in his mind. The tentacled monster still hadn't stopped its attack. Joe used his agile movements to dart left and right, dodging the creature's two octopus-like arms. Thud! His back slammed into the subway railing, the cold metal sending a shiver down his spine. Joe had finally created some distance between himself and the tentacled monster. But that deep, dark, guttural voice sounded again. "Royal blood, erase. Distance too great, changing target." The monster's tentacles instantly retracted. Instead, they lunged toward the silver-haired girl. The girl startled and leaped backward, creating distance. The moment the distance widened, Joe heard the monster's inner thoughts again. And they sounded exactly like the voice from before. "Distance too great, changing target." In the blink of an eye, the tentacle monster's attack came crashing toward Joe once more. Could it be? Joe seemed to vaguely grasp the monster's attack pattern. Judging by the tentacle monster's inner thoughts, as long as the distance is too great, this creature will switch to attacking someone else. 61. Bank book web plus overgrown wrong content carrot inside? And on both occasions, the monster had completely ignored all the other passengers on the train, attacking only himself and the silver-haired girl. The only ones on the entire train who fit its killing criteria seemed to be just the two of them? And if one of them moved away, would it switch to attacking the other? Just now, when the tentacled monster was about to kill the girl, Joe had inadvertently taken a step forward. So the monster tossed the girl aside and turned to attack Joe. Joe came up with a theory. The monster could only kill one person, so it would only attack the one of the two who was closer to it. Verifying this idea was simple. Joe looked up and shouted at the silver-haired girl, "Run toward me." "What?" The silver-haired girl froze. "Trust me." The silver-haired girl looked him up and down, weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately obeyed Joe's command, sprinting toward him. Changing attack target. The tentacled monster abandoned Joe and turned back to attack the girl. "Stop!" Joe shouted quickly. The silver-haired girl cooperated fully and stopped decisively in her tracks. Joe immediately shifted his feet and ran toward the monster as well. As Joe closed the distance. Changing attack target. The monster retracted the tentacle it had extended toward the silver-haired girl and reached out toward Joe instead. Jing Wuxiao, Shui plus Wang Gung Xian Carat Chow, Kai, just as I thought. This monster likely lacks the ability to make independent judgments. Its logic is very simple. 1. It will only attack one of Joe or the silver-haired girl. 2. It will only choose the one closest to it as its target. Given that, the way to break the deadlock is quite obvious. Unexpectedly, the mind-reading ability, which seemed useless in this situation, ended up playing an unexpected role. There are no useless magic props, only unreliable magicians. Joe muttered. Who says offensive abilities are stronger in a situation like this? In the hands of a skilled magician, even rotten wood can bloom into flowers. Joe shook off his earlier panic and became utterly calm. He took a step back with ease, his movements elegant and composed. At that moment, the silver-haired girl, the tentacle monster, and Joe were lined up in a straight line along the train. Moreover, the distance between the two of them and the tentacle monster was exactly the same. In an instant, the monster froze in place. To an outsider, it looked as though Joe's half-step back had pinned the tentacle monster to the spot. But Joe, of course, knew the real reason. He curled the corners of his mouth, quietly listening to the monster's thoughts. Anomaly. Equal distance between the two. The monster's logic was simple, it would only attack the person closer to it. But if the two were at an equal distance, it would throw its judgment into chaos. This was the true way to break the deadlock. Tu Ba Kan Shu plus Wang Zhuazui Nu Zhang, section. The girl froze for a moment. She looked at the monster, which remained motionless, then turned to Joe, casting him a look of disbelief. Since the girl couldn't hear the tentacle monster's thoughts, she was naturally astonished that Joe could so easily pin the monster in place. But the very next second the tentacle monster extended both arms simultaneously, lunging at them both. Simultaneous attack. The monster's voice was gruff and deep, seeming to rise several octaves. So you're not stupid after all. Joe muttered. Joe was not at all surprised by the tentacled monster's move. On the contrary, if the tentacled monster were foolish enough to abandon its attack and just stand there, Joe would have questioned the intelligence of the Skull Council assassins. Joe quickly called out to the girl, "Step back. The two of us need to retreat while maintaining the same distance from it." The silver-haired girl couldn't hear the monster's thoughts, so naturally, she couldn't grasp its attack pattern. Therefore, she had no idea why Joe was giving such an order. But she saw that Joe could immobilize such a monster with just a single small step backward, and she had already come to trust his abilities. So she obediently followed his instructions. The silver-haired girl moved with grace, leaping to the side wall of the train to dodge the tentacle's attack. Then she retreated at a rapid pace. Joe also retreated with remarkable speed, darting backward as if flying, leaving only a black afterimage visible to those around him. The two moved in perfect sync, maintaining an exact distance between them throughout the process, preventing the tentacled monster from focusing its attack on a single target. When they had retreated a certain distance, snap! The tentacles stretched to their limit. At that moment, this was the scene inside the train car. In the middle of the car stood a tentacled monster. It extended a tentacle to each side, intending to attack both young people simultaneously. But alas, the tentacle's reach was limited, so it was pinned in the middle. Its two tentacles stretched to their limits to the left and right, yet couldn't reach a single person. This monster's brain is too slow. Joe crouched slightly and picked up an iron bar lying on the floor. This bar was a train railing that the tentacled monster had knocked loose during the earlier clash. He weighed it in his hands and decided it would work well. The next second, he held the rod vertically, aimed it at the tentacle, and thrust it down with all his might. With that single strike, Joe instantly pinned the tentacle to the ground. The tentacle struggled, but it was pinned in place by the rod and couldn't move. The silver-haired girl stared blankly at Joe's actions, unsure why he was doing this. Joe noticed her puzzled expression. "If you don't understand, just do as I do." The silver-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She activated her ability, conjuring a spear, and mimicked Joe's movements, thrusting it downward with precision. The tentacles writhed violently as the spear pinned them to the ground. Now, the tentacle monster's two arms were completely immobilized. "Please join me in moving toward the center, or keep the same distance," Joe said softly. The silver-haired girl across from him nodded as well. The two moved in perfect sync, slowly approaching the tentacle monster in unison. Since they were at the same distance, the tentacled monster couldn't focus its attack on just one person. So, it could only maneuver its tentacles to attack both at the same time. But, its tentacles had long been pinned to the ground by the two iron rods, held fast. This was the purpose behind Joe driving its tentacles into the ground. The two reached him safely. Royal blood. Erased. Error. Both targets are at the same distance. The monster's inner voice continued to sizzle. He wanted to attack them with all his might, but his tentacles were firmly pinned to the ground by the two stakes. So he could only writhe and struggle in place. Joe stared intently at the skull pattern on the monster's clothing, his expression darkening. "I told you, go ahead and send more assassins. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all." A cold gleam flashed. Joe drew a short sword from his pocket, raised it, and with a swift, clean stroke, slit the monster's throat. Amid the blood mist as the monster's head shattered, a red glow slowly swirled in Joe's pupils before fading away. The monster's noise-like inner voice vanished as well. The ability's effect had faded, signifying that this abomination was completely dead. Joe stretched again, casually cracking his neck. It was as if he hadn't just killed someone, but had just woken up from a nap. The silver-haired girl looked at Joe, hesitating to speak. "Ask whatever you want," Joe said softly. "How did you do that?" She blinked in confusion, her voice cool and crisp. "Carrot Bank, Bookroom .dot Novel Web Plus, Update New Most Fast Carrot Do What?" The silver-haired girl looked astonished. "Freeze that monster in place." She continued hesitantly, "Generally speaking, certain divine cards have the ability to immobilize people. But I only saw you take a step back, and then the monster suddenly stopped moving. During that whole process, I didn't see you use a divine card." Joe didn't want to reveal that he used the Seven of Hearts divine card after all. During yesterday's bloodline assessment, his divine card had been the King of Clubs. Normally, a person should only possess one divine card. I don't know either. I guess it was so stunned by my good looks that it froze in place." He deliberately cracked a joke, hoping to divert her attention and make her overlook the issue. She seemed to see through Joe's intentions. Smiling slightly, she said with great understanding, "Never mind. I shouldn't have asked. Hello, my name is Sue. Thank you for saving me." The girl gave a slight noble curtsy, her posture standard, elegant, and dignified. Joe pulled out a tissue and silently wiped the blood from his face. "You're welcome. My name is Joe." Sue's expression shifted. "Joe? Are you the one from yesterday, the commoner with 43 mana points who killed the Skull Council assassin?" Joe nodded silently, then asked in return, "You must be the freshman with the divine card of the Queen of Spades from yesterday. I saw you use your ability." "So, the Queen of Spades ability is summoning weapons without restriction?" Joe had a good memory among yesterday's incoming class. She was the only one with striking silver hair. "Xian Yu Carrot can plus Shu Wang Juezua Xin Zhang Yu?" Sue made no attempt to hide it and admitted frankly, "That's right, it's a combat-type ability. But I can only conjure weapons I'm skilled with." Joe gave a wry smile. "By the way, we just used a divine card in front of a commoner and even killed someone." Won't the school expel us? He still remembered the night of his 18th birthday, when he performed a spectacular magic trick and was mistaken for an awakener by the police. At the time, the police were extremely harsh on him and even mentioned the death penalty. Sue shook her head. That man was a killing machine affiliated with the Skull Council. They've lost all humanity. They only obey their trainers' orders to kill, automatically seeking out and eliminating targets that meet the criteria. He isn't human. Using an ability in front of him counts as a special circumstance. The law grants immunity in such cases. Besides, I'll put in a good word with my father. You don't need to worry. Father. Upon hearing that word, Joe understood. Sure enough, she was a noble lady, from a family of power and influence. Moreover, based on the tentacled monster's earlier instructions, Joe had long suspected this girl's true identity. So, as a noble, why are you riding the subway? Joe finally asked the question that had intrigued him from the start. She smiled and said, "You don't really think I'm the kind of snobby noble lady, do you? Actually, I've always believed we should bridge the gap between nobles and commoners, so society treats everyone equally. So, I came today to experience what it's like to rush for the subway, to lead by example." Then she sighed, "But I never expected this would attract an assassin from the Skull Council." Ka carrot sha shua wang? Neon Fei plus Yufu. Given the monstrous behavior, his orders must have been, kill all nobles. Joe raised his head, "But I'm not a noble." She chuckled softly, "No need to hide it. Though everyone says you're of commoner birth, with your mana level being so high, you can only be a high noble. Also, that dagger of yours is clearly a noble-s item." Dagger? Joe looked at her right hand. She was still gently holding the dagger that had killed the monster, its tip still dripping slightly with blood. "This dagger is exquisitely crafted," Sue praised. Joe still shook her head. "This dagger was left to me by my parents. I'm certain they were both commoners. As for why I have mana and was even granted a divine card, it's just an exception, I suppose." Sue lowered his head and thought, "If you really are a commoner, then what orders did the Skull Council monsters receive? To kill all the students at the Divine Card School?" Joe didn't respond. He recalled the tentacled monsteress in her voice. "Royal blood. Erase. We're here." The subway pulled slowly into the station. After stepping onto the platform, they spotted the spire of one of the school's buildings in the distance. The place was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. "Joe, I have to go now. Thanks again for helping me on the train. I owe you one, and I'll repay you someday." "Yeah, goodbye." Joe bid her farewell. To be honest, Joe had a pretty good first impression of this girl named Sue. Even though she was a noble lady, she actually took the subway to school. And she didn't seem to have any of the typical noble airs about her. She was very polite. Joe thought of Yi. Yi wore his family crest high on his chest, his nose in the air, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was a noble. They were both nobles, yet the difference was quite stark. "Wow, Joe, you're finally here." Someone slapped him hard on the back. Zhang chuckled. "How is it going? Nervous? Excited? The freshman orientation ceremony is about to start." All the freshmen were bustling about, crammed into the grand auditorium of Divine Card Academy. Every student was excitedly chatting with one another and taking in the auditorium's decorations. At the front of the auditorium was a large stage, bathed in dazzling lights. Below the stage were rows of seats, already filled with freshmen. Joe and Zhang found a spot toward the back and sat down. "Hey, I just heard someone up front say the king's daughter is enrolling this year too. I wonder what the princess looks like. Being from the royal family, she probably isn't too shabby. We'll be classmates from now on. Who knows, maybe I'll end up having a little romance with the princess, hee hee hee." Zhang had already started daydreaming. Joe, however, wasn't as excited as Zhang. He just chimed in half-heartedly, "Since she is a princess, she is bound to be arrogant. Would she even look at a lowly noble like you?" They continued chatting about trivial matters. The orientation ceremony began. A senior student took the stage and recited in flawless Mandarin, "Teachers and students, welcome to Divine Card Academy. Now, the opening ceremony officially begins. Please welcome the principal to the stage for his address." After finishing, the senior host stepped down. The freshmen were thrilled, all waiting for the principal to make an appearance. But as the minutes ticked by, no one came up to the stage. Everyone looked at each other curiously, and the whispers in the audience grew louder. Ahem, it seems the principal has been delayed by some matter. Let us skip this segment for now. From the audience, a young female professor stood up and took control of the situation. Seeing her red outfit, Joe immediately recognized her as Professor Chen. First, let us invite the freshman representative to the stage to give a speech. With that, Professor Chen was the first to clap. The students below erupted into a thunderous round of applause. Traditionally, this honor goes to someone from the noble family. This year, I bet it's that young master from the Yi family, right? Hey, didn't you hear? The royal princess is enrolling this year. It's definitely her. Joe overheard the chatter nearby. Amid the applause, a striking figure slowly made her way to the stage. Whoa, all the freshmen' eyes were instantly drawn to her. A young woman in a flowing gown, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, graced the stage with grace. Exquisitely elegant, she walked slowly toward the microphone in her high heels. Joe, look! A goddess has descended from the heavens. Zhang, standing next to him, was practically drooling. Joe didn't respond right away. His gaze fell on the girl's left wrist. On her fair, delicate wrist was a silver bracelet. She spoke, her voice clear and bright. "Hello everyone, I'm Sue." Her voice is so beautiful too. Zhang Jian was about to jump up and scream. Sue stood tall, her diction clear. "It is an honor to be here as the freshman representative to give this speech. Most of you probably know me, but what I want to say is I don't want you to treat me like some high and mighty princess. I want you to see me as just another student." Zhang froze in place. So she is the princess herself. No wonder she is so gorgeous. Joe covered her face with one hand, pretending not to know the boy next to her. Sue continued her speech, but most of it was standard, formal speech material. Only one sentence left an impression on Joe, and it was something she had said before. "I hope that in the future, there will no longer be a gap between nobles and commoners." As a princess, she chose to take the subway to school just like a commoner. It seemed this was her true conviction. That concludes my speech. Thank you all. She set down the microphone, stepped off the stage, and walked toward the audience. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. But most people weren't clapping because they truly absorbed her speech. It was simply because she was a princess. Hey, 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 the princess is walking toward the audience. Zhang whispered, shaking Joe's arm. Duh, she is a freshman too. Where else would she sit if not in the audience? Joe brushed his hand away, urging him to act normal. Sue walked slowly, her eyes scanning for an empty seat. The vast majority of people were watching her, their gazes following her every move. There were empty seats right next to some students. RWZ plus WW. NET, but after all, she was a princess. Even if she didn't act like one, she naturally exuded an air of superiority that made it hard for anyone to muster the courage to invite her. As Sue passed a certain row, a figure suddenly stood up. Joe frowned. Expensive clothes, a defiant expression, and the square noble medal on his chest. It was Yi. He bowed slightly, leaning forward to offer Sue a hand. "If your highness doesn't mind, you're welcome to sit here." There was an empty seat right next to him. But Sue merely curtsied and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Then she walked past that row. He froze awkwardly for a moment before sitting back down. Zhang couldn't help but cheer inwardly. This is the first time I've seen a young master from the Yi family get put in his place. To dare refuse Yi's invitation. If it were an ordinary person, they'd be in big trouble. But her highness is of royal blood. With her doing this, Yi wouldn't dare make a peep. Zhang chuckled and turned to Zhou. Hey, tell me there's an empty seat next to us too. Do you think the princess might come sit with us? Joe was at a loss for words. She can sit wherever she likes. Why are you worrying so much about it? Suddenly, Sue stopped right in Joe's row. Her gaze drifted toward Joe. She had clearly recognized him. Hey, Joe. The princess is looking this way. Is she looking at me? Zhang immediately sat up straight. I hope Her Highness really does sit next to us. As if she heard his thoughts, Sue actually started walking in their direction. Excuse me, is this seat taken? She asked Joe in a low voice. No one's sitting here. You can sit down. Joe replied casually. Thank you. She sat down immediately. The students around them let out a collective gasp, and whispers filled the air. Sue seemed oblivious to the commotion and struck up a conversation. I was backstage earlier and saw your results from the first 2 rounds of testing. You ranked first among all freshmen in both. Joe smiled slightly and said modestly, it was just luck. There was an unexpected glitch during the second round of the aptitude assessment, and the test was interrupted. I was the only one who completed it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been first. Sue smiled as well. You don't need to be modest. Your performance on the subway convinced me that even if the exam had proceeded normally, you would have achieved excellent results. If you weren't from a commoner background, you'd probably have been selected as the student representative and you'd be the one speaking on stage right now. Before Joe could respond, Zhang let out a startled gasp. His gaze darted from Joe to the princess, then back to Joe, his expression one of utter astonishment. Joe and Sue looked at Zhang in confusion at the same time. What's wrong? WH what? Joe, you know the princess? Zhang asked in a hushed voice. Sue looked up at Zhang and smiled politely. Joe, is this your friend? Joe really didn't want to admit it, but he introduced them anyway. Sue, this is Zhang, a friend I met when I first enrolled. Zhang, this is Sue. We met before. Sue added, Joe saved my life. He is my savior. Zhang stared at Joe intently. Joe just smiled. By the way, Your Highness, why did you choose to sit here? Zhang suddenly asked. Sue looked toward the front of the hall and said softly, where do you think I should be sitting, then? Zhang scratched his head. Our seats are in the back. Most of the people sitting here are minor nobles. When he invited you just now, I thought you'd go sit over in the major nobles section. But you completely ignored him. That was a bit surprising. Joe and Sue answered in unison, not surprising at all. Sue, she turned to look at him. Oh? Do you know what I'm thinking? Joe replied calmly, it's just a superficial analysis. As a princess, you actually wrapped yourself up tightly when you went to school and chose to take the subway. Just now when you were speaking, you said you hoped everyone wouldn't treat you like a princess. And at the end, you said you hoped nobles and commoners could coexist. All of this suggests you don't really want to be seen as some high and mighty noble lady. So, rather than the seating area for high-ranking nobles, you'd rather come to the regular seating area where the lower-ranking nobles gather. And I'm probably the only person you know in this section, and there just happened to be an empty seat next to me. So, it's no surprise at all that you chose to sit next to me. Sue froze. 2 seconds later, she laughed. If I didn't know you were the Spade King Divine card, I'd almost suspect you had a Hearts-type ability. You've read my mind completely. Joe looked at her. So, are there mind-reading abilities among the Hearts Divine cards? Joe had already triggered the ability of the 7 of Hearts once, so he naturally knew. But to maintain his cover and to gather more intelligence, he asked the question anyway. Sue nodded. Of course. As everyone knows, Hearts Divine card abilities are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, mind control, hypnosis, memory modification. Oh right, you're so exceptional, I always forget you're a commoner. She smiled wryly. You don't know much about these things yet, do you? If you're having trouble adjusting here, feel free to ask me anytime. I can help. Please don't be so formal. After all, you saved my life. I'm the one who needs to find a way to repay you. Joe smiled back. So, did you really sneak out to ride the subway? Sue sighed. Yeah. I finally managed to shake off a whole bunch of bodyguards. I just wanted to experience riding public transportation, but I never expected to run into an assassin. I'm sorry for the trouble caused to the passengers. The government will properly compensate the injured commoners." Seeing Sue's slightly guilty expression, Joe thought to himself that she had actually attracted the assassin. It wasn't her fault, but he just smiled slightly and said nothing. At that moment, Professor Chen slowly walked onto the stage and addressed the microphone. "Everyone, please quiet down. I am Professor Chen, and I'm also the head of the first-year department. The principal himself is unable to attend due to prior commitments. So, I'll be here to introduce the school on his behalf." Professor Chen continued from the stage. "First of all, the school holds the Elite Cup every year in the middle of the semester. This is a large-scale, school-wide competition organized by student clubs. If any freshmen wish to participate, please consult the presidents of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you've already met 2 of them during the first 2 rounds of the entrance assessment." Joe lowered his head in thought. During the freshman assessment, 2 upperclassmen had indeed invited him to join a student club. One was a tall senior with a slightly tanned complexion, Li Hanfeng, and the other was a short-haired senior who seemed a bit aloof, Zhuang Xingyao. Professor Chen continued. "Second, prior to enrollment, it is customary to conduct 3 rounds of admission assessments. However, due to certain unforeseeable circumstances, we were only able to complete the second round before it was interrupted." At this point, Professor Chen paused for a few seconds. Joe sensed her smiling at him and blinked. Therefore, the most crucial third round of assessments, the evaluation trial, will be held 1 week after enrollment. This assessment is solely for ranking the incoming freshman's abilities. No student will be eliminated. Additionally, the top scorer of the evaluation trial will be rewarded with a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the entire auditorium erupted. Some students began heated discussions. "A divine relic? For us? Wait, what's a divine relic? Holy crap, if I could sell one of those, I'd be set for life. Is that all you've got? How can a divine relic be measured in money? So what exactly is a divine relic? I heard it's a sacred artifact left behind by the gods of poker from ancient times, imbued with incredibly powerful energy. So what the heck is this thing even for?" A small group of students discussed it fervently, while most still looked on with confusion. Snippets of the conversation reached Joe's ears, and he whispered, "Zhang, do you know what a divine relic is?" He had expected Zhang to once again scold him for his limited knowledge of this world, but to his surprise Zhang shook his head, looking just as puzzled. "This is the first I've heard of it, too." Sue, standing nearby, sighed. "It's normal that you don't know about it. The rarity of divine relics surpasses even that of your Spade's divine card. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures." Joe looked at the princess. "Like what, for example?" "For example, a blade that kills with a single strike, a clock that can reverse time and space, a gem that brings the dead back to life, but these are just legends. Very few have seen them with their own eyes. However, if the professor says so, then it must be true. White Horse Academy free, boiling you plus foe, and the school actually has one. I never expected that this year, the school would actually use a divine relic as the reward for the champion of the entrance exam." Sue suddenly looked him in the eye. "Oh Joe, do you want to compete for that treasure?" She asked this out of the blue. "Why are you asking me that?" Joe couldn't help but be taken aback. "I just feel that if you want to win, you're bound to be the winner. But I'm just a commoner. I don't know how to do anything." "It doesn't matter what you know how to do. Mana level is raw power. Your 43 mana points are already higher than many upperclassmen." Joe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he answered, "Yes, I want to get that artifact." Joe's gaze fell on the noble section in the front row. There, Yu was boasting to the other noble offspring, claiming he was certain to win the championship and claim that divine relic. "Ahem, I know everyone is very interested in the divine relic. But the third thing I'm about to announce is the real highlight." Professor Chen said with a smile, "Those who demonstrate exceptional performance at the end of the semester will be granted the qualification for divine card ascension. What? At that moment, the entire hall erupted. Zhang couldn't help but wave his hands excitedly. Divine card ascension, that's the dream so many people have been longing for. Even Su, who was usually reserved and composed, leaned forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Only Zhou remained completely unfazed. It wasn't that he didn't want divine card ascension, it was just that he had absolutely no idea what divine card ascension was for. Ahem. Zhou lowered his voice. Your Highness, could you explain to me what divine card ascension is? Su paused for a moment, then smiled. Of course. After all, I promised you that if there is anything in this world you don't understand, you can ask me. She continued slowly, if divine relics give humans a chance to connect with the gods, then divine card ascension allows one to leap through the ranks from a low-tier noble to a high-tier noble, a Western great noble, a king, or even a god. Everyone possesses mana within them. When one's mana reaches a certain level, at the age of 18, they receive an ability artifact bestowed by the gods, the divine card. However, the strength of a divine card is not fixed, its ability can be upgraded. This process is known as divine card ascension. The rank of a divine card determines an individual's overall physical capabilities and the strength of their ability, which ultimately translates into social status. Zhou pressed further, specifically? Su lowered his voice, if you can ascend your divine card to the next rank, you will personally receive an investiture from His Majesty my father. You will no longer be a commoner, but one of the nobles. Zhou will be a new noble surname. You will also receive a gift from my father, a small business. And if you can elevate your divine card to the highest level, you will ascend to become a new deity. It is said that in the entire history of Dragon Kingdom, only one person has ever achieved this. After hearing this, Zhou silently ran his fingers over his Joker divine card in his pocket. He was fed up with the hardships of life as a commoner. He had fantasized countless times about possessing a noble surname, status, and wealth. And now, everything was possible. He could even realize his dream of one day ascending to become a deity. Divine card ascension. At that moment, Zhou felt an overwhelming urgency to learn more about this world, acquire knowledge about divine cards, and enhance his own strength. The orientation ceremony is now over. Thank you, everyone. On stage, Director Chen concluded his speech. The students gathered in small groups, stood up, and began leaving the hall one after another. Let us go to the dorms. I wonder what the school dorms are like. Zhang was very excited. They left the hall. Su was heading to the girls' dorms, so she parted ways with the two of them part way. Zhou and Zhang headed toward the boys' dormitory area together. Wait a minute, are you Zhou? A boyish voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou turned and saw a lavishly dressed boy. He was surrounded by countless noble students, and the diamond-shaped medal on his chest glinted brightly. Zhou recognized him, it was Yi. Zhou told Zhang to go ahead and head back, then turned to say, yes, what do you want? Yi tilted his head back, a commoner with a mana level of 43 that really takes me by surprise. I always thought low-born minor nobles and first-tier commoners were all useless. He grinned, his voice laced with sarcasm. Yi's entourage erupted into laughter. Zhou frowned. Just get to the point. What do you want? Yi snorted. Actually, I never speak to commoners in the first place. I find them filthy and unworthy. When I recruit henchmen, I never even consider anyone below a mid-tier noble. But your performance when you enrolled wasn't half bad. I don't mean anything by it, it's just the evaluation trial is in 7 days. This year's test is different from usual. The champion will receive a divine relic. I want to be the champion, and I can't do it without a good sidekick. A great figure who wants to accomplish great things always needs many subordinates. You understand what I mean, right? Zhou said coldly, thank you for your kindness. I wholeheartedly agree with this saying. A great leader who wants to accomplish great things must always have many followers. But you're not qualified to be my follower. Zhou turned around and walked straight out. The surrounding students were taken aback for a moment, but once they understood the meaning behind Zhou's words, they all applauded enthusiastically. Yi's mouth dropped open. He felt humiliated. Standing in the center of the hall, he shouted viciously at Joe's retreating back, "Smooth talk doesn't mean you've got real skills. At the evaluation trial, in 7 days, I'm going to win the championship. When I get my hands on the divine relic, I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick my shoes." Back in the dorm. Fantasy Princess published Xin Zhang screenshot. "Hey, Joe, do you really need to study this hard?" Zhang lay on the top bunk, yawning. "You're not actually taking Yi's threats seriously, are you?" Joe didn't look up, instead flipping through his textbook. "Zhang, you've got it wrong. I've never considered Yi a worthy opponent. I'm working hard for myself. It's because I want to get my hands on that divine relic." Zhang let out a long sigh. "It's not that I'm afraid of a genius's natural talent, it's that I'm afraid of a genius who works harder than we do." Joe didn't respond, simply continuing to flip through the book on his own. He knew far too little about this world and had to cram on the theoretical knowledge it might come in handy during the comprehensive test in 7 days. And this textbook, titled Fundamentals of Divine Card Abilities, provided a clear and detailed introduction to divine cards. There are 52 types of divine cards in the world. 4 suits, 13 ranks. Divine cards of different suits possess different types of abilities. Spades specialize in physical strength, hearts control the mind, diamonds create change, and clubs disrupt causality. Spade-type divine cards are all related to combat. Heart-type divine cards are all connected to the spiritual realm. Diamond divine cards mostly involve the creation and transformation of objects. Meanwhile, the spade divine cards, the rarest in the Dragon Kingdom, possess conceptual abilities related to causality. This piece of knowledge is actually quite easy to remember. Joe considered his memory to be better than anyone else's. This was because he excelled at associative memory. He would link difficult concepts to things he was already familiar with. The shape of a spade resembles a short sword, yet also a shield. Search, small tax king update new, most carat complete? So it's related to martial power. Hearts, needless to say, represent the heart. Abilities concerning the mind. Diamonds can be associated with bricks and cornerstones, they relate to creation and transformation. As for clubs, Joe thought of his own club king, which had successfully altered probability once, and probability is a concept rooted in causality. Joe couldn't help but reflect once more on all the divine cards he had encountered so far. The Spade Queen belongs to Sue. Her ability is to conjure an infinite number of weapons, making it a combat-type ability. The Heart 7, which he had once used on the subway, has the ability to read minds, making it a psychic-type ability. The Two of Diamonds, owned by a short, stocky police officer, has the ability to cut objects in half. It's considered a transformation-type ability. The Five of Diamonds, Professor Chen's divine card, seems to have the ability to teleport instantly, shifting one's own position, also a transformation-type ability. The King of Clubs, the first ability he ever used. Its function is to alter the probability of events. An ability based on the laws of causality. "Hey!" Zhang suddenly shouted from the bed, interrupting Joe's train of thought. Joe had been in the middle of studying and was thoroughly annoyed by the sudden disturbance. "What are you yelling about?" Joe snapped. "Check out the pinned post on the school network." "I'm not looking. I'm studying." Joe silently turned another page of his book. Zhang sighed and read the title of the pinned post aloud, "Big Bet. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? The winner splits 50,000 dragon coins." The poster was an unknown upperclassman. He had launched a bounty poll. The names of all 1,500 freshmen were listed. And naturally, the one leading the poll by a wide margin was Sue, the princess of the royal Sue family. So far, over 600 upperclassmen had voted for her. In second place was Yi, the eldest son of the Yi family. He had over 400 votes, all from upperclassmen as well. As for third place and beyond, the vote count plummeted dramatically. "Hey, bro, you've got over 50 votes." Zhang looked excitedly at Joe's name, which was ranked around 500th. Not a single upperclassman had voted for Joe. Every single vote came from first-year freshmen. Let me see where my name is. Zhang kept scrolling until he finally found his name near the very bottom. 3 votes. That's pretty pathetic. No way, I'm gonna vote for myself. The comments section was filled with countless discussions. As everyone knows, the Su royal family is a renowned spade-type ability clan. This combat ability is a powerhouse in the freshman trials. The Yi family is also very powerful, the first major family beneath the royal clan. They control the economic lifeline of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Don't underestimate the money ability. Who is this Zhou guy? Zhou? Is there even a family by that name? Why are all the freshmen voting for him? Has he accomplished anything? I heard he comes from a commoner background? How did a commoner even get into Divine Card School? Just then, a senior girl with the ID Xinyao suddenly posted, "I'm voting for Zhou." In an instant, the campus forum fell silent. Xinyao was the ID of Zhuang Xingyao, the chairperson of the Red Heart Club. Usually quiet, she rarely participated in such discussions, yet she had made an exception, betting that this unknown commoner could become the champion of the freshman assessment. How could I miss out on such a lively event? I'm voting for Zhou too. A senior student with the ID eating a peach is so refreshing also posted. Li Hanfeng, someone exclaimed in the comments. Li Hanfeng, the president of the Black Blade Club student clubs, were usually at odds with one another, yet this time, the two presidents had, unusually, reached a consensus. This vote quickly sparked a wave of follow-up support from other students. Zhou's vote count soared by nearly 50 in no time, instantly propelling him into the top 100. After all, even though Li Hanfeng usually seemed like a slacker, he was, after all, the champion of last year's freshman assessment. A championess judgment surely couldn't be wrong. Who exactly is this Zhou guy? He is pretty handsome, though. The freshman assessment isn't a beauty pageant. What's the point? Soon, someone dug up all of Zhou's background information. Zhou, born a commoner. Before turning 18, he was an internet celebrity streamer who specialized in magic. In the first round of the Bloodline assessment, he was rated at mana level 43, with a divine card of the King of Clubs. In the second round, the Aptitude assessment, the exam was interrupted due to an accident. After Zhou took down a Skull Council assassin, he became the sole victor among all the new students. An eerie silence fell. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou's vote count skyrocketed. It quickly surpassed 200 votes, instantly propelling him to third place on the overall leaderboard. Zhou, why don't you cast a vote for yourself too? Zhang waved his phone and called out to Zhou, who was sitting at the table. No interest. Zhou was still studying his divine card. There's money to be made. Click. Zhou immediately put down his book and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. Who wouldn't want to make money? After opening the post, Zhou immediately spotted his name. Ranked third, that's a bit high. Zhou furrowed his brow as he spotted the words, split 50,000 yuan. Since it was a split, naturally, the fewer voters, the better. But the Divine Card School's intelligence network was no joke. His performance in the first 2 rounds of freshman assessments had actually been completely dug up. Whatever, as long as there's money to be made. Zhou, without a second thought, Zhou clicked his own avatar to cast a vote. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was almost time for the third round of testing. At that moment, all the freshmen gathered on the lawn in front of the school's main library. In front of each of them sat a computer identical to the one used in the second round, complete with a headset. Zhou had slept soundly the night before and was full of energy as he prepared for the exam. Zhang, sitting next to him, looked a bit listless, yawning. In front of all the students, a senior student walked slowly toward them. He was thin, dressed very simply, and his face was pale, almost sickly. The moment Zhang saw the senior, he perked up instantly. It's Senior Lu Yingming. They say he comes from an obscure little noble, but his grades are excellent, and he has exceptional control over his ability. Right. I also heard he is the president of the Diamond Club, one of the 3 major student societies. He is on par with Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. I knew it. I heard that for the three major tests in the annual freshman assessment, the presidents of these three student societies always serve as examiners. Joe overheard the students whispering nearby. Senior Lu Yingming spoke in a very calm, measured tone. This test is the third round of the freshman entrance assessment, the evaluation trial, which comprehensively tests students' physical fitness, intelligence, decision-making ability, adaptability, and other overall competencies. It also strives to simulate real-world scenarios. The evaluation trial is the most important assessment in the freshman screening. It is also the longest assessment. The evaluation trial is divided into 3 phases, lasting a total of 1 week, with each phase interconnected. What is about to begin is the first phase of the evaluation trial. This phase primarily lays the foundation for the remaining 2 phases. Those who succeed in this phase will gain a head start in the evaluation trial. Now, let me explain the details of Phase 1. Joe listened intently, not missing a single word. He had to win. In Dragon Nation Society, there are 3 major classes: Monarch, Noble, and Commoner. The first phase of this test is called Title Contest. All 1,500 students must strive to earn as many points as possible in this competition. Hong Tae. Xiao Carat Shui Wang Carat. Has released. Drunk Salary Chapter. The top 3 scorers will receive the Monarch title, and the top 500 will receive the Noble title. The remaining 1,000 will only be granted the Commoner title. The higher the title, the greater the advantage you'll have in the subsequent 2 stages of the test. The methods for earning points will not be disclosed before the test begins. You must discover them on your own. Now, the competition begins. Please take your seats in front of the teleporters and put on your helmets. Amidst a scattered murmur, all 1,500 students put on their helmets. I've heard that some students performed exceptionally well in the first 2 rounds of testing. I look forward to an even more impressive performance from this student. Was it a hallucination? For a split second, Joe thought Senior Lu Yingming had glanced his way. Lu Yingming pressed a button at the very front, and in the next instant all the students vanished. My head feels so dizzy. The floor is so cold. That teleportation sensation again. Joe had already experienced this dizziness during the second round of the aptitude assessment, but he still wasn't quite used to it. Once the intense dizziness subsided, Joe slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He quickly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be in a classroom, but it was different from last time. The light was dim through the window. He could see that it was nighttime. Plus BQZW a W. NET? Moreover, outside were familiar school buildings, the playground, the library, and the large lawn. This was still the school, and Joe was in a classroom inside one of the school buildings. Joe saw that on a nearby playground, countless students were lying on the ground, clutching their heads. They appeared to have just recovered from a dizzy spell and were looking around in confusion. Beep! The title battle assessment has officially begun. The testing environment is simulated. No one will be injured or killed. A mechanical, electronic system prompt sounded. High in the sky, a massive screen glowed. Several large characters flashed across it. Title Battle Rule 1, Undisclosed Rule 2, Undisclosed Rule 3, Undisclosed. Joe recalled the competition rules Senior Lu Yingming had explained before they entered the exam hall. The objective of the competition was to earn as many points as possible to achieve a higher ranking and secure a better title. Joe remembered that there were only 3 spots for Monarch. As for how to earn points, that hadn't been disclosed. He looked up at the 3 undisclosed rules on the big screen. Did these 3 hidden rules have anything to do with how to earn points? And how could he get them to reveal them? Out from the other side of the classroom, a blurry figure shifted, and a familiar voice called out. That voice belonged to Zhang? Joe called out uncertainly toward the figure. The figure scrambled to its feet and spotted Joe as well. That familiar head of long hair left no room for doubt. Big shot, take me with you. Zhang instantly lunged forward and grabbed Joe's leg. Joe pushed him away, somewhat exasperated, This exam ISNTA team battle, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Zhang scratched his head and chuckled. Didn't they say Noble has 500 spots? I'm not asking for much, just let me tag along with you and make it into the top 500. Or Joe, are you aiming to be a monarch? There are only 3 spots for monarch, meaning one must rank in the top 3 out of all 1,500 students. I'll do my best, I guess. Joe raised his hand, making no attempt to hide his goal. As he spoke, Joe suddenly noticed that, at some point, a digital wristwatch had appeared on his left wrist. He immediately tapped it to check. The watch's small screen lit up, displaying a few lines of text. Current status, commoner, score, 10, hey, what are you looking at? Let me take a look. Joe casually dodged, avoiding Zhang's gaze. Don't you have one too? Check your own. Zhang looked down at his wrist. You're right. He tapped his screen and immediately read the contents aloud. Current status, commoner. Score, 10. Joe was speechless. Are you just going to broadcast that information like that? Zhang, however, shrugged it off. It doesn't matter. You're the one in charge anyway. There's no one else here. What's the harm in telling you? Besides, Zhang tapped his wristwatch and fiddled with it for a moment. It looks like you're a commoner too. All commoners can see each other. Hearing this, Joe looked down at his own wristwatch again. Tap that commoner there. Zhang said. Joe's finger lightly touched the word commoner. Instantly, a large table popped up on the wrist display, listing countless names, each followed by the word commoner. Joe and Zhang were among them. Zhang sighed. It's actually quite similar to our real-life statuses. You're a commoner, and I'm a minor noble on the fringes, which is pretty much the same as a commoner. Messages kept popping up on the wristwatch display. All the names came from that list. It seemed to be a chat group. Countless messages appeared in the group. What's going on? Is this the exam room? So what's the exam question? I've been standing here for ages. This wristwatch can even chat. Not bad, not bad. Are all the people in this group commoners? I am. +1. +1. Joe ignored the meaningless messages and instead studied the list of names carefully. Suddenly, he noticed something odd and furrowed his brow. Zhang noticed the change in Joe's expression. Boss, what's up? Did you spot a blind spot? Joe showed the list to Zhang Yang. Some people's names aren't on it. Hongtai Xiao Shuo Wang Zhui Zua Xan Zhang Jie? Really? Let me see. Zhang stared at the list and quickly scanned it. It looks like his name isn't there. The princess isn't either. I'll count how many people are on this list. Zhang started from the top. 1, 2, 3. No need, I've already finished counting. Joe interrupted him. 50 rows, 20 columns. Exactly 1,000 people. Oh, Zhang seemed to realize that counting one by one was a bit silly and scratched his head sheepishly. So, there are 1,000 commoners. What does that mean? Zhang rubbed his nose. Joe rested his chin on one hand and said softly, I recall that monarchs are the top 3 scorers, nobles are the top 500, and commoners are the bottom 1,000. The competition has just begun, and there are exactly 1,000 commoners. So I deduce everyone's starting scores are different. There are 500 students who started with higher scores than us. Outside the exam hall. At that moment, countless upperclassmen were watching the test closely. They watched the live feed from inside the exam hall on their phones, typing furiously on the campus network. Hey, none of the top 3 favorites even drew a monarch? 2 are nobles, and 1 is a commoner. At that moment, someone took a screenshot of the scoreboard and posted it in the thread. Score rankings: 1. Zhangliang Monarch, 300, 2. Wangli Monarch, 300, 3. Suxing Monarch, 300, 79. Su Noble, 50. 130, Yi Noble, 50. 1228, Zhou Commoner, 10. Zhou, who won the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment in a row, isn't having such good luck this time. Wei Chu Xiao Shui Wang Mian plus Fei plus you do hard to say. Maybe the starting score doesn't matter? What are those hidden rules? Can any experts break them down? Just a wild guess. You earn points by completing various tasks in the exam hall. Inside the exam hall, Zhang rubbed his nose and sat down at a random desk. There are 500 students whose scores are higher than ours from the start? Why? Isn't this competition unfair? Joe shook his head. No. This round is a comprehensive test. They'll take all factors into account, including luck. Plus, Senior Lu Yingming said the exam would simulate reality as much as possible. Isn't that how it is in the real world? Some are born royalty, rich second-generation kids, or high-ranking nobles, while others are born as lowly commoners. Our starting scores are different. I guess that's part of the luck assessment too. Zhang sighed. Man, that really sucks for us. In real life, we're at the bottom, and in this exam, we're still commoners. Say Joe, however, didn't he seem too upset? Blaming fate is useless. 28can.shu.com. No plus errors content. We have to fight for our chance to turn things around ourselves. Instead of sighing here, we should think about how to earn more points. Zhang was convinced by Zhou. You're right. It's even more satisfying for an underdog to make a comeback. So he looked at Zhou and chuckled. How exactly are we going to boost our scores? Zhou didn't say anything, just stared intently at the big screen outside. It listed 3 rules, but they were all still hidden. I don't know. No one can know right now. We'll have to wait until these rules are revealed to be sure. All we can do now is go out and look for clues. The two of them stepped out of their classroom into the school building's hallway, where they saw a row of other classrooms. Let us go check them out one by one. After a while, they had visited nearly every classroom. Each classroom had about 2 students. They asked quite a few people, but basically everyone was completely in the dark about this assessment. No one understood exactly how to score points. And no one was willing to reveal their score or identity. They came to another empty classroom. It was bare, with basically nothing but a blackboard and desks. Man, the school really is something, just making us take this test without even telling us the questions. Zhang muttered, kicking a pebble beside him. Clack! The pebble flew onto the blackboard at the front of the classroom. The blackboard flickered twice, then suddenly lit up. With the blood of the monarch, reveal the law of the end. Zhang repeated the line aloud. What does this mean? It's so hard to read. Zhou studied the text, analyzing it. Monarch, blood. Law of the end? Law probably refers to rules. Reveal the law of the end. Maybe this is the method for revealing the rules? Zhou offered his hypothesis. Zhang looked at the line again. That analysis seems plausible. So, how do we reveal the rules? Zhou pointed to the first part, the blood of the monarch. Don't we have 3 titles? Monarch, noble, and commoner. This blood of the monarch must refer to the blood of a student with the title of monarch. So, if we splash a monarch's blood on this blackboard, we should be able to reveal the rules. Zhang scratched his long hair. Monarch? There are only 3 monarchs, right? Where are we supposed to find a monarch? Then what does this law of the end mean? Zhou frowned in thought, then finally shook his head. I'm not sure. I guess maybe it refers to the 3rd rule. Zhang glanced at the text on the blackboard again. So, does this sentence mean that if we splash the blood of a student with the title of monarch on it, we can reveal the 3rd rule? Zhou nodded without further clues. That was the only conclusion they could reach for now. Suddenly, a scream from outside the window echoed across the entire campus, interrupting their thoughts. They hurried to the classroom window and looked out. On the playground, one student was holding a knife, plunging it into another student's chest. Although it was dim, Zhou could still make out the face of the student who had struck the blow. Yi muttered to himself. Anyway, as long as I'm in the top 3, that's good enough, right? In that case, there is no need to figure out how to earn points. If I just kill everyone ranked higher than me, 1T, I automatically win? Haha, this assessment is way too easy. The stabbed student clutched his chest in agony and knelt on the ground. Blood dripped down, seeping into the muddy grass of the playground. He collapsed onto the ground, struggled a couple of times, and gradually stopped moving. After killing the student, Yi quickly tapped his wristwatch. "I see," Yi muttered to himself. Up in the classroom building, Joe noticed that the corner of Yi's mouth seemed to curl up slightly. The next second, Yi suddenly broke into a run, dashing toward the back of a building, and eventually vanished into the shadows of a classroom building. Wait, what is Yi trying to do? Sure, you can't kill anyone in the simulation arena, but the pain is real. Zhang gritted his teeth. He isn't planning to win this competition by killing people, is he? Joe didn't answer immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. I think I get it. What do you get? Joe, you aren't planning to win the game by killing people too, are you? Joe looked up and said, this competition is a comprehensive test, which means that physical strength is also part of the assessment. I said I get it because I seem to understand how to earn points. Outside the exam hall, news on the campus network continued to pour in. The rankings have changed. Someone has scored points. What? Who scored? It's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi. Someone posted the rankings again. Points ranking table 1. Zhangliang Monarch 302. Wangli Monarch 303. Suxing Monarch 304. Yi Noble 60, haha, great. I voted for Yi. Those who backed Su and Zhou are about to get their faces slapped. At that moment, the number of supporters on the poll list began to fluctuate rapidly. Yi's vote count surged by over 100, putting him and Su both at over 600 neck and neck. Zhou's vote count, however, remained hovering around 300. Although he was still in third place overall, there was still a significant gap between him and the top two. Just then, Zhou's vote count quietly increased by 1. Some sharp-eyed observers immediately spotted who had cast that vote in the back end. Lu Yingming. He actually supports Zhou too. He is the chief examiner for the third round of assessments. Why? From the real-time footage of the exam hall, Zhou has been hiding in a classroom the whole time and hasn't done much so far. I don't get it. I'll follow suit and cast a vote too. The actions of public figures often set a precedent. After Lu Yingming cast his vote, Zhou's total count rose by over 50. In this most popular poll thread on the campus network, the three most famous figures in the entire school who also happen to be the presidents of 3 student clubs all cast their votes. Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Club, Zhuang Xingyao, president of the Red Heart Club, and Lu Yingming, president of the Diamond Club, all voted for Zhou. Inside the exam room. Murder. Zhou uttered the word calmly. Zhou, what did you say? Zhang looked at him in disbelief. The way to score points is by killing. Zhou sighed. Unfortunately, Zhang, we're at a huge disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang looked puzzled, seemingly completely baffled by what Zhou had realized. He explained, you'd understand if you'd seen Yi's expression just now. After he killed a classmate, he checked his wristwatch. And he looked pleased. What does that mean? Zhang replied hesitantly, does it mean the information on the watch changed in some way, making him happy? After that, Zhang lowered his head to think for a moment, then said uncertainly, since its information on the wristwatch's score went up? Exactly. Zhou nodded with a smile. And as soon as he finished killing someone, he immediately looked for a place to hide. First chapter book, huh? Update carrot new section more. That means he has realized the way to increase his score is by killing people. To avoid being attacked by others, he had to hide himself quickly. That's why I said we're at a huge disadvantage in this match. Because we have 1 Spades type divine card and 1 Hearts type divine card. And clearly, the Spades divine card is the most sought after. Zhou hadn't expected that the knowledge he read in books before the assessment would actually come in handy. Spades specialize in brute force, hearts control the mind, diamonds create change, clubs disrupt causality. He had long committed this knowledge about ability types to memory. During the bloodline assessment at the start of the school year, he had heard that Zhang's divine card was hearts. As for his own divine card, it hadn't been activated yet. At least for now, it seemed that a spades-type divine card could boost his combat power, which would be extremely useful in a situation where points were earned by killing others. Zhang felt like crying but couldn't. That's true, neither of us has a spades-type ability. So what should we do? Zhou, however, remained quite calm. He moved slowly, approaching the classroom window with light steps. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting a strand of his hair. Zhou breathed in the fresh air, smiled elegantly as he looked out the window, and uttered a single word with an air of dominance: survive. Ha! Zhang sniffed blankly. Zhou still wore that same smile. As long as we just lie low, we'll be able to wait until those rules are revealed. This competition is a comprehensive test. It's impossible to win with brute force alone. When all the rules are announced, that's when we'll turn the tables and show what we're made of. The two of them, commoners with no combat power, were secretly hiding in a storage room on a high-rise building. The storage room was in a prime location, with a large window offering a clear view of the scene outside. Plus, the room was stocked with plenty of food. The two found a comfortable spot to sit and looked out the classroom window. Ever since he had set the precedent, more and more students had begun to try their hand at attacking others. At first, they were hesitant and reluctant to act. They weren't sure that killing someone would actually earn them points. But there were always a few bold, fearless ones who took the initiative to strike. Gradually, everyone realized that killing others would increase their own score. Even those who were reluctant to kill had to eliminate potential threats to protect themselves. After all, if you don't kill, others might come to kill you. So, more and more students joined the fray of mutual slaughter. Outside the window, on the distant playground, in the academic building, and within the multipurpose hall, screams rang out one after another. Meanwhile, Zhou and Zhang, each clutching a bucket of popcorn, settled in for the show. That guy's pretty strong. He has probably killed a lot of people and racked up some serious points. Look at that one over their face covered in blood. Holy shit, he even unleashed a shockwave. Must be a powerful spades-type divine card too. Hey, isn't that Sue, the one going crazy in the middle of the playground? Running around with a submachine gun, firing away. Zhang Yang pointed toward the playground not far away. Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. A girl with silver hair, a submachine gun in hand, was spinning in place. Her movements were light and graceful. It didn't look like she was killing anyone at all. If it weren't for the blood covering her body and the flames shooting from the muzzle, Zhou would have thought she was dancing. Countless students tried to approach her and attack her, but they were always hit by bullets. Gradually, no one dared to get close. To be honest, since Sue was a royal princess after all, Zhou had assumed she'd be somewhat delicate or at the very least, not particularly cruel. But this princess before him, killing with such reckless abandon and covered head to toe in blood, couldn't help but make Zhou change his impression of her. By the way, where did Her Highness get that submachine gun? That firepower is way too overwhelming. No one stands a chance against her. Zhang continued to stare at Sue, speaking with a puzzled tone. Oh, I've seen her ability. She can conjure weapons out of thin air. She's really powerful. Fox, love plus mosquito study. My wrong content inside. Zhou stuffed another cookie into his mouth. That makes sense. After all, she has the Queen of Spades divine card. The Spades suit leans toward brute force, and since she is a queen, her combat prowess is definitely top-notch. The two of them chatted back and forth, commenting on the battle outside. Every now and then, they pop some popcorn into their mouths, as if this farce had nothing to do with them. Sue had already wiped out all the students in that area and was moving to a new position with her gun raised, seemingly on the hunt for new targets. The two stopped watching her and turned their attention to other interesting scenes. Hey, Zhou, with all this crazy killing going on out there, and us just hiding here with a perfect score, aren't we going to do anything? Ever played PUBG? Survive till the end, and you win. It doesn't matter how many you kill if you don't survive, it's all for nothing. Zhou took a big gulp of soda. Stop fighting. It sounded like a girl's voice. Zhou and Zhang both turned to look toward the source of the voice. In the center of the playground, a short girl with a ponytail was shouting. Her voice was soft, but full of courage. The school didn't organize this competition so you could slaughter each other. Students should be tolerant, friendly, and cooperate with each other to earn points. Everyone froze in their tracks. Some students seemed to hesitate, staring at the slaughtering knives in their hands, as if pondering whether this method of earning points was justified. Wei Chu Carrot Xiao, Shui Wang. Neon Fei Yulu, Ding Dong Rule 1 announced. Just then, the system's sound rang out at the perfect moment. On the big screen, the first rule quickly appeared. Rule 1, Spade's assessment: survival of the fittest, resources are limited, and everyone is a competitor. Points will not increase for no reason, they are transferred through killing. That sealed the deal. So the students who saw the rule instantly understood: those who kill can take the points from the dead. The girl standing in the middle gave an awkward smile. Go ahead, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. With that, she took off running. Whoosh! A stray bullet flew past, hitting her right in the head. Thud! Her fleeing motion froze instantly. She fell flat on her face, meeting her end in spectacular fashion. What a show-off! Zhou and Zhang said in unison, popping another potato chip into their mouths. Zhou, when do you think it'll be our turn to perform? Zhang mumbled, his words slurred as he chewed. Don't rush it. Let the bullets fly for a bit. Zhou pointed at the screen again. We've deduced the first rule. But the second and third rules haven't been announced yet. Acting rashly might backfire. What if another rule says that the more people you kill, the more points you lose? Then wouldn't they all just look like clowns? And we win without lifting a finger. By Chi Middle Language Web most new chapter section update new fast. After hearing this, Zhang looked thrilled. That makes sense, huh? I feel like I'm about to win. Time ticked by second by second. Outside, the artillery fire continued to rage, and bullets flew wildly. Students possessing spade-type divine cards were slaughtering those without them. Although the scene was bloody and thrilling, after watching for a while, Zhou couldn't help but find it a bit boring. Just as he was about to yawn, a commotion somewhere on the field caught his attention. There, a student with a scar on his face was on a killing spree. Don't even think about running. The student with the scar over his left eye wore a cruel expression. Wielding a dagger, he was chasing after a petite female student. The girl seemed to have little stamina. She couldn't run at all and was caught by the scarred student after just a few steps. Thud! Without hesitation, the scarred student raised the dagger and stabbed forward. The dagger plunged into the girl's abdomen. Her face contorted with horror, her eyes wide with terror. Clutching her stomach, she collapsed to the ground in agony, writhing in pain. The scar-faced boy chuckled darkly, showing not a shred of mercy. Kneeling on one knee, he stabbed her again and again. Eventually, the girl lay motionless, and soon met her end. Beep. The man with the scarred face's wristwatch seemed to beep. He lifted his wrist to check. Current identity, Monarch, I've finally been promoted to Monarch. I never thought my trashy Spade's divine card would actually be so useful in a test like this. Snap! From a small corner not far away, the sound of a branch snapping echoed. The strange sound interrupted the scar-faced man's celebration. He gripped his dagger tightly once more and shouted harshly, "Who is there?" The scar-faced man quickly drew his knife and advanced. In that little corner, a chubby kid had fallen flat on his butt and was squealing frantically, "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm scared of pain. I'm just a lowly commoner, only 10 points, I'm worthless." The scarred man spat and growled, "Even a mosquito's leg is meat, even a few points are still points. I won't let a single one get away." With that, he raised his knife. Thud! A brick suddenly crashed down from above, smashing into the scarred man's face. The scarred man froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. "Fatso, you ambushed me?" The scarred man shook his head, as if the brick had had no effect on him at all. Didn't see that coming, did you? I'm a Spades type divine card, bulletproof. Ordinary physical attacks are useless against me. Otherwise, how do you think I've managed to kill my way to this point with just a crappy knife? The chubby guy stared in horror at the arrogant scar-faced man before him, feeling like crying but unable to. He arranged for his accomplices to throw bricks from upstairs while he came down as bait. But he never expected to run into such a tough nut to crack. "Wah, go easy on me, I'm afraid of pain." The chubby guy had completely given up on resisting. He'd already seen how this scar-faced man killed people he knew he wouldn't spare a single soul. He just begged him to be quick about it and end his suffering as soon as possible. The scar-faced man licked his lips and thrust the dagger downward with lightning speed. Thud. Ha! The chubby boy touched his abdomen. Not a scratch. In contrast, the scar-faced man's expression froze. Then his abdomen suddenly exploded right down the middle. Blood and guts flew everywhere, intestines spilling all over the floor. The scar-faced man didn't even have time to utter a word. With a look of disbelief on his face, he staggered twice, then collapsed to the ground, dead. Beep. The dazed chubby boy was suddenly startled by the sound from his wristwatch. He hesitated before tapping it to check. Current status, Monarch. Score, 310, he blinked in disbelief. Monarch? He'd instantly been promoted from commoner to monarch? Did that mean his score had shot into the top 3 in the entire school? Overjoyed, he screamed and threw his arms wide, "I'm a monarch now, ha ha ha." And Joe, perched on the windowsill, witnessed every moment. Just as I thought, there's a twist. Joe clearly saw the student with the scar on his face drive the dagger right into the fat kid. But the moment the blade made contact with the fat kid, the dagger was instantly knocked away. At the same time, the scar-faced student's body was suddenly blown apart. Moreover, judging by the chubby boy's reaction as he checked his wristwatch and his ecstatic expression, it was clear the chubby boy had undoubtedly received the scarred boy's points. It was the chubby boy who had killed the scarred boy. But what Joe couldn't quite figure out yet was why the chubby boy himself looked so surprised. Could it be that he had killed the scar-faced student by accident? After a moment's thought, Joe looked up at the big screen. Rule 1, Spade's assessment law of the jungle: points do not increase for no reason, they are transferred through killing. Rule 2, not disclosed. Rule 3, not disclosed. Even undisclosed rules can take effect. So, the Scarface's mysterious death must have been caused by some rule taking effect. "Hey, Joe, what are you looking at?" Zhang asked, unable to resist when he saw Joe suddenly stop eating his popcorn. Joe didn't respond, but simply pointed in the direction of the chubby kid. "I'm the monarch now, ha ha ha." The chubby kid jumped to his feet excitedly, waving his arms and jumping up and down. However, he had forgotten that the assessment wasn't over yet. Wei Chu plus Xiao, Shua, da Jue Zui Xin. Zhang monarch's position was only temporary. Instantly, countless pairs of predatory eyes turned toward him all at once. Screw this. The chubby kid realized his slip-up and took off running. But how could he, an ordinary person without a Spade Divine card, and a chubby one at that, outrun that pack of bloodthirsty students? No one would pass up a monarch-level big fish. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red figure darted toward him. The cold glint of a dagger flashed. The chubby boy trembled in fear and instantly felt a wetness between his legs. He wet himself. Splash! The chubby guy touched his neck. Ha! Not a scratch. Before him stood a masked student holding a dagger, his eyes filled with astonishment. Then, he exploded into pieces. His death was exactly the same as the scar-faced man's moments ago. Holy crap, am I that strong? Does anyone who tries to kill me just die? That's not what my divine card skill does either. The chubby kid was completely baffled. What he didn't know was that, in the distance, a sniper rifle was aimed at his head. The sniper pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed past, quickly reaching the chubby kid's temple. Click! The bullet bounced off as if it were made of water. At the same time, Kaka Shashui won? Shofa, the sniper's head on the building above exploded on impact. The chubby kid trembled as he checked his wristwatch. Score, 430, splatter. Another student charged at him. Then exploded spectacularly right where he stood. Score, 480, the chubby kid's face was completely blank. He couldn't figure out what was going on and just kept ducking into the shadows. Did you see that? Something's off about that fat guy, Joe said, pointing at the figure vanishing into the distance. Zhang scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to overheat. This is weird. Even while he was running away, plenty of people tried to kill him, but they all blew themselves up instead. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Joe analyzed. That chubby kid clearly doesn't understand it himself. So this definitely isn't his divine card ability. It's the rules kicking in. Zhang looked at the big screen. You mean the 2 remaining undisclosed rules? But what kind of rule would make a killer blow himself up right where he stands? Joe didn't answer immediately, instead carefully piecing together the sequence of events in his mind. First, a man with a scar on his face killed a girl. He plunged a dagger into her abdomen. She was undoubtedly going to die. After killing her, he made a very obvious gesture of checking his wristwatch and wore an expression of great delight. If Joe wasn't mistaken, certain information on his wristwatch had undergone some unexpected change. But what was that change? There were basically only 2 pieces of information on the wristwatch. Joe glanced at his own wristwatch. Current status, commoner, score, 10, status, and score. Judging by the bloodstains on the scar-faced man, he must have killed quite a few people. So a mere increase in his score shouldn't be a big deal to him. Therefore the change in the information on the watch wasn't just a change in score, but also a change in status. His status had changed. Judging by the scar-faced man's killing prowess, the points he'd earned should be enough to place him in the top 500. So, he was at least a noble. And right after he killed the girl, he was promoted to monarch. Then, the scar-faced man found a chubby kid as his next target. Judging by the chubby kid's reaction to the encounter, he was most likely a commoner. And the scar-faced killer, now a monarch, chose to attack a chubby kid who appeared to be a commoner. The result was utterly absurd. He blew himself up right on the spot. Although the cause is unknown, the chubby kid naturally inherited the scar-faced man's score and became the next monarch. But why was it fine for the scar-faced man to attack the girl, yet not the chubby kid? Moreover, when the scar-faced man died, the chubby kid was far too conspicuous. He even shouted loudly, clearly having scored big points and become a monarch. Naturally, this drew a lot of attention, and he was subjected to countless attacks. Moreover, the identities of those who chose to launch attacks were, without a doubt, nobles. Because commoners were either cowering and running for their lives, or, like Joe, hiding somewhere to watch the spectacle. So, only the nobles would attack proactively. And yet, these nobles actually had their attacks reflected back at them, getting wiped out themselves, while the chubby guy emerged unscathed. Joe didn't think there was anything special about that fat guy, or that he'd awakened some kind of cheat. The fact that he survived could only be a coincidence. He'd just happened to trigger some hidden rule. As for what exactly that rule was, Joe pondered it carefully. First, the scar-faced man noble killed the female student commoner. Then, the scar-faced man monarch was killed by the chubby guy commoner. And then, countless nobles who attacked first were all killed by the chubby guy monarch. Nobles kill commoners. Monarchs who attack commoners get killed in return. A noble attacked a monarch and was counter-killed. When he connected this to the previous mass slaughter, it was essentially nobles hunting down commoners. Joe looked up suddenly and said softly, "I get it." Zhang looked at Joe. "Boss, what do you understand?" Joe whispered, "I know why the chubby guy survived. Tianchi karat shashui wang zui xan zhangjie gung xan kwa. I've also figured out what that hidden rule is. Spade-type abilities aren't necessarily stronger than abilities of other suits. After all, this is the comprehensive test. It doesn't just test physical strength. There must be a way for the weak to defeat the strong." Zhang's eyes widened. "Joe, you actually figured out the rules ahead of time again?" Joe gave him a sidelong glance. Shortly after the first murder, the test site announced the first relevant rule. As I surmised, once a rule is triggered, it's usually announced shortly thereafter. The second rule is there's a hierarchy of power among the roles. A hierarchy? Zhang looked puzzled. Zhou continued, a monarch can kill a noble. A noble can kill a commoner. A commoner can kill a monarch. If someone tries to go against the hierarchy, for example, if a monarch tries to kill a commoner, the attack will backfire, and the monarch will die instead. That explains why Scarface could easily kill that girl, but stumbled when trying to kill the chubby guy. Zhang suddenly understood, oh. Because after killing the girl, he was promoted to monarch. When he was still a noble, he could kill commoners at will, but once he became a monarch, he'd be killed by a commoner in return. Zhou smiled with satisfaction, you're a quick learner. Outside the classroom, more and more people were noticing that, occasionally, killers were being killed in return. So, little by little, they stopped wildly hacking at everyone they saw and chose to temporarily put down their weapons, waiting to see how things would play out. Beep Rule 2 announced. Upon hearing this system notification, everyone's gaze turned to the big screen. Rule 2, Heart Test Class Suppression, Monarch executes Noble, Noble exploits Commoner, Commoner overthrows Monarch. You are my god. Upon seeing the result on the big screen, Zhang was so moved he almost knelt before Zhou. You guessed the rules twice in advance. Hiding the rules in this test is completely useless against a genius like you. Zhang was practically gushing with praise. Zhou said helplessly, spare me the flattery. Studying the rules more closely will actually help us win this exam. Zhang chuckled, you're right. He looked back at the big screen outside, hey, Zhou, I think I've spotted some useful information too. Oh? Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Please go on. Zhang pointed outside, there are already 2 rules now, right? The large screen floating in the air clearly displayed, Rule 1 Spades Assessment, Law of the Jungle, resources are limited, and everyone is a competitor, delete Scar read books Wang, first, release? Scores do not increase, instead, they are transferred through killing. Rule 2 Heart's Trial, Class Oppression, the monarch executes the noble exploits the commoner, and the commoner overthrows the monarch. Zhang read the text on the screen aloud. I noticed that each rule is followed by a suit hint. Does this imply something? Zhou looked back at the screen displaying the rules. Rule 1 Spades Assessment, Rule 2 Hearts Assessment. Zhang must be referring to these 2 messages. Zhou said softly, you're right. There is no such thing as superfluous information in the rules. Isn't this assessment and evaluation trial? So, every quality is taken into account. The so-called Spades test is essentially a contest of brute force. Killing to score points is a test of the student's combat prowess. And the Hearts test is a test of the mind. Zhang nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping it. I get the Spades test, but what is the deal with this Hearts test? Does the identity suppression chain have anything to do with the mind? Of course it does. Zhou answered quickly, would you tell a stranger your own identity? Zhang shook his head. Exactly. Zhou continued to explain, so when it comes to an enemy's identity, you have to rely on your own judgment of them. In other words, guess the enemy's mindset. Tricking the enemy into revealing their identity that's combat on the mental level. Zhang instantly understood, oh. So that's what it means. Zhou, your mind works so fast. I feel like I didn't help at all, not at all. Zhou gave him a thumbs up in approval, that was a great point you brought up. Ha? Zhang was a bit confused. Zhou looked up at the third rule on the big screen. I remember you said Longwa doesn't have a Spades Divine card, right? Zhang was still a bit confused. That's right except for you. Zhou's lips curled into a faint smile. Then Rule 1 is the Spades test, Rule 2 is the Hearts test, so Rule 3 it must be the Diamonds test. Zhang suddenly understood, right. Spades, Hearts, and Diamonds 1 rule each. Wow. Doesn't that mean we can figure it out in advance, before the third rule is even announced? Zhou lowered his head in thought, murmuring softly, Spades specialize in physical strength, Hearts control the mind, and Diamonds create change. Perhaps, when the third rule is revealed, it will change the entire course of the battle. Zhang was getting excited. Then do we still need to play it safe? Hold out until the third rule is revealed? Zhou looked up at a few words in the second rule, commoner, overthrow monarch. He stood up, stretched, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. No need. I've already devised a plan. Now, it's time for us commoners to make our move. He opened the window, taking in the air outside. The air was thick with the scent of gun oil, gunpowder, and a faint whiff of blood. Soft moonlight fell upon Zhou, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the hem of his overcoat fluttered slightly. Zhou looked out through the window. Outside, countless people were still fighting fiercely. Tiny figures flickered and swayed in the dim light. Meanwhile, Zhou remained inside a small room, conserving his strength and biding his time, refusing to act until the critical moment. From his vantage point high above, Zhou looked down upon the crowd, which appeared as tiny as ants. A gleam of excitement and madness flickered in Zhou's eyes. He spoke softly. In this game, brute force's secondary ultimate calculation is the way of the king. In this tiny warehouse, I have already figured out the way to victory. Come on, now, let the commoner overthrow the monarch. Outside the exam hall. New plus wild original god battle, chase, drunk new cockroach, clean carrot on the campus network. Discussions about this match had already exploded. As the first rule was announced and most freshmen began participating in this bloodbath, messages flooded the campus network one after another. Holy crap, are this year's freshmen this strong? They're killing like crazy, absolutely killing like crazy. It looks like the spades type abilities have a huge advantage right now. I bet the top 3 will all be spades divine cards. Hee, good thing I bet on the princess. Her spades ability is seriously powerful. Wow. Yes, doing pretty well too. Even though he has a diamonds ability, he is still snagging a lot of points by lurking in the shadows and ambushing people. Hey, what is Zhou doing? AFK? I voted for him, you know. You're really brave. As someone from a commoner background, you'd probably have been scared out of your wits by this bloody scene. At this moment, the overall rankings are roughly 1. Zheng Liang Monarch, 642. Wang Li Monarch, 503. Lu Wei Monarch, 474. Su Noble, 475. Yi Noble, 460. Among them, the top 3 monarchs all relied on others feeding them kills. Either they originally drew monarch in the lottery, or they happened to rise from commoner status. They lack real skill but have had incredible luck. Before the second rule was revealed, other hotheads had already gifted them plenty of kills. Moreover, they're masters of playing it safe. Once they became monarchs, they stopped venturing out altogether, hiding in some corner to quietly wait for the match to end. Only Su and Yi, these two, climbed to this ranking by hunting commoners, gradually accumulating points bit by bit. As for Zhou and Zhang, those two slackers didn't earn a single point, so naturally they ended up at the bottom of the pack. Whitehorse Academy Neon Feiwa Lu inside the exam hall. Just as Zhou finished delivering that cool line about overthrowing the monarch, boom. The warehouse door was kicked open with a clang. Just as I thought, there's a commoner hiding in here. A crisp female voice rang out. Wo Zhang stiffened his neck and turned to look. A figure covered in bright red blood stood in the doorway, a submachine gun slung over her shoulder, blocking the only exit. Spare my life, hero ha? Zhang was about to say something, but upon seeing the intruder's face, he froze in shock. Zhou also stared intently at the newcomer. Long silver hair, a fair and beautiful face. Su, upon seeing the two of them, also paused for a moment before offering a polite smile. Under normal circumstances, that smile would have been absolutely beautiful, but with her body covered in blood and the dim lighting, it made the smile seem somewhat unsettling. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them. Hey, what a coincidence. Neither side moved, unsure of what to say for a moment. Ahem, Zhou, what do you think the princess's status is right now? Zhang whispered, lowering his voice. Noble, of course. Zhou answered without hesitation. Why? Zhou scanned the princess across from them from head to toe. First, look at all those wounds and bloodstains. She must have slaughtered countless people, so there's no way she could be a commoner. Second, monarchs are already in the top 3 in the school. They don't need to actively hunt and kill prey, instead, they focus on self-preservation, so she can't be a monarch either. In summary, the person across from us can only be a noble. Upon hearing Zhou's answer, Zhang felt a momentary pang of disappointment. He saw that Su was still blocking the doorway, holding his submachine gun without moving. Fantasy, princess, no. Mistake content. Zhang gave an awkward smile and told a little white lie. Your Highness, we're colleagues, Zhou and I are both nobles. After he said this, an eerie silence spread among the 3 of them. Zhou was at a loss for words. Had this kid lost his mind? What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Su still wore that polite expression, her tone calm to the point of being unsettling. Is that so? She raised her wristwatch. Then why don't I see you listed in the nobles section of my watch? Her tone was as if she were teasing a child. Zhou furrowed his brow. Just as he suspected. He realized it the moment he seen all the commoner information in the watch. Since commoners could see each other's information, then nobles must also share their status details. Although Zhang's lie was a bit clumsy, it had managed to uncover a useful piece of information. Zhang's eyes widened. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. He put his clever little brain to work again, cleared his throat twice, suddenly clasped his hands behind his back, and said with a pretentious air, actually, the 2 of us are hidden monarchs. Do you believe that? Snort. That remark even made Su, a dignified princess, burst out laughing. She suppressed her smile and did her best to maintain a serious, composed expression. Were you monarchs from the very beginning? Out of 1,500 students in the entire school, there are only 3, and you 2 happen to be 2 of them. How lucky. Zhang froze for a moment, then hurriedly replied, of course not. We became monarchs after scoring enough points. Su looked them up and down. You don't have a single drop of blood or a single scratch on you. How exactly did you become monarchs? By eating snacks? Zhang froze. Zhou pressed his hand to his forehead, shifted a step to the side, and pretended not to know Zhang. Then, he looked calmly at Su. We are indeed commoners. But that doesn't mean we're enemies. We can work together. Zhang quickly chimed in. Right. We're low-ranking and worthless. We've even spoken before. For the sake of being classmates and good friends, go easy on me. Let us team up. Su sighed and finally dropped her smile. Since this is an exam, we have to take it seriously. Even though we knew each other before, this ISNT-18 competition cooperation is pointless. Sorry, I'll make it quick. You 1 suffer. She raised the submachine gun and pulled the trigger with a clean, decisive motion. Bang! A bullet struck Zhang in the forehead, blood spurting out, bringing this round of the competition to a smooth conclusion. Your turn. After killing Zhang Yang, Su didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately shifted the gun's muzzle toward Zhou, pointing it straight at his chest. Her finger slowly moved toward the trigger. Outside the exam hall. When Zhou figured out the second rule entirely on his own before it was even announced, the campus discussion board exploded. Holy shit, what kind of brain is that? I thought he'd given up, but turns out Zhou is a force to be reckoned with. Awesome. A commoner taking down a monarch, this is insane. The cool line Zhou delivered when the second rule was announced won him countless fans. And when Su appeared, the drama reached its peak. Whoa, I just thought Zhou was finally going to make a comeback, but how did a noble show up out of nowhere? Holy shit, it's Su. Damn, that long-haired guy got a headshot. And just like that, the big shot-ass henchman is gone? TSK, too bad for you guys who bet on Zhou, you're screwed. Zhou's about to die. Inside the exam hall. Su is about to pull the trigger. Ability trigger conditions detected, divine card activated. Zhou heard that high-pitched voice again. The ability conditions have been triggered. At that moment, Zhou suddenly felt like the protagonist of a novel just before he was about to die. He received a cheat code. Randomly drawing a divine card, 8 of diamonds, skill, transform your appearance into that of another person. A diamonds type ability. Joe remembered that it was related to creation and transformation. Being able to change one's appearance, it will naturally falls under the diamond's type abilities. But what's the point of this ability? Joe already knew the function of one diamond's ability. That was the 5 of diamonds. Joe clearly remembers that Professor Chen's divine card was Cube 5, and its ability was teleportation. If he had that ability, Joe would have no trouble activating it to escape this dangerous situation. But now, changing his appearance, what good is this ability? To put on a Sichuan opera face-changing show for Princess Sue? Beep! Just as Joe was racking his brain, Sue's wristwatch across from him suddenly beeped. She raised her arm in surprise to check it, then silently lowered the barrel of her submachine gun 2 seconds later. Joe's reaction was quick. He immediately understood what had happened. He raised the corner of his mouth in a mocking smile and whispered, "What's the matter, Your Majesty? Have you just ascended the throne?" Sue dropped her weapon as if resigned to her fate and sat down on the ground. "I can't escape. Take my life." Joe stepped forward slowly, but instead of attacking, he gently helped her to her feet. Sue stood up, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Joe's lips curved into an elegant smile. "Didn't I tell you, Your Highness? I want to work with you. So, what's your plan? Why didn't you kill me?" Sue looked somewhat despondent as she silently followed behind Joe. "I'm not as ruthless as you." Joe cast a casual glance at her and murmured, "I do value our friendship as classmates." The situation had become crystal clear. When Sue killed Zhang, she had earned herself an extra 10 points. And it was precisely this 10-point difference that allowed her to successfully ascend to the position of the new monarch. It was also because of this that the balance of power between Joe and Sue instantly shifted. The current scoreboard reads: 1. Zhang Liang Monarch, 642. Wang Li Monarch, 503. Sue Monarch, 484. Yi Noble, 470. If Joe killed Sue, he could easily claim all the points she had earned. But he didn't do that. Instead, he devised a more far-reaching plan. He ordered Sue to stay by his side and forbade her from running away. The two of them walked forward like this. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Their footsteps suddenly halted. Joe whispered, "Your Highness, there's movement up ahead." In the blink of an eye, a blood-soaked man wielding a knife leaped from the shadows and charged at Joe. Whoosh! Sue raised her hand, gently pulled the trigger, and took him down cleanly. "Thank you. That man was a noble. If you hadn't intervened in time, I would be dead." Joe stood motionless, his arms crossed. "I understand." Sue reloaded her gun as she spoke. "You want to keep me alive to protect you. Wei? Chu Xiao plus Shui? Wu Quo? Nei plus Rong? Because I can kill a noble, and you can kill me. So, you need to keep me alive to block the noble's attacks for you." Joe smiled faintly. "That's the logic, no doubt about it. But isn't it a monarch's duty to protect her subjects?" Sue was about to respond, but she suddenly let out a muffled groan and clutched her left arm. "What's wrong?" Joe shot her a questioning look. "Nothing, just a minor injury from earlier." Sue seemed resilient, stubbornly continuing to walk forward. "Let me take a look." Joe stopped her, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sue sighed and slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wound that was neither shallow nor deep. The wound was long and had turned slightly reddish-brown. Seeing the faint traces of blood seeping from the wound, Joe instantly came up with a brilliant idea. "Don't move. Let me bandage it for you." Joe took out a tissue and gently wiped the blood from Su Chen's arm. Then he tore a strip of cloth from his own clothes and wrapped it around Sue's arm. Joe performed the procedure with great care, precision, and skill. Sue paused for a moment, then said softly, "Thank you, but I just wanted to say, there's really no need to bandage it anyway. Once we're teleported out of the exam hall, the wound will be gone." Joe didn't look up, remaining focused on treating the wound. "Of course it's necessary, Your Highness. We don't know how long this match will last, and if the wound isn't properly treated, you'll be in a lot of pain." Sue was momentarily lost and thought she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. 2-8 Read books, neti gung exayan fastest. Joe seemed to sense her thoughts. There is no need to thank me, it is only right for a subject to serve the monarch. After all, protecting you is also a way of protecting myself. I certainly wouldn't want Her Highness the Princess to lose her combat effectiveness because of a knife wound on her arm. As he spoke, Joe carefully tucked the bloodstained tissue into his clothes. If you must thank me, just stay by my side. After all, you're already a monarch now, there is no need to waste effort boosting your score. If I find and kill other monarchs, you'll naturally be safe as well. Sue nodded in understanding. All right. Joe's current plan was very simple. He was a commoner who feared nobles. And Sue was a monarch who could counter nobles. As long as he was under Sue's protection, he was invincible. During this time, if he could find and kill a second monarch, he could pull off a successful comeback. However, the two had been on the move for quite some time without finding anyone else who might be a monarch. It seemed that those currently holding monarch scores were all shrewd individuals, hiding in secluded spots and refusing to show themselves. Sue looked at Joe, as if she had something to say. Joe glanced at her briefly. If you have something to say, please speak up. She sighed and spoke. You haven't found any other monarchs yet. If the competition ends now, you'll only be able to claim commoner status. Unless you kill me, you won't have a chance. Joe smiled. Are you trying to persuade me to take your head? That has quite the spirit of self-sacrifice. Sue's reply was very polite. I just don't want to owe you a favor. It was you who saved me on the train last time. I haven't had a chance to repay you yet. And this time, you could have killed me and become a monarch yourself, but you still didn't do it. The test has been going on for nearly 3 hours now, it could end at any moment. If you don't kill me now, I'll owe you another favor. It's been 3 hours already. Joe couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It seemed there was a loophole in the current competition rules. Before the competition began, Senior Lu Yingming had only told us that the goal was to earn as many points as possible and secure a higher ranking before the competition ended. But the scores fluctuate constantly, and the rankings are always changing. So the question arises, when does the competition end? When are the scores and rankings finalized? Joe pondered this, then looked up. Why didn't they tell us there was a time limit for this competition? Sue froze. What? Joe looked at her. I mean, throughout the entire test, they only told us to earn as many points as possible. But the scores are constantly changing, and the identities keep shifting. If we can't end the match immediately, no matter how many points we earn now, they'll be useless. Sue rested her chin on one hand. That makes sense. I hadn't thought of that. Joe thought for a moment, then looked up at the rules displayed on the big screen. At that moment, only Rule 3 remained undisclosed. This match has been going on for quite a while. Perhaps the way to end it lies within the rules. Sue followed his gaze to the rules screen. You mean that undisclosed Rule 3? Rule 3, it's time. Joe looked up. Sue, come with me somewhere. Joe walked ahead, and Sue followed behind him. The two walked on like this until they arrived at a classroom that appeared to be empty. Sue, could you please stand guard at the classroom door? I'm going in to check something. Joe said to Sue before entering the classroom. No problem, I won't run away. Sue whispered, standing by the classroom door. I trust you. Joe entered the familiar classroom. The classroom seemed empty, but in reality Joe walked to the blackboard and tapped it lightly a few times. The blackboard immediately lit up, displaying a line of text, with the blood of the monarch, reveal the law of the end. If I'm not mistaken, this law of the end doesn't just mean the final rule, it also represents the way to end the match. Joe pulled a blood-stained tissue from his pocket. The blood on this tissue belonged to Sue. Just moments ago, Joe had bandaged her bleeding wound, but not merely out of kindness. He had used the opportunity to collect her blood. This was Sue's blood, and her current identity was the monarch. Joe smeared the blood onto the blackboard. The blackboard suddenly began to flicker rapidly. 2 seconds later, the writing shifted. A line of silver text slowly appeared on the blackboard. See monarch, presenting you with the final rule. Rule 3, king shall not meet. If all three monarchs gather, the game ends immediately. This rule will be made public to the entire school in 10 minutes. Just as expected. Upon seeing this rule, Joe's heart surged with excitement. The so-called law of termination referred not only to the final rule, but also to the method to end the competition. Joe reread the rule once more. If the three kings gather, the competition ends immediately in an instant. A brilliant idea sprang to Joe's mind. His divine card had already transformed into the Eight of Diamonds. And the Eight of Diamonds' ability was to alter one's appearance. In magic shows, a common technique is called the double. A smile tugged at Joe's lips as he chuckled softly. The magic show was about to begin. Joe slowly walked out of the classroom. At the door, Sue was still faithfully waiting there. You actually didn't take this chance to run away? Joe was somewhat surprised. I promised to protect you, and I'll never go back on my word. Sue nodded slightly at him. You were right not to run. Joe chuckled softly. I have a way to end this competition and ensure that both of us become monarchs. I'll be ranked first, and you'll be second. I'll turn all the monarchs into my pawns and arrange a grand coronation ceremony. Such words, coming from anyone else, would inevitably sound arrogant and conceited. But Joe was the champion who had won the first 2 rounds of the freshman trials by a landslide, which undoubtedly added weight to his words. Sue's eyes flickered slightly. What's the plan? Joe smiled and raised his hands. One of the magician's 3 principles: never reveal the secret of a magic trick in advance. Just follow my instructions, and you'll be fine. First, you need to open your Monarch chat panel and send a message to those 2 Monarch classmates. After the third rule is announced, meet at the highest point of the school's tower. The third rule? Sue was a bit confused, but she did as she was told. She opened her wristwatch and quickly typed out Joe's words verbatim in the Monarch chat channel. Why do you have to wait for the third rule to be announced? Why do you want them to meet at the tower? You wouldn't be. Sue's eyes were half confused, half curious. Joe smiled elegantly. I already know what the third rule is. And I can guarantee that once the rule is made public, those 2 Monarch students will definitely go to the tower. Besides that, Joe suddenly lowered his voice and whispered a sentence into Sue's ear. After hearing it, Sue's pupils suddenly contracted. Her astonished gaze fixed intently on Joe. You're a madman. Sue covered her face and walked quietly and softly along the school's South Main Street. Jingwu novel 1 plus chow carat xan, san, jegung xan hikwa, rustle, rustle, rustle. From the bushes in a corner not far away came the sound of rustling. Please come out. I'm not a commoner, there's no need to attack me. My aim is spot on. You won't be able to escape. I've already earned enough points. As long as you come out peacefully, I won't kill you. Sue's voice was firm and clear. She stopped in her tracks and aimed the gun at the patch of grass. The person hiding in that corner still showed no sign of revealing themselves. Sue raised her voice. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. Hold on. From the shadows, a slender figure slowly stepped forward. He performed a standard high noble bow. Your Highness, how do you do? Exquisite, opulent clothing, a gleaming square medal on his chest, and those defiant eyes. It was Yi. Sue sighed. It's you. I've never liked you one bit. But she seemed completely unfazed by her words. Oh, but I've always liked you very much. My parents have also proposed marriage to His Majesty. His Majesty is quite pleased with me, but you have never once agreed. Sue's expression remained unchanged. I have my own thoughts on that matter. Yi furrowed his brow. Your own thoughts? I've never heard of a boy who could catch your eye. He paused. It can't be that commoner boy, can it? At the orientation, you turned down my invitation and sat next to that commoner instead. Are you interested in him? Of course. Everyone knows that Princess Sue doesn't care about anyone else's bloodline or status. But commoners are filthy. I advise you not to associate with people like that. Sue raised her gun. Yi, say one more word, and I'll kill you. No, no. Yi panicked instantly. Everyone knows Her Highness the Princess is the most trustworthy person around. Since I've come out on my own, according to our agreement, you should let me off the hook. Yi wasn't a fool. He saw Sue's name suddenly disappear from the noble chat list on his wristwatch and naturally understood that she had been promoted to monarch. Therefore, Su could easily kill Yi, who was merely a noble. May I ask, Your Highness? As a monarch, why did you choose to reveal yourself rather than remain hidden in the shadows until the competition ended? Yi had toned down his usual arrogant demeanor considerably in the princess's presence. I'm going somewhere. Su made no attempt to hide it, revealing her destination outright. Where? Yi asked curiously. Su seemed to suddenly think of something. If you can do me a favor, I won't kill you, and I'll even tell you where I'm going. I never go back on my word. Yi bowed slightly. Please speak. What favor? Su extended a foot and smiled mischievously. Kneel on the ground and lick my shoe. Yi's pupils widened in shock. Those were the very words he had once hurled at Zhou. And now, Her Highness the Princess was uttering something similar. Was it a coincidence? It was hard to imagine such crude language coming from that dignified princess. But with his life on the line, he had no time to dwell on it. He slowly knelt on the ground. Sue's thick sneakers were already caked with mud and blood from running all over the place. Yi knelt on the ground and lightly brushed his lips against Sue's mud-stained shoe. After all, it was the princess's command, even Yi dared not disobey. Su nodded with great satisfaction. By the way, Zhou is the most handsome man I've ever seen, much more handsome than you. Yi shuddered, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort, and looked up with a smile, pretending not to have heard the remark. Can you let me off the hook now, Your Highness? Yes, you may go. Su waved her hand, as if to shoo him away. But Yi stubbornly refused to move. Also, can you tell me where you're going? I recall that was part of our earlier agreement. Everyone knows that Her Highness the Princess never goes back on her word. Su gave him a faint glance, to the tower, the top floor, to meet the other monarchs. After dropping that line, Su quickly vanished from sight. Yi remained where he was, muttering to himself. He couldn't seem to figure out the meaning of those words no matter how hard he tried. Meet the other monarchs? The tower? Meet the other monarchs? Why? Yi couldn't figure it out. My book, City? No errors in content. The princess's character was well known throughout the entire noble realm. Keeping her word and never lying were Sue's life principles. So any information coming from her must be true. The princess's identity must be that of a monarch, there was no doubt about that. But since there are no mutual weaknesses between monarchs and they cannot attack one another, what business did she have meeting other monarchs? Yi couldn't figure it out at first, until Beep Rule 3 revealed. The familiar system prompt sounded. At that moment, all the candidates in the school looked up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the giant screen. On the screen, a line of text gradually appeared. Rule 3, Diamond Trial Kings shall not meet. If all 3 kings gather, the match ends immediately. Upon seeing this rule, Yi's heart skipped a beat. If all 3 kings gather, the match ends immediately? And just now, the princess said she was going to meet the other monarchs on the top floor of the tower? Oh no! He suddenly realized. He hadn't even reached the top 3 yet. He couldn't let the game end like this. Without another moment's hesitation, and without caring whether he might be attacked by others, he raced after her toward the tower. The school tower. Su sat silently in the elevator, saying nothing. Ding! Top floor reached. First read? Bookwang carrots wa xan zhang jiegung xan plus chopsticks? She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The top floor of the tower was completely empty. She walked to the center, removed her mask, and revealed her signature long silver hair. Her voice was still clear and melodious. Come out, you two. I'm here. As a rustling sound echoed, 2 figures peeked out cautiously. Your Highness, is it really you? Wow! Great! Now the 3 of us monarchs are finally together. Who would have thought that I, Zhang Liang, a total wallflower, would actually rank at the top of the school exams? Zhang Liang stepped out excitedly. He had a buzz cut, wore glasses, and was quite unremarkable in appearance. A boy named Wang Li also shuffled out slowly. He was a short guy, not even reaching Zhang Liang's chin. As long as we stand together, the competition is over, right? That competition really scared the hell out of me. People were killing each other everywhere. Luckily, I hid well enough to survive until the end and snagged a monarch title for free. The three of them slowly made their way toward each other. However, there was no announcement over the intercom declaring the game over. Ha! Why is the match still going on? Didn't the three monarchs meet up? Zhang Liang and Wang Li looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Snort Su tried her best to hold back, not letting herself laugh out loud. Your Highness, what are you doing? The two looked at Su in confusion, both sensing that something was amiss, yet neither made a move. 38 plus K plus A N plus SHU. Net at that moment, Su could no longer hold back and burst into wild laughter. That fair, beautiful face, paired with such a wild expression, actually revealed a peculiar kind of beauty. The entire tower echoed with Her Highness the Princess's crisp yet defiant laughter. This completely startled the other two. They had never seen the usually elegant and dignified princess like this before. Su was done with the act. She was now ready to shed her disguise. She murmured a spell under her breath. Diamond transforms all things, 8-sided, versatile face. As soon as the spell was spoken, the other two's expressions changed instantly. That's the spell for the Diamond 8 Divine card, isn't it? Your Highness aren't you a spades type ability user? The voices of the other two monarchs trembled. Su's features contorted rapidly, and her height suddenly shot upward. In the blink of an eye, Her Highness the Princess had transformed into the form of a young boy. This boy had the same pale complexion as Su and was equally handsome. It was Zhou. Zhou, having shed his disguise, curved the corners of his mouth. Look at me again. Who am I? Zhang Liang and Wang Li froze instantly. They could not fathom why, despite the message coming from the princess herself on the wristwatch, a different person had shown up for the meeting. Zhou wasted no time. He had no intention of offering a verbal explanation. Instead, he instantly drew his short sword from his pocket. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed. Zhou's movements were crisp and precise, the blade tracing a beautiful arc. In an instant, jets of blood spurted from both men's necks. The two monarchs still wore expressions of terror and disbelief. They staggered twice before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Zhou had slit both their throats at the same time. He smiled, speaking in a soft, hushed voice, hearing his own laughter-laced breath. Commoner, overthrow the monarch. And then, I shall be crowned the new ruler. Beep. The sound of his wristwatch rang out. He tapped open the interface. Current identity, Monarch, score, 1150, then, he tapped the Monarch button again. The watch immediately brought up the Monarch chat panel. Zhou typed rapidly on it. Su, you can come over now. So this was your plan. The real Su leapt in from outside the tower and said in a crisp voice, killing two monarchs at once, you're certainly bold. I have to admit, you've done a fine job. The plan has gone perfectly so far. However, she raised a new question. You've become the monarch, but the game isn't over yet. Although your score is certainly 1 right now, it's only temporary. Because of the second rule, the existence of the checkmate chain, any commoner can kill you. How do you plan to ensure your own safety? Zhou waved his hand. The commoners won't get that chance. Because the entire game is about to end right here in this tower. Zhou glanced at his wristwatch. At that moment, the names of all three monarchs were clearly visible. Zhou, Su, and he looked up at the tower's entrance, a smile on his face. By now, the final pawn should have arrived as well. The magic had its opening, its twist, its climax, and finally boom. A breathless figure burst through the door. That gaunt figure now stared blankly at Zhou and Su. Yi. I must stop the monarchs from meeting as soon as possible. That must have been the thought racing through Yi's mind at that moment. But after Zhou had killed the other two monarchs, the current rankings had shifted to Zhou, 1,150 points. Su, 480 points. Yi, 470 points. Yi, who had originally been in last place, had now become a monarch. And the moment Yi entered the tower, the three monarchs were united. Beep, law of termination detected. Match over. The mechanical system's voice sounded at just the right moment, announcing Zhou's resounding victory. Zhou slowly strolled to the window of the tower. A gentle moonbeam fell upon Zhou, and in that moment, he appeared as if draped in a magnificent silver robe. This was the finest coronation ceremony for the new monarch. Zhou murmured softly, reciting his favorite line after every performance, magic, a perfect finale. Outside the exam hall. Fox Lianwen plus Z carat gung xan zue carat quan, countless upperclassmen and freshmen stared intently at the live broadcast from the mock exam hall. 1 second later, the image of Zhou coolly beheading the two monarchs appeared on screen. Woo-hoo-hoo! Countless students cheered in celebration. In that moment, an ordinary commoner staged an instant turnaround, leaping from the bottom of the rankings to achieve an overwhelming score. Zhou firmly held first place, with a score higher than the combined totals of second and third place. On the campus network's hottest pin thread, many upperclassmen who had voted for Zhou were ecstatic. There were also plenty of students who had voted for Su and Yi, now hanging their heads in disappointment. Don't get too cocky, you, Zhou fans. The third test is just the beginning. The remaining two stages are when the final outcome will be decided. Ha, who says a commoner can't win? Those nobles are nothing special. They're all just pawns. Thanks to Zhou's spectacular performance in the freshman tests, more and more upperclassmen were joining the winner prediction contest. Ding! The anonymous poster added a new update. Given the growing number of participants, the prize pool has been increased to 100,000 yuan. A few seconds later, awesome. The boss is so generous. May the boss prosper. More and more students were joining the betting pool. Thanks to Zhou's recent stellar performance at this moment, Zhou's vote count had overtaken Yi's, moving him into second place. As the world spun around him, Zhou returned to the familiar reality of his school. He rubbed his head, taking in the fresh air of the campus. Zhou, you're so awesome. In an instant, another familiar figure rushed up to him. Zhang's eyes were filled with admiration. After I got eliminated, I've been watching your performance the whole time. Please help me follow the latest updates. When you disguised yourself as Her Highness the Princess and pulled off that ultimate twist, the whole school went wild. You have no idea how loud the cheers were in the dorms. I could hear them all the way from the playground. You're the front runner for the comprehensive test, now the school's rising star. Hey, can you tell me how you did that disguise? I thought that was an ability exclusive to the Square Divine card? Zhou brushed it off. I'm a magician in the commoner world. I can pull off disguises without a divine card. Oh. Zhang scratched his head. I don't know much about magic, but I have heard that in the commoner world, there is something like Sichuan opera face changing. He seemed to have convinced himself. Ahem. Up ahead, Lu Yingming, the chairman of the Diamond Group and the chief examiner for this test, cleared his throat. The first stage of the comprehensive test has concluded. We are about to announce the 3 monarch recipients. The 3 students whose names are called, please come up to the stage. The entire lawn was filled with lively chatter. A small group of students who had been killed during the competition and eliminated early had naturally witnessed the final scene and were excitedly discussing it. Most of the students had been teleported out of the testing area together after the competition ended and were unaware of the details of the entire test. They looked around curiously, seemingly trying to figure out who had secured the top 3 spots. Senior Lu Yingming announced, enunciating each word clearly, 3rd place, 470 points Yi. Yi stood up, head held high. He strode forward with his chest puffed out, as if he wanted the whole world to know he had made it into the top 3. A round of applause broke out, mingled with murmurs of discussion. Noble students are just so impressive. I knew it would be him. Ha, you guys don't know, but Yi getting into Monarch was actually Zhou's doing. Really? I didn't see the end, don't lie to me. Senior Lu Yingming continued, 2nd place, 480 points Su. Lola Xiao, Shuizui Xian Zhangjia, Gung Karat Xian, Qua plus Su smiled, walking with dignified grace, her silver hair flowing behind her. This time, the applause was even more enthusiastic. Her Highness the Princess is still so strong. Her divine card is a powerful spades type. She took out quite a few people. I thought she was the kind of spoiled princess, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless when it comes to killing people. Exactly, I was taken out in one shot by her. Lu Yingming cleared his throat twice and continued, first place, 1,150 points. Countless students craned their necks, eager to see who could possibly top Su and Yi to claim first place in this round. Zhou. The entire hall fell silent for 2 seconds, as if unable to believe what they heard. Then, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Most students recognized Zhou. The image of a genius from a commoner background had already taken root in their minds during the first 2 assessments. The students clapping the loudest were mostly from minor noble families, so they deeply resonated with this ultimate underdog story of a commoner taking first place. Zhou's face remained expressionless. He simply rose calmly and walked up to the stage. The room erupted in discussion. Zhou. I know him. The genius with a mana content of 43. I heard he is from a commoner family. 1,150 points? That high? That score, it's higher than the princess and young Master Yi combined. With a score that high, how many people did he kill? Ha, you don't get it. I watched the whole thing. He only used his blade once the entire game. What? Just once? And he scored over 1,000 points? On stage, the 3 of them stood together, with Zhou in the middle. To his left, Yi shot him a sidelong glance, snorted lightly, and turned her head away, refusing to look in Zhou's direction again. To his right, Su maintained her dignified and elegant demeanor, nodding slightly to Zhou in greeting. Senior Lu Yingming laid out 3 cards resembling postcards in front of him. He explained, these 3 cards are called Monarch cards, and they're the props we'll be using for the next phase of testing. Please, Zhou, who scored the highest, be the first to select a Monarch card. As he spoke, Senior Lu Yingming produced the 3 cards. Each card featured a crown, while different symbols were engraved on each one. These 3 symbols were spades, diamonds, and hearts. Why aren't there any clubs? Zhou suddenly asked. Lu Yingming replied in a low voice, spades, diamonds, and hearts represent 3 factions. It's a tradition at our school. After all, aside from you, our school has never had a student with a spades divine card. So the spades monarch card is naturally not included. Then what is the purpose of these 3 monarch cards? Yi suddenly asked. Lu Yingming shook his head. I'm sorry, but you'll have to discover the purpose of the monarch cards for yourselves. As you know, the evaluation trial is divided into 3 stages in total, and what just took place was only the first stage. All I can say is that the monarch cards play a crucial role in the final stage of the evaluation trial. They can even turn the tide of the competition. They hold clues to the competition. You'll have to decipher them yourselves. Zhou took another look at the 3 cards. He glanced at Yi's chest. The red coat of arms of the diamonds, entwined with vines, glowed brightly. He then looked at Su's left wrist. The long sword embedded in the spades coat of arms was equally dazzling. He let out a soft sigh and took the heart monarch card in the middle. Please, the second place finisher, step forward to make your selection. Sure enough, Su didn't hesitate at all and immediately took the spades monarch card. Yi's expression remained unchanged as he, equally satisfied, accepted the final diamonds monarch card. Now, I will announce the details of the second stage of the comprehensive test. After distributing the cards, Senior Lu Yingming immediately addressed the entire class. The second stage of the test is called talent competition. As everyone knows, the Dragon Nation places people at the center of everything. The rise and fall of any nation is inextricably linked to the talented heroes within it. And the second phase, talent competition, is a contest in which the 3 monarchs must recruit teammates. Each monarch card represents a national faction, kingdom faction, and the Diamond Nation. And the 3 monarchs are, naturally, the leaders of these 3 factions. The second phase of the test will last 1 week and take place within this school. You are free to move about as you please. 3 monarchs, please spend the next week recruiting fellow students with the status of noble and commoner to join your respective national factions. All students must choose a nation to join. Of course, the more supporters a nation has, the more advantageous it will be in the final, third phase of the competition. I look forward to seeing how the 3 monarchs perform over the next week. 1 week from now, the third phase of the competition will begin immediately. I now declare the first phase of the comprehensive test concluded. After hearing the rules, Joe let out a soft sigh and prepared to return to his dormitory to rest. This first phase of the competition had drained him of so much energy he desperately needed to get some sleep and clear his head. Everyone else also began to disperse in small groups. Before Joe had gone far, Senior Lu Yingming suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Joe. Could you stay for a bit? I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Joe stopped, looking puzzled. .ez, Dawn TaxNet Update New. Most complete. Senior Lu Yingming continued, "You may have already heard this during the orientation ceremony. At the end of the semester, students with outstanding performance will be granted eligibility for the Divine Card, Ascension. I know you're from a commoner background, so you might not be familiar with what Divine Card Ascension entails. Would you like me to explain it?" Joe smiled, "No need. I've heard the basics from a friend. Divine Card Ascension can significantly boost ability strength, and, supposedly, if one can ascend a divine card to the highest level," Lu Yingming's eyes flickered, "one can become a god." Joe blinked. "Senior, you didn't keep me here just to lecture me on divine cards, did you?" Lu Yingming replied immediately, "No, of course not. Generally speaking, only those who excel during the semester are eligible for this honor. And I can help you become that person." Joe's interest was piqued. "Please enlighten me, Senior." Lu Yingming paused. "Perhaps you've already met Zhuang Xingyao?" Joe thought of that short-haired senior. A bit aloof, a bit haughty, and the president of a certain club. President of the Red Heart Club, and also the only divine card ascender from the previous class. Her mana level is the highest among all current upperclassmen. At the same time, I'm certain it's higher than that of many professors. And the reason she attained such a high mana level is because she won the Elite Cup. Elite Cup? Joe felt like he'd heard that term when he first enrolled. He asked, "Excuse me, Senior, what is the Elite Cup?" Senior Lu Yingming replied, "Every year, the school holds 2 major events. New Stubborn Spirit Occupy? Free Fee Carrot Guangdong Read. One of them is the 3-round freshman assessment. You're naturally already familiar with that. The second is the Elite Cup. The winner of the Elite Cup can significantly boost their mana level. Of course, those who perform exceptionally well will qualify for Divine Card Ascension. However, the Elite Cup can only be entered as a club unit." Upon hearing this, Joe immediately understood the other person's intentions. Lu Yingming was also the president of a student club. He wanted to recruit Joe into the club. "Joe, do you want to participate?" Joe replied politely, "Senior, I know the Elite Cup is very important, but right now, I have more urgent matters to attend to." As he spoke, he flicked the monarch card in his hand. "I still have the freshman assessment to complete." Lu Yingming stared intently into Joe's eyes, as if trying to read his thoughts. After a long moment, he said softly, "All right. If you ever decide you want to participate in the Elite Cup, you're welcome to join my club, the Diamond Club." Back in the dorm. Lu Yingming invited you to join his club? Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Did you say yes?" "No." "Why not?" First Li Hanfeng, now Lu Yingming. Every big shot is trying to recruit you, and you're not going? By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao invited me too. Joe said indifferently. Zhang looked utterly incredulous. "Don't tell me you turned them all down?" "Yes." Bank, bookroom choking Xan Karazue Fuljan looked as if Joe had just thrown away a 5 million yuan lottery ticket. It's incredibly difficult for freshmen to get into the big 3 clubs. Even many upperclassmen would kill to join any one of them. Anyone who makes it into any of these student clubs is a big shot among big shots. You actually turned down such a golden opportunity? 3 times, no less. Joe, however, remained unfazed. There will always be other chances later. For now, I want to focus my energy on the upcoming freshman evaluation. He thought of the champion's reward, the divine relic. A conceptual treasure, whatever it was, he wanted it. Alright, let us not talk about that for now. Joe, do you have any thoughts on the second phase of the evaluation trial, talent competition? Jean lay on his bed, stuffing potato chips into his mouth as he asked indistinctly. Joe let out a soft sigh, none. The task for the second phase, to put it simply, was to recruit other students to join his faction. That depends on your connections. I'm not as highborn as Sue, nor as wealthy as ye. I'm just a commoner. I doubt many would want to join my team. Not at all. Zheng sat up with a start. I'll join you. Your Majesty the Monarch, as long as you don't mind that I'm a commoner. Joe smiled, thank you. You're my first teammate. Zhang was full of fighting spirit. In that case, no matter what the third stage assessment is, we're a team now. Since we're teammates, we need to figure out what to do. I've got it. Let us go hand out flyers at the entrance of the academic building tomorrow. Zhang seemed to have come up with a great idea. Hand out flyers? Yeah, let us list all of Joe's achievements on the flyers. Once the other students see them, they'll definitely want to join our team. I've even thought of a headline. Legendary commoner genius Joe, recruiting teammates now. Joe, 18 years old, mana level 43, ranked first in the Bloodline assessment. Defeated the Skull Council assassin in the Aptitude assessment, the sole victor of the test. Outshone the competition in the title contest phase of the evaluation trial, ranking first in points. Come join Joe's Kingdom faction. The Kingdom faction is your best choice for passing the freshman assessment. With that, Zhang plopped off the bed and fired up his computer, fiddling with it. Joe curiously leaned in. Zhang was using photo editing software, working on something. I'm designing a flyer. Only a good-looking flyer will attract people. Zhang said, his eyes still glued to the screen. Joe watched Zhang's design process. His hands moved lightning fast. He seemed very skilled at this sort of thing. You seem pretty good at this. Zhang patted his chest proudly, of course. My family's in advertising design. It might sound like a commoner's job, but for a minor noble like me, it's not bad at all. I help out often, too. It had to be said the flyer Zhang designed was truly exquisite. The layout and color scheme were seamless. Once Zhang had listed Joe's various achievements, Joe began to feel a sense of confidence. He felt as though he could easily win this competition to recruit new members. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll promote you hard, and you'll definitely be the most popular monarch out of the 3 of us. That shouldn't be happening. The next day, they arrived early at the entrance of the academic building and energetically handed out flyers. But not a single person took one. In fact, many people kept their heads down and hurried past Joe without even glancing at him. What is going on, Joe? Did you do something to offend them? Joe was just as puzzled. No way, I just started school. How could I have offended them? Just then, another female student walked by. Before Joe could get a good look at her, he hurriedly handed her a flyer. Hey, welcome to my Red Heart team. Joe was already braced to be ignored again. But to his surprise, she actually took the flyer. Joe, isn't it a bit inappropriate to hand this flyer to me? A clear, crisp female voice rang out. Only then did Joe have time to look up and see her face. Long silver hair, a black mask. The girl gently removed her mask. It was Sue. You handed a flyer to a competitor. Sue smiled as she shook the flyer from her hand. Sue, you might not believe this, but you're the first person to take my flyer today. Is my charm really that low? Joe sighed. It has nothing to do with your charm. Lots of people want to join your team. But Sue seemed to know something, hesitating as if she wanted to say more. She shook her head and pointed to the bulletin board in the distance. See for yourself. Then, she walked away with a spring in her step. Zhou and Zhang walked over to the bulletin board. What is this? The bulletin board was densely covered with identical notices. Notice, no new students are permitted to join the Kingdom faction in the upcoming competition. There was also a QR code at the top. This is blatant discrimination. Yi would actually resort to such tactics. Zhang angrily tore down several notices. Hey, what's this code? Let me scan it. Zhou and Zhang pulled out their phones, aimed them at the QR code, and scanned it to open a web page. Now they understood why no student dared accept Zhou's flyers. The QR code led to a post on the campus network, posted by Yi. Notice: no freshman is permitted to join the Kingdom faction. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses all fall under my father's control. With a single flick of my father's finger, he can bankrupt you all. If you don't want to end up on the streets as a lowly commoner, it's simple, just don't join Zhou's team. Announced by Yi. And under the second post, he listed the names of all non-monarch freshmen. He added another line of text. I'm watching you all closely. He's using his power to threaten us. Zhou's expression darkened. He can't beat me head-on, so he's resorting to these underhanded tactics. Hey, Zhang, what do you think? Zhou turned to Zhang, only to find him deathly pale. Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang turned his stiff neck toward him, his voice trembling slightly. Zhou, my parents' little design shop is part of the Yi family's company. My name is on that list too. Zhou let out a soft sigh. I understand. If you change your mind and don't want to join me, that's fine, you've already helped me a lot. Zhang kept his head down, lost in thought. After a moment, he snapped his head up, his gaze firm. Zhang swallowed hard. Bro, I'll never support Yi. But he glanced at the notice again. No new students are permitted to join the Kingdom faction. It only says we can't join the Kingdom faction, it doesn't say we can't support Zhou. I can choose to join Her Highness the Princess's Kingdom faction, but I'll still help you out. Zhou paused for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder. You little rascal, are you planning to be a double agent? Zhang chuckled, but I promised before that I'd join your kingdom. Now I'm going back on my word. You're not mad at your buddy, are you? Zhou placed his hand gently on Zhang's shoulder and said softly, don't worry. It's entirely up to you which kingdom you choose to support. I'm not the same kind of person as Yi. Many days passed, and still no classmates were willing to join Zhou's team. Just as he said before, although Zhang didn't dare openly support Zhou's kingdom faction, he'd been helping Zhou recruit teammates these past few days. Thanks, Zhang. Logically speaking, you're planning to join the kingdom faction, you're Su's teammate, yet you've been helping me all along. Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, what's the big deal? We're good buddies, aren't we? Besides, even if I end up joining Her Highness the Princess's team in the end, can't I still give your kingdom faction a hand? We agreed in Chao's camp, but my heart remains with Han. Zhou sighed softly. I'm just afraid that in the end, I'll really be left with nothing but myself. Not a single teammate besides me. They strolled along slowly and soon arrived in front of the academic building again. Something must have happened at the entrance. It was packed with people. A female student, on the shorter side with her hair in a ponytail, stood in the center of the crowd, seemingly giving a speech. Zhou, look over there. Come on, let us go check it out. Zhang naturally couldn't resist the temptation to join the commotion. As the two drew closer, they finally made out the contents of the girl's speech. The evaluation trial is a fair competition. Resist tyranny. Reject class oppression. All students should have the right to freely choose their faction. Zhang nudged Zhou gently with his elbow. Hey. It sounds like she is speaking up for you. Who is that student? Zhou studied her closely and quickly recalled where he'd seen her before. Search notax.net, update Joy most fast that standout. Oh. Hearing Zhou's words, Zhang also took a closer look at the girl. Short, with a ponytail. Isn't that the girl from the test earlier who called out to the crowd to stop killing each other, only to get shot in the head? Her actions are clearly going against Yi. I don't know if she'll succeed, but she is very brave. Joe furrowed his brow slightly, sighed, and was about to take a detour to leave. Hey, you over there, what are you doing? A familiar voice called out. Joe couldn't help but turn around. He saw Yi, flanked by a large group of people, walking toward the girl who was giving her speech. The onlookers, seeing Yi arrive, all lowered their heads and quickly scattered. Only the girl with the ponytail remained standing there, all alone. She was completely surrounded by Yi's hoodlums. The girl was very short and looked particularly frail among this crowd. Yet she still mustered her courage and shouted, Yi, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. The comprehensive exam is supposed to be completed based on the student's own abilities. Relying on your family's wealth and using your parents to threaten other students goes against the fairness of the assessment. Yi slowly stepped forward, looking down at her with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The girl couldn't help but swallow hard. What do you want? Yi's face darkened. Hearing you say that? Are you trying to oppose me? You're joining Joe's team, aren't you? Though the girl was frightened, she summoned her courage and shouted, so what if I am? I'm a student from a commoner background who won the monarch title on my own merits, unlike you, who bullies everyone at school just because you have a powerful father. Joe sighed, turned around, and started to walk away. Hey! Joe, are you just leaving like that? Aren't you going to watch a little longer? Zhang asked from behind. Her behavior has nothing to do with me. Although I'm grateful she spoke up for me, openly defying Yi like that is way too impulsive. Besides, I don't even know her. No need to meddle in other people's business. Let us go. We still have class. Smack! A loud slap echoed through the air. Joe's footsteps halted instantly. He slowly turned his head. A woman standing next to Yi had slapped that show-off across the face. The woman, wearing smoky eye makeup, was one of Yi's entourage. She raised her arm and struck again. Smack! This slap was heavy. The short girl was instantly knocked to the ground. She clutched her face, her eyes wide with shock. Yi lifted her leg and stepped on the girl. School bullying? The words flashed through Joe's mind. He hadn't expected that even at Longwei's most prestigious noble school, this kind of thing was unavoidable. Zhang, go to class first. I'll be there in a minute. Zhang looked up, a hint of concern in his voice. What are you going to do? What needs to be done? Joe said flatly. Yi grinned savagely, crouching down so his eyes were level with the girl's. He sneered, Joe only won those tests because of pure luck. He is just a dog born of a commoner. The blood of lowly commoners runs through his veins. He is not fit to be here. Aren't you the one who wanted to join Joe? Didn't you think he was way stronger than me? Where is he? Maybe he is hiding in some corner, whimpering and begging to drop out. Thud! A brick flew through the air, striking Yi squarely on the forehead. The next second, Joe leaped to his feet, darted through the crowd, and was instantly at Yi's side. Then he reached out, grabbed Yi by the head, and slammed him to the ground. At the same time, Joe's right hand immediately drew his dagger and pressed it against Yi's neck. Joe's grip was so tight that in an instant, a faint red line appeared on Yi's neck. It looked as if a drop of blood was about to seep out. Didn't your dad teach you not to talk trash behind people's backs? Yi didn't immediately realize what was happening. When he finally recognized the person in front of him, he lay on the ground and snarled, If you dare kill me, my dad will kill you. Joe's tone was icy, his eyes flashing with malice. I'd actually dare to kill you. He lifted Yi's head and slammed it hard against the ground once more. Yi let out a muffled groan. His face was covered in blood, contorted in agony. Yi's thuggish friends tried to approach. Take one more step, and I'll shove this sword right through his neck. Joe's tone was flat, but his words were deadly serious. Yi shouted frantically, Nobody come any closer. Joe said softly, Yi, you are right about one thing. I'm just a worthless commoner, fatherless, motherless, with nothing to lose. All I have is this worthless life. Come on, let us trade lives. Joe knew that when facing school bullies, reasoning was useless. The best approach was to fight fire with fire. He was actually willing to fight Yi to the death. After all, Yi was a privileged young master, while his own life was worthless. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who have nothing to lose. Joe was usually all smiles, but when it came down to it, he was a character driven to the extreme, cruel and utterly reckless. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, driving the blade deeper. Stop. Joe. I was wrong. Yi saw the murderous intent in Joe's eyes, and fear instantly spread through his body. Under the dual pressure of pain and terror, tears streamed down his face. Bro, spare me, he pleaded. Joe's gaze remained icy. He uttered only those two words. Yi hurriedly said, I'm sorry, bro. I shouldn't have badmouthed you behind your back. I'm not human. Joe frowned, loosening his left grip slightly, allowing Yi's head to lift off the ground. Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over. But the next second, smack. Joe's left hand tightened again, slamming Yi's head into the ground for the third time. Yi's face was already covered in blood. He lay lifelessly on the ground, his eyes unfocused. Wrong. Joe said coldly. You're not apologizing to me. Apologize to her. Joe whispered, tilting his head slightly toward the girl. The petite girl was still half lying on the ground, clutching one side of her face, her eyes dazed. Yi's head shifted twice, finally turning to face the girl. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. I shouldn't have said those things either. Yi's voice was weak and growing fainter. The girl looked flustered. All right, that's enough. Joe raised his hand. You guys, take him to the hospital. Joe's voice brooked no argument. Since he had already backed down, he should know when to stop. Besides, he could see a professor slowly approaching from around the corner. Yi's gang of thugs hurriedly hoisted their leader off the ground. Yi tilted his head, glaring at him with hatred, and mumbled indistinctly, Joe, in the final round of the comprehensive test 3 days from now, I'll make you pay. Joe's expression remained impassive. I am indeed better looking than you. Thank you. Yi merely shot him a furious look. They also noticed the professor rushing over and quickly fled. What are you doing? An elderly professor with gray hair walked up to Joe, looked at the female student lying on the ground, then glanced at Yi being led away. I heard a lot of commotion. Joe crouched on the ground, pondering how to explain the recent altercation. Tax King Dike Xins were complete. Although it was done in the name of justice, the fact remained that Joe had struck first. Moreover, he had indeed been a bit too rough just now. Before Joe could speak, the girl immediately interjected, it was Yi. Yi hit me. This student just happened to be passing by. The professor looked hesitantly at Joe's fist. There was still a trace of blood on it. You two weren't fighting, were you? That's against school rules. No. The blood on his hand got there by accident when he was helping me clean my wound, the girl explained immediately. Joe was taken aback for a moment. This girl was actually lying to cover for him. All right then. You're Joe, right? Could you please take this student to the infirmary? The old professor walked away. Thank you. What is your name? Joe wiped the blood from his hand. Tang. The girl blinked. Hello, my name is Joe. Tang blinked. I know you, Joe. Joe nodded in understanding. I see. After all, I caused quite a stir when I first enrolled. That's not it. Tang said rapidly. I knew you even before you enrolled. Joe looked at the girl's face again. She looked completely unfamiliar. He didn't remember ever meeting Tang before. Have we met somewhere? Tang continued, speaking at a rapid pace. Oh, I used to watch your magic live streams all the time and sent you a lot of gifts. Joe had thought of himself as a small-time streamer, but he never expected to run into one of his fans on campus. Dance, for read book free plus fee leap read, my ID is Tang. Tang's voice dropped a notch, sounding a bit embarrassed. Tang was the #1 fan on his livestream. She was a crazy spender. In fact, it was largely thanks to her that Joe was able to make a living from his live streams. Joe had assumed she was an older woman, but he never expected that this top-spending fan was actually an 18-year-old student just like him. Tang rubbed her left cheek, which still seemed to be hurting. "Brother Joe, can I join your team?" Tang suddenly asked. Joe gave her a surprised look. Joe was thrilled that someone was finally willing to join him. Joe was about to agree right away, but he stopped himself just as the words were on the tip of his tongue. "But aren't you afraid?" Joe asked. "Afraid of what?" Tang blinked in confusion. "The Yi family causing trouble for your parents, and Yi causing trouble for you." Joe pointed in the direction Yi had just left. Tang shrugged indifferently. "What's there to be afraid of? If I show any weakness, they'll just keep pushing me around. I'll strike hard, just like you did just now, Joe." With that, she pumped her little fists in the air a couple of times. But her mood seemed to darken again. "I'm just a commoner. I might end up holding your team back. I'd understand if you didn't want me, brother Joe." Tang. Joe cut her off, looking her straight in the eyes with a serious expression. "You're welcome to join my team." That evening, as soon as Joe pushed open the dormitory door, he heard Zhang's loud shout. "Bro, I'm joining your team." He waved his arms. "You changed your mind?" Joe had no idea what was going on. Zhang chuckled. "Sure thing, kid. You sent me away, then went off to fight Yi all by yourself." Joe raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" "I saw you go to class before I threw that brick." Zhang said seriously, "Next time there's a chance like this, you've gotta call me. I'll always be on your side." Joe cleared his throat. "I'm just afraid you're as impulsive as I am. You're not like me, I've got no parents, nothing to my name, so I'm not afraid of Yi. But you've got your own little business at home. I'm worried Yi might use his family's influence to mess with your family." Zhang looked completely serious. "I'm not afraid anymore. I'm going to be just like you and stand up to him head on. So what if he is a rich kid? So what if he is a noble at West University? I'm not afraid." Joe asked again, "So, how exactly did you find out about me fighting Yi?" Zhang wore a mysterious smile as he pulled out his phone, tapped on a screen, and handed it to Joe. Joe took it. On a trending post on the campus network, someone had uploaded a video of Joe beating the crap out of Yi. Countless comments were in support of Joe. "So badass. If a commoner isn't afraid of Yi, why should I be? Even if every single freshman doesn't join your team, I'll still support you." That was so satisfying. "It's the first time I've seen Yi get his ass kicked. West University noble? What a joke." Zhang smiled. "See that? Everyone online is talking about your heroic deed." Joe frowned. He immediately grabbed his phone, logged into his account, and typed a few lines. "Thank you all for your support, but I know Yi has threatened you. I don't want any of my classmates to have their family businesses targeted by the Yi family because of me. So, I don't need anyone to join my kingdom faction." As soon as the post went out, Joe's image as a man of principle was instantly cemented. Countless classmates left comments. "So touching. Zoe. I'm definitely not joining Yi's faction anyway, so don't worry." "Yeah. Then I'm joining the kingdom faction." "Your Highness, you wouldn't dare mess with us." Joe put down his phone and said to Zhang, "You should join the kingdom faction too." But Zhang looked serious. "I'm not afraid. I'm joining your kingdom faction to be your teammate and take on Yi." He immediately opened the freshman assessment system on the school's official website, and after a few clicks, entered his name into the kingdom faction roster. He clicked confirm. I'm not the first one to join you?" Zhang looked at the number of members in the kingdom faction on the screen. 2. Joe smiled and said, "Remember that show-off? She was the first one." There were 2 days left until the end of the second phase of the comprehensive test, talent competition. First read book? 1. Chase? Zue Xin Zhang plus you. At this moment, all the students had already found their teams. Joe looked at the comprehensive test interface on the school's official website inside. The statistics showed that 1,103 students had joined Suez Kingdom faction. Ye's block faction had 394 members. Joe's Kingdom faction had only 3 members: Zhou, Zhang, and Tang. This wasn't really surprising. Zhou had already told everyone online that if they wanted to support him, they should join the Kingdom faction. So, those who had originally intended to join Zhou, intimidated by Ye's threats, had all chosen to join Su instead. Since Zhou came from a commoner background, he wasn't actually very familiar with the freshmen. Rather than gaining more teammates he didn't know, it made more sense to find a few trusted acquaintances. But looking at the number 3 under the Kingdom faction column, he still let out a soft sigh. After all, Senior Lu Yingming had said that the more teammates you had, the better your chances in the competition. I hope the number of team members won't matter so much in the test the day after tomorrow. Aside from having too few supporters, Zhou had another worry. He gently pulled out his monarch card. It was a red heart wearing a crown. At the end of the first round, Senior Lu Yingming had mentioned that this card would play a crucial role in the final round. But he would have to figure out how to use it on his own. Still, what good could a single card possibly do? Zhou held it up to the sunlight and examined it closely. It was just a very ordinary card, indistinguishable from a regular postcard. Zhou tucked the card into his pocket and headed out, planning to visit the school library to look for clues. SANYEWU plus NET Brother Zhou? Tang? What a coincidence! Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he entered the library, Zhou ran into Tang right at the entrance. Brother Zhou, the third stage of the competition is about to begin. Is there anything you need my help with? Zhou handed her the red-hearted monarch card. Here, it's this card. They say it holds a clue for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any ideas? Tang held the card up to the sunlight to examine it. But she didn't notice anything unusual. Brother Zhou, have you tried heating it with fire? Fire? Yes, Tang said. If you write on paper with milk, the writing disappears once it dries. If you heat it with fire, the proteins in the milk will turn brown, and the writing will reappear. Zhou looked at her approvingly. You know quite a lot. I like to read detective novels in my spare time. That's how a lot of clues are hidden. Ah, too bad I'm not the Spade Divine card, so I can't produce fire. Tang said regretfully. Use this. Zhou immediately pulled out a lighter, aimed it at the monarch card, and clicked it on. Ah, I know this one. Since commoners don't have abilities, they invented these little fire-starting gadgets. Zhou, do you smoke? Tang leaned in curiously. I don't smoke. Zhou explained, before I came to school, I was a magician. I often used lighters for my performances. Sometimes, fire can create great magic. Ah, but you probably don't know this. I never perform any fire magic in the livestream. Noon 4 Carat Bank Book Update New Most Fast Plus. Tang didn't understand what kind of fire magic could be called great, but he nodded, pretending to get it. The lighter's flame flickered slightly, heating the monarch card. Zhou and Tang both stared at the card, but neither could spot any signs of color change. Looks like it wasn't written with milk. Zhou put away the lighter inside. Tang, do you know any other ways to write invisible text? Of course. Tang perked up immediately, happy to be of help. If you write with rice water, you can reveal it with iodine. If you write with lemon juice, you can reveal it by heating it with fire. There is also a special ink that can be revealed by shining a UV light on it. Tang rattled off more than a dozen methods in one breath, and was about to continue. Stop. Zhou hurriedly cut her off. Let us try them one by one first. All failed. Zhou ran to the infirmary to get some iodine and borrowed a UV lamp from the lab. They tried every method imaginable, but still nothing worked. By now, it was already dark. Maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way? Zhou said slowly, gazing up at the starry sky. Hey! Isn't this our little brother Zhou? A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Who are you? Zhou looked at the boy in front of him. He had dark skin and a smile on his face. Joe said uncertainly, "Senior Li Hanfeng?" "That's me." "What's up? You're out for a walk with a pretty girl, yet you look so gloomy?" Senior Li Hanfeng chuckled. Joe was at a loss for words. He had intended to make an excuse and slip away right away, to prevent him from pestering him to join his club again. Suddenly, something Zhang had said earlier popped into his mind. He had mentioned that one of Li Hanfeng's achievements was, "By the way, Senior, I heard you were the freshman champion in last year's comprehensive exam?" Joe asked politely. Li Hanfeng immediately dropped his smile and pretended to be serious. "Oh? Have you heard my story?" Joe also feigned seriousness. "No, but your face is written all over it." Li Hanfeng's expression grew subtle. "Ahem. Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm actually quite outstanding. I always come in first on exams, and I frequently win championships in various competitions." Joe held up a palm. "Stop. Who asked you? Then why did you bring up the comprehensive test?" Li Hanfeng said. "I just wanted to ask." Joe lowered his voice. "Did you guys use this monarch card last year?" Li Hanfeng looked taken aback. "You aren't trying to get information out of me, are you?" "Well, strictly speaking, we're not supposed to discuss this topic with freshmen." He changed the subject. "But I don't play by the rules." "Nice guy, you're pretty sharp. Knowing to ask upperclassmen for answers to past exam questions, I admire that." Joe smiled. "You flatter me. I don't have any moral qualms. I don't care what means I use to win the exam." Li Hanfeng smiled mysteriously. "I do know some information. The key to cracking the monarch card's mystery lies in the difference in suits." "Oh? Please elaborate." "Oh? Please elaborate." Think about it, there are 3 monarch cards, right? Why go to the trouble of dividing them into 3 suits? Actually, the secret is quite simple. I'll tell you if you agree to join the Black Blade Gang. The card was turned over to reveal the dagger. "Forget it, then." Joe walked away without looking back, leaving Senior Li Hanfeng swaying alone in the cold wind. Once they were a safe distance away. "Tang, hold this monarch card for me." Joe handed him the monarch card. "Oh, sure." Tang took it. "Hold it up higher," Joe instructed. Tang held the monarch card and placed it in front of Joe. Joe stared intently at the hearts on it. Although he hadn't received specific help from Senior Li Hanfeng, the information revealed in their conversation had given him a few clues. He kept mulling over what Li Hanfeng had just said. The difference in suits? On the divine cards, spades specialize in physical strength, hearts control the mind, and diamonds create change. His monarch card was a heart. Hearts represent the mind. Could it be that he had to treat this heart's monarch card with genuine sincerity? Joe suddenly leaned in, gently pressed a kiss to the card, and whispered, "I love you." Hey? Tang clearly misinterpreted Joe's gesture, her face suddenly flushing bright red. "Don't interrupt. I'm talking to this card." Joe didn't even blink. The next second, the heart's monarch card spun rapidly, then suddenly spewed out silver threads from the top. These threads constantly shifted and twisted, eventually forming a line of small text: "There can only be one monarch in the world." It worked. His hunch was correct. Overcome with excitement, Joe looked at the line of text. There can only be one monarch in the world? Is that the clue? Does this imply that in the upcoming final stage of the competition, I must kill the other 2 monarchs? Thank you, Tang. You can give the card back to me now. Oh, okay. Tang finally realized that the earlier remark wasn't directed at her and reluctantly handed the card back. The final day. Premium. Novels 1 plus drunk? New cockroach crawling choking Xan cow. There was only 1 day left until the final entrance exam began. Joe had already unlocked the secrets of his monarch card. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. How could he possibly get by with just decoding the one in his hand? There are 3 monarch cards. He wants them all. The gods bestowed divine cards upon those of exceptional talent. These were the original nobles. In history class, the old professor continued to lecture tirelessly on the history of the world. Countless students dozed off in their seats. Joe lay bored on his desk, twirling his monarch card. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen, it was just that, on the very first day of school, Joe had already gone through the textbook cover to cover. He'd already read all this basic material. He stared at a silver-haired figure in the front row, listening intently. Sue sat at the very front, staring at the blackboard without blinking. After class, I've got to find a chance to ask her about her monarch card. Ding-dong, the bell rang just in time. Joe yawned, stretched, and was just about to get up to go ask the princess for some intel. But unexpectedly, that silver-haired figure flashed past him and sat down right in front of him. Sue had actually beaten him to it. Oh. I was just about to look for you, too. Joe blinked. You go first. What's up? Sue's expression was somewhat serious. Joe, I know that because of ye, basically no classmates are on your side. Fantasy Princess published guilt, Xan Zhang. Yeah, this has also led to many classmates who originally wanted to support you switching over to my team. Joe shook his head slightly inside. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, you wouldn't dare to pick a fight with you. Those students who were threatened didn't dare join me, but they didn't want to help you either, so they had no choice but to help you. Sue nodded. That's right. Because of that, there were actually some students in my original team who wanted to help you. I shouldn't have taken your teammates, so let us form an alliance. An alliance? Joe blinked, gesturing for her to continue. Exactly. Tomorrow's match should be a three-way faction battle among the monarchs. If the two of us work together, we'll prioritize taking on ye. You can even take command of my teammates. Joe smiled. Thanks for the offer. But I don't need to. Sue froze. You don't need to? Right. Joe lay back on his desk, unconcerned. For 18 years, I've been used to being alone. Having too many teammates actually feels like a constraint to me. Having just a couple of friends who genuinely support me is enough. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my two teammates, they're all I need. Sue nodded in understanding. I see. But from the last match, I still owe you one. You didn't kill me from start to finish. The fact that I got the monarch was mostly thanks to your help. Read book House Shao Taxquat Carrot Wu error content. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely help. Hearing this request, Joe's eyelids twitched slightly. Really, any favor at all? He smiled and raised an eyebrow. Sue nodded lightly. I never go back on my word. Alright then, tell me the secret of your monarch card. Joe said bluntly. Ha? This time, Sue froze again. The secret of the monarch card? I don't know. Sue replied blankly. I don't intend to unlock the monarch card's secrets. I think my own power is enough to pass the test. Impossible. Let me take a look. Joe held out his hand. Sue, trusting him completely, immediately placed the Spades monarch card into Joe's hand. Joe examined the monarch card. There wasn't a single sign of damage. He sighed helplessly. My dear princess, though you're clever, you rely too much on brute force. Brute force can't solve every problem. As he spoke, Joe suddenly gave a sharp tug, cleanly tearing the monarch card in half. Sue stared at him blankly, momentarily unable to process what had happened. Huh? What the? What are you doing? Sue's perpetually polite and dignified expression finally showed a flicker of emotion. She snatched the monarch card, now torn in two, from his hand. Sue, you owe me another favor. Joe said nothing more than that. In an instant, a stream of silver lines drifted out from the monarch card, then coalesced into a line of small text. Killing scores points. What's this? Sue hadn't quite processed what was happening yet. A hint for tomorrow's match. Joe's reply was concise. But how did you crack it? Simple, look at the suit. My monarch card is hearts, which means you have to treat the monarch card with sincerity to decrypt it. And your monarch card is spades, representing force and destruction. So the way to decode it is also simple, just destroy the card. Sushi stared blankly at Joe, then gave a slight bow before returning to her usual calm expression. She said solemnly, "No matter what kind of competition it is tomorrow, I won't lay a finger on you. I owe you another favor." After class, Joe strolled leisurely out of the classroom. By now, he had already uncovered 2 pieces of information about the monarch cards. Killing scores points. There can only be one monarch. Now, as long as he could find a way to extract information from Yi, he would have all the pieces of the puzzle. Just what he needed. At that moment, Yi happened to be coming out of the classroom next door. He was fiddling with his own monarch card, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how the hell do you read the message on this thing?" He sighed and slipped his monarch card into his left pocket. Joe quickened his pace. "Hello, want to see a magic trick?" Yi, seeing Joe approach, braced himself as if facing a formidable enemy. "What do you want?" "I didn't do anything to you this time." Joe drew his dagger and twirled it lightly. "Why so nervous? Can't I just chat with you?" Yi swallowed hard when he saw the dagger. As Joe twirled the dagger for the 3rd time, it vanished with a snap. Yi's eyes widened. Vanishing act? Isn't that a cube-type ability? How could Joe use it? Before Yi could react, Joe strode forward and reached into Yi's pocket. "Ah, so the dagger vanished here." Joe pulled the dagger out of Yi's pocket. "The magic show's over. See you at the competition tomorrow." After dropping that line, Joe turned and walked away, leaving Yi standing there alone. "That's weird, Shinjin." Yi shook his head and felt his pocket. "Oh no. Where's the monarch card?" Once he was far enough away, Joe pulled the spades monarch card out of his pocket. Magic is the art of performance, and the key lies in diverting the audience's attention. He pretended to make the dagger appear in Yi's pocket, but in reality, he had simply used a clever sleight of hand to hide it in his sleeve. Then, under the pretense of retrieving the dagger, he took the monarch card from Yi's pocket while Yi was caught off guard. This was a trick Joe often used as a kid to pick pockets. Joe toyed with the diamond card. "Now, it's time to uncover your secret. Spades specialize in brute force, hearts control the mind, and diamonds create change." Tian Shi Xiao Shui? Wang? Zhu? Zue Xin? Zhang? Yu. So Joe folded the monarch card left and right, quickly turning it into a paper crane. The next second, the paper crane seemed to come to life, floating in the air. Its beak opened slightly, releasing a strand of silver thread. This silver thread was identical to the previous 2 instances, quickly forming a line of text. Class oppression still exists. Class? Oppression? Joe quickly realized. It referred to the second rule of the first stage assessment from last time. Monarch executes noble, noble exploits commoner, commoner overthrows monarch. Now they were all complete. At this moment, Joe had gathered the hidden information from all 3 monarch cards. Killing earns points. Class oppression still exists. There can only be one monarch. It looks like tomorrow's match will be very similar to the one 7 days ago. The rules from 7 days ago were similar to these. Scores don't increase for no reason, instead, they're transferred through killing. There's a chain of mutual restraint among the different roles. However, the 3rd rule has changed. 7 days ago, the rule was that the match ended when all 3 monarchs gathered. This time, however, only one monarch can remain. Joe surmised that this was the rule that would end the match. Only when a single monarch remained alive would the entire match be settled. It seemed that he, Su, and Yi were destined to be enemies in tomorrow's match. After Joe finished reading the rules, Yi stormed over from a short distance away. Plus Hong Taishao Shui Wang already published guilt salary Zhang cut carrot. Joe smiled faintly, folded Yi's monarch card into a paper airplane, and tossed it at him. Yi stumbled but managed to catch it. Joe waved his hand. "I helped you decode the information, no need to thank me." Finally, the last part of the freshman orientation that the entire school had been waiting for was about to begin. All 1,500 freshmen gathered on the playground. Zhou, Zhang, and Tang stood together. "Brother Zhou, who's this?" Tang looked at Zhang, who had long hair, and raised an eyebrow curiously. "This is my friend and roommate, Zhang." "Zhang, this is Tang." "Hello." Zhang looked at Tang, his eyes widening. "You stand out like a sore thumb." "Huh?" Tang froze. Zhou quickly covered Zhang's mouth while smiling. "For this competition, the three of us are teammates. Go Kingdom Faction." "Yeah. Brother Zhou. Let us do this." Tang pumped his fist excitedly. Lu Yingming stood at the podium, reciting in his usual stiff, formal tone. The final stage of the 2025 Divine Card Academy Freshman Evaluation Trial officially begins. The name of this test is The Battle of the Three Kings. The venue remains the virtual testing arena. You won't suffer real injuries inside, and death will simply teleport you back to the school. As for the specific test rules, please ask your monarch. Everyone, please get ready. You will be teleported into the simulated testing arena shortly. The test now officially begins. Wei Chu carat Xiao, Shui Gung, Xan Zui carat Quan 321. The world spun. What's happening? What's happening? The match has started, and the live feed is coming in. At this moment, the entire campus network was abuzz with discussion about this freshman trial. After all, whoever wins this test will receive a divine relic. Under the discussion thread, someone posted live data from the competition. Total survivors, 1,500, Kingdom Faction, 1,103, Cube Nation, 394, Kingdom Faction, 3, countless upperclassmen, unaware of Ye's threat in the freshman group, could only speculate on the reasons for such a massive disparity in numbers. Huh? Such a huge gap? Why does Zhou's Kingdom Faction only have 3 supporters? Is he that unpopular? Humph, I told you someone from a commoner background can't be trusted. He has no popularity, and no one trusts him. Oh no, I bet all my votes on Zhou. He's not going to lose, is he? Inside the exam hall. That dizzying sensation again. His vision gradually blurred. By now, Zhou had experienced this feeling countless times. The first few times, he'd been completely unaccustomed to it and felt like he was going to throw up. But now, he was well versed in this teleportation process. Once his vision cleared, Zhou sat up. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, the beach, trees. Is this a deserted island? Zhou tried to walk toward the water's edge. But it seemed as though an invisible wall was blocking him from touching the water. Apparently, this was the edge of the exam room. Only the interior of the island was the student's designated area. Beep, divine card ability activated. That familiar, high-pitched voice again. Zhou sighed. Hey, Joker God, what exactly are the conditions for activating this ability? Joker God spoke as if he hadn't heard, continuing on his own. Randomly selecting an ability. Beep, congratulations. King of Spades, ability, summons lightning to attack intensity determined by mana level. This divine card reverts to a Joker after one use. Zhou's heart raced as he watched the Joker card before him suddenly transform into a King of Spades. Finally, he obtained a Spades-type divine card and an ace at that. Summoning lightning to attack, it sounded incredibly powerful. However, reverts to a Joker after one use. As usual, this ability could only be used once. He had to make the most of this one chance. Zhou carefully put the divine card away. Zhou stood up and suddenly noticed his left wrist vibrating. It was the exact same watch he'd worn during the match 7 days ago. Zhou quickly tapped it to check. Identity, Monarch Faction, Kingdom Faction. Current score, 0. Buzz. The watch vibrated again, displaying an unread message. Zhou tapped it once more. Zhang, hey, where are you guys? I think I'm on a deserted island. Tang, me too. There are quite a few other students in the distance. I've already hidden myself. Zhang, Zhou, how are you holding up? You're our monarch, you can't let anything go wrong. Joe immediately understood. Teammates in the same faction could communicate with each other via their wristwatches. I'm fine. Luckily, there don't seem to be any other students near me. Joe tapped away furiously, sending the message. Tang, our team is small. Why don't we stick together? Zhang, great idea. That way Joe can protect us. Wait, no, we'll protect Joe. Joe automatically ignored Zhang's first message. He looked up and scanned the island. In the distance, there was a small hill. On the hill stood a cluster of small houses. Joe, let us meet up at those houses on the hill. It's safer than an open field. By the way, be careful. This assessment still awards points for killing. Joe posted the 3 rules in the group chat. Killing earns points. Class suppression still applies. There can only be one monarch. Shang, got it. I'm great at staying under the radar. Tang, I definitely want to be a target this round. Joe set down his wristwatch and prepared to head toward the small house on the hill as planned, intending to meet up with his teammates as soon as possible. He hadn't taken 2 steps when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Joe furrowed his brow and quickly darted into a patch of grass. Someone was slowly approaching Joe's position. Joe held his breath and stayed hidden, watching from the shadows. Hong Hente Xiaoshui, Wang Gung Xianzui, Quan. The footsteps drew closer. 2 people were approaching, and their conversation reached Joe's ears. He actually hid himself and sent us to scout ahead. Sai, what can we do? He is a high-ranking noble, a rich kid, and he is our team's monarch. We have to follow his orders. He said that as soon as we spot Joe and his teammates, we're to kill them on sight. The question is, can we really beat Joe? He is a genius with incredibly high mana levels. Joe's expression turned serious. Unfortunately, these 2 turned out to be from the Kingdom of Cubes. Ye's teammates. Joe held his breath, remaining motionless, quietly waiting for them to leave. He didn't know their identities yet, so he absolutely couldn't reveal his position. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Joe took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. At least, from this conversation, he had gleaned 2 pieces of information. First, Yi didn't plan to launch a preemptive strike. Instead, he was lying low. Second, Yi harbored deep hostility toward him and had ordered his subordinates to search for him. What was this? Just as Joe was pondering his next move, a small box became faintly visible in a tuft of grass right in front of him. He walked over and touched it lightly. Beep, his wristwatch immediately beeped and a notification popped up. Random treasure chest, contains various weapons, items, food, and daily necessities. A treasure chest? Joe understood immediately. Tian Shishao Plus says the rule for ending the competition is most likely only one monarch remains. But if all the monarchs survive, the competition might never end. Who knows how many days it would last. Although it's a simulated exam, all the students will still get injured and go hungry. With a total of 1,500 examinees, there has to be a way to obtain supplies. And these 8 chests are the school's way of distributing food and other supplies to the students. Joe placed his hand on the chest's lid. Common chest daily supplies can be opened by those of commoner rank or higher. Click. The lid sprang open immediately. Joe was at a loss for words. Inside the chest, a single, sanitary pad lay quietly. A prompt popped up immediately. Sanitary pad provides the best care for you during your period while taking exams. The school sure thought of everything. It might be a lifesaver for girls on their periods, but for Joe, it was completely useless. Joe stuffed the sanitary pad into his pocket. Even though he didn't know what it was for, it was better to have it just in case. Joe recalled the prompt he'd just seen. Common chest can be opened by players of commoner rank or higher. Since there were common chests, Joe deduced that there must be higher tier chests on this deserted island. Maybe there were even chests that only monarchs could open. Joe jogged toward the mountaintop. He headed in the intended direction while keeping an eye out for nearby chests. Along the way, Joe found 3 common chests. Ship? Ship. Shao. Say Wan, Chase? Drunk Xin? Zhang Jia from them, he obtained a pack of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues. At least there's something to eat. That's not bad. As dusk fell, Joe arrived at the shore of a lake. He knelt by the water's edge, just as he was about to cup his hands to wash his face, when he suddenly spotted a glint in the water. Joe quickly scooped up the shimmering object. To his surprise, it was an iron treasure chest. At that moment, a prompt appeared in the air. Noble treasure chest, significantly increased drop rate for weapons and special items. Can only be opened by those of noble status or higher. Joe was about to open the chest with delight. Put that down. A hoarse voice came from behind him. At the same time, another shrill voice said, "We've been searching for so long, we've finally found someone." Those two voices belonged to the two people from the Cube Kingdom who had been loitering around here earlier. Joe was startled for only a moment before quickly regaining his composure. It's okay. They don't know he's Joe. Although Joe had trended on the school's internal network several times when he enrolled, he was, after all, of commoner origin. In the noble world, his fame still paled in comparison to that of people like Su or Yi. Joe's mind raced as he thought of a way to escape. Got it. Yi's group has over 300 people, there's no way they all recognize each other. If I just pretend to be one of their teammates, I can fool them. Hey, guys, I finally found you. Joe turned around, feigning excitement. This island is huge. I've been on my own the whole time and couldn't find the group. May I ask, brothers, are you also part of Brother Yi's crew? The moment Joe saw their faces, he knew something was wrong. Damn it, they're people I know. The two of them also stopped in their tracks. An awkward silence fell. Joe, what are you playing at? One of them, a short, bald guy with glasses, grinned maliciously. Yeah, I recognize you even if you were turned to ashes, chimed in the other, a short guy. These two were precisely the two monarchs Joe had killed just before the end of the last match. Zhang Liang and Wan Li. What a small world. You really had us running in circles during the title battle round. Yeah, the two of us were hiding perfectly, scraping by the whole match, and we were finally about to win. But you tricked us, took our points, and became the monarch yourself. Thanks to you, in this round, we're commoners, and you're the monarch. According to the intel you shared in the watch group, class suppression is still in effect. A commoner can kill a monarch. Joe, you're dead. Joe kept his eyes tightly shut, saying nothing. Run? There's a lake right behind him. Where could he run? Jump into the lake? Fight head-on? No, absolutely not. The rules of the class hierarchy are absolute. If a monarch attacks a commoner, they will instantly die on the spot, no matter how powerful their ability is. A dead end? Was there any way out? Joe silently reached into his pocket, intending to pull out his dagger for a last-ditch fight. But to his surprise, he felt something soft and spongy. That texture, it was that sanitary pad. Suddenly, a jolt of inspiration shot through Joe's mind. Who said sanitary pads were useless? In an instant, he thought of the perfect way to break the deadlock. Joe was a magician, after all. He thought to himself, just watch. I'm about to perform a perfect escape right here. Joe suddenly opened his eyes, put on an innocent expression, and slowly moved forward. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Have we met before? This remark startled the two of them. There was no way Zhou Wunti recognized them. Why was he playing dumb now? And wasn't he Zhou a monarch? Why wasn't he hiding, but instead actively approaching the commoners? The two instinctively stepped back. Zhou, what kind of trick are you pulling? Why are you pretending not to know us? Seeing them retreat, Zhou felt a faint sense of glee. He fumbled in his pocket for his dagger, feeling the sharp blade, then jabbed a finger toward the tip. His finger was instantly pierced, and a single drop of blood oozed out. Inside his pocket, Zhou secretly let the blood drip onto a sanitary pad. As he did all this, he pressed forward step by step, continuing to weave his lies. What on earth are you two talking about? Have I met you two somewhere before? Joe continued to pretend he didn't recognize them, and then, plop. The blood-stained sanitary pad accidentally slipped out of his pocket. The two men stared blankly at the pad. Zhang Liang scratched his buzzcut and said uncertainly, "You got your period?" At that moment, all three of their gazes fell simultaneously on the blood-stained sanitary pad on the ground. "Ahem, would you believe me if I said I'm a girl?" Zhou said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Liang and Wang Li stared at him with wide eyes, as if he were a lunatic. "You're a girl?" Zhou took another step forward. The two of them recoiled in horror. "Don't get any closer." Zhang Liang and Wang Li were completely baffled. At that moment, their thoughts were racing. Why isn't he afraid of us at all? Why doesn't he recognize us? Why does he have a blood-stained sanitary pad in his pocket? Zhang Liang, do you remember how we died last time? Wang Li whispered to his partner. Of course, the original princess of Suzhou University suddenly pulled off a Sichuan opera face-changing trick and turned into someone else. Zhang Liang replied in a hushed voice as well. You mean the one standing right in front of us is a fake too? Zhang Liang whispered back. It must be. The person across from us used the disguise ability. Wang Li declared with absolute certainty. That's right. It all makes sense now. Why isn't Zhou afraid of them? Why doesn't Zhou recognize them? Why is Zhou on her period? Because this is another girl with the 8 of Diamonds divine card, impersonating Zhou. The ability of the 8 of Diamonds divine card is disguise. It must be. The Zhou in front of them isn't Zhou, it's a girl. She has the 8 of Diamonds divine card. She used her ability to transform herself into Zhou's likeness. Ha! I don't care who you are, don't come any closer. The two of them shouted at Zhou, their voices trembling slightly. Phantom princess chasing? Drunk? Xin Zhang? Yu Zhou paused for a moment. What is going on? What do you mean, I don't care who you are? I am Zhou. Zhang Liang roared, stop pretending, I get it. You're from the Kingdom faction, aren't you? I heard the Kingdom faction has allied with the Kingdom faction. Wang Li also screamed, this must be Zhou's plan. He had all of you with disguise skills pretend to be Zhou to trick us into attacking. Ha, too bad the trick won't work on the two of us. We've already been fooled once, we won't fall for it a second time. Oof. Zhou's face betrayed a look of surprise, but inside, he was already grinning from ear to ear. Zhou was a magician. And magicians have 3 cardinal rules. 1. Never reveal the details of a magic trick in advance. 2. Never perform the same trick for the same audience. 3. Never reveal the secret of a magic trick. Zhou strictly adhered to these 3 rules, particularly the second, never perform the same magic trick for the same audience. He had already used his disguise on these 2. And this move wasn't about disguise, it was about playing on their psychology. Ah, you're commoners, aren't you? Zhou held the metal box in his hand as he slowly approached. Perhaps you were right. Ruwen, Wang Gung, Xan Zui, Quan, I'm definitely not Zhou, but just an ordinary girl. I used the divine card, the 8 of Diamonds, to alter my appearance for self-defense. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm a noble, does it? If I'm not a noble, you're not in danger. They were from the Kingdom of Cubes. And the information on the Kingdom of Cubes monarch card read, class oppression still exists. Yi was the monarch of the Kingdom of Cubes, and this was the only rule he knew. And right now, this rule must have been transmitted to everyone in the Kingdom of Cubes via their wristwatches. And these two, naturally, knew the fact that the chain of oppression still existed. Zhou slowly approached and continued, since I'm pretending to be Zhou, that means I want to impersonate the monarch. And the monarch can counter the noble. Which means I'm afraid of the noble. So, my identity is the commoner. Just like you guys. So, there is no need for you to run away. Zhang Liang paused for a moment. That actually makes some sense. Bullshit. Wang Li punched him in the face. Have you lost your mind? He pointed at the metal box in Zhou's hand. Look at what she's holding. Zhang Li followed Wang Li's finger. That box is made of metal. Why? Aren't treasure chests supposed to be wooden? Wang Li shouted, only commoner treasure chests are made of wood. That thing is a noble treasure chest. Only those of noble rank or higher can open it. If she can open that chest, it means she is a noble. You said anyone of noble rank or higher can open it. Does that mean she could be a monarch? Zhang Li asked timidly. You're an idiot, there is only one girl who is a monarch, and that is Princess Su. Wang Li looked exasperated, clearly frustrated with his partner's lack of intelligence. And we all know the princess's divine card is the Queen of Spades. This girl's divine card is the 8 of Diamonds. It definitely isn't Su. So, she must be one of the other girls. And she can open a noble chest. Therefore, her status must be noble. And nobles are the ones who specifically hunt us commoners. Click. Zhou smiled and opened the chest. You were all right. The next second, Zhou pulled out the contents and lunged at the two of them. To be honest, if those two had been scared stiff or hadn't been fooled by Zhou, his performance would have been a complete failure. But Zhou knew full well that the most important thing in a magic show is the sense of belief. If she didn't believe her own magic was real, how could the audience possibly believe it? Zhou's plan to break the illusion was very simple. Pretend not to recognize them, deliberately drop a sanitary pad, something only girls would use, with the aim of portraying herself as another girl. As for why she looked like Zhou, it was because she used the Q-bait to disguise herself. The two reacted instantly, screaming and fleeing at top speed. To keep up the act, Zhou even chased after them for quite a distance. Until, finally, they dared not look back. Once they were far enough away, they said, still shaken, man, we almost got tricked to death. Whoever that person was, thank goodness she messed up. She dropped her sanitary pad on the ground. Zhou slowly came to a stop. In a magic show, faking a mistake is par for the course. The goal is to build up to an even bigger climax. He watched the two fleeing in panic and whispered, two idiots. There are no mistakes in magic. You just fell into a carefully orchestrated trap. Having driven the pair away with his masterful performance, Zhou finally sat down and began to examine the treasure chest he had just opened. Earlier, to make the performance more convincing, he had grabbed it without even looking inside. Now, he could take a closer look. The item inside the noble treasure chest was a bottle of strange potion. Zhou gently grasped the bottle's mouth. At that moment, a description popped up. Noble chest item. Fire immunity potion. Upon drinking this potion, you are immune to all fire-related damage including scalds and burns for 1 hour. Immunity to fire damage. This potion might actually come in handy. Zhou thought of his current divine card, the King of Spades. Since his current ability is to manipulate lightning, perhaps someone else's ability is control fire or something similar. After all, Zhou had even managed to make use of a sanitary pad, so this potion might just save his life in the future. Zhou carefully stowed the item away. Zhou kept moving forward and finally reached the small hill on the island just as night fell completely. He had arrived at the meeting spot he agreed upon with his teammates in front of a black house. Zhou tiptoed up to the large iron gate, pushed it open a crack, and peered inside. The interior seemed cluttered with all sorts of junk. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. It wasn't until he stepped inside that he noticed something was wrong. What he saw wasn't clutter, but countless standing figures. Had someone else beaten him to it? Zhou immediately hid in the shadows. But he waited for a long time, and those figures remained motionless. Zhou sensed something was off, so he slowly stepped out of the shadows and approached one of the figures. That's when he discovered why they were frozen in place. They weren't real people. They were lifelike mannequins. The mannequins gave off a foul, putrid stench, and were wrapped in yellowed bandages. They looked just like mummies. Zhou shook his head, deciding not to examine the dolls any further. Joe opened the chat panel on his wristwatch and quickly typed a few words. I'm here. I'll be there soon. Tang's message came back almost immediately. Suddenly, Joe felt a hand tap his shoulder. He swiftly drew his dagger, spun around, and pressed it against the person's throat. Hey, hey! Joe, it's me. Zhang threw his hands up in the air and said nervously, spare me. Joe exhaled and sheathed his dagger. By the way, where did you get that sword? Zhang leaned in curiously to take a closer look. You mean this? My parents left it to me. Joe opened his palm. He remembered that Sue had also been curious about this blade. The hilt of Joe's dagger was engraved with a dark black plum blossom pattern, which glowed with an eerie sheen under the dim lighting. No, I didn't mean that. Zhang looked at him, saying somewhat strangely, I mean, how did you get it into the exam hall? Huh? Now Joe was a bit confused too. Premium, Xiaoshui, Wang Efa Buzue Xan. Zhang Jia, I just put it in my pocket and brought it in like that. I've used this knife in the exam hall many times before. What's the matter? Zhang's expression turned stunned. What? Impossible. He shook his head vigorously. The anti-cheating measures in the exam hall are very strict. Once candidates are teleported into the school's exam hall, they can't bring anything in besides their own clothes. Otherwise, if everyone brought a handy weapon, how would the exam even work? Joe lowered his head in thought, recalling the previous exam situations. Indeed, in the previous exams, he had never seen any other students bring items into the exam hall. Moreover, apart from this short sword, all his other personal belongings had vanished. Was there something special about this short sword? Zhang stared at the plum blossom pattern on the blade, lost in thought. After a moment, he asked again, Joe, are you really from a commoner background? Joe recalled his childhood. His parents had never displayed any signs of having an ability or a divine card, nor had they ever spoken to him about such things. I suppose so. Zhang pointed to the pattern on the dagger. The craftsmanship, however, looks very much like something a noble would own. How so? Zhang began to explain, you see, because of their lineage, many noble families share the same suit for their divine card abilities. So they tend to use those suits to represent their family crests. For example, Her Highness the Princess's royal family uses spade-shaped swords, while the Yi family prefers branch-shaped diamonds. And yours here? Zhang suddenly paused, then smiled as he handed the dagger back to Zhou. Never mind. Yours is probably just a craft item made by a commoner. Why? Zhou knew exactly what Zhang was about to ask. He looked at the spade shape on the dagger. Isn't that the spade suit from a deck of cards? Zhou, have you forgotten? Zhang scratched his head, but I don't blame you. You're from a commoner background, so it's only natural you're unfamiliar with our world. There isn't a single noble family in all of Dragon Kingdom that uses spades. In fact, aside from you, I've never seen anyone else with a spade divine card. So the spade symbol on your dagger must just be a coincidence. In the distance, a young girl came jogging over. Ah, Miss Standout, you're finally here. Zhang said with a chuckle. Tang was still panting and completely ignored Zhang's teasing. Sorry, I'm late. Now, the entire kingdom faction was gathered. Though there were only 3 of them. Since we're all here, let us share our intel. Zhang was the first to empty his pockets. I looted a commoner chest, weapons, to be exact. I feel like my luck is through the roof. A pistol lay in Zhang's hand. But there's only 1 bullet inside. It is a commoner item, after all, so I'm satisfied with that. Zhou nodded. Keep it safe. That single bullet might come in handy someday. Zhang agreed, I think so too. Tang pulled a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I found something decent in a chest too. Zhou looked at the piece of paper. What's this? A map of the entire island. Tang explained. She unfolded the map. Zhou saw that the entire island was circular, with the large lake he had passed before arriving right in the center. Aside from this central lake, every part of the island was covered in dense forest. This island is completely covered in trees, Zhang murmured. Joe added, I guess the organizers arranged it this way on purpose to give everyone more places to hide. If the island were too open, this competition would just turn into a simple killing contest again. That makes sense. The three of them continued studying the map. They were currently in a warehouse on a small hill not far to the north of the large lake. The warehouse wasn't very big or particularly conspicuous. If it weren't for Joe's sharp eyes, they probably wouldn't have found it. Ah! Zheng pointed at the lake. I just remembered. I passed by there on my way here. There were quite a few people jumping into the lake to go diving. Diving? Joe gestured for him to continue. So Zheng smacked his lips and said, I was curious why a whole bunch of people were crowding around the lake and jumping in. So I went over to eavesdrop. A few people who looked like they were from the Kingdom faction said they received intel that there's a monarch treasure chest in the lake. So a lot of people are diving to look for it. Joe, do you think we should go try to snag that treasure chest too? Joe shook his head. The source of the intel is unknown, and besides, we're outnumbered. There's no way we could outmaneuver them. We should stick to our original plan. Zhang immediately understood what Joe meant. You mean that plan? Exactly. Joe smiled. Only Tang looked at the two of them curiously. What original tactic? What are you guys talking about? The two exchanged a glance. Joe said, Zhang and my original tactic, survival. Zhang agreed. That's right. Survive until the very end, and that's victory. Too bad, just when we were about to win, we ran into Her Highness the Princess. She shot me dead. How ruthless! Let us not talk about that anymore. Zhang shook his head regretfully. Tang pulled out another metal box. By the way, on my way here, I found a noble chest. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it, so I brought it over right away. I think you should be able to open it, Joe. Tang handed the noble chest to Joe. As soon as Joe took it, a prompt window popped up. Noble chest weapon type. Click. The chest lid sprang open immediately. What's this? Joe pulled the contents out. It was a small, round, black object with what looked like a fuse attached. A concentrated bomb. Tang exclaimed in surprise. They say this thing packs a huge punch. It's a really powerful weapon. Joe handed the bomb back to Tang. Since you were the one who found the chest, you should keep this weapon. Ha? No, Joe, you're more important. A weapon this good should be yours. Tang declined. Joe insisted on placing the bomb back in Tang's arms. I'm not used to using this kind of weapon. I'm better with a short sword. It was Joe's turn to show off his loot. He rummaged through his pockets. I opened a few treasure chests, one noble chest, and the rest were commoner chests. The commoner chests contain some food. The noble chest has a bottle of fire resistance potion. As he spoke, Joe pulled all these items out at once. Actually, Joe had also opened a sanitary pad chest, but he didn't think it was worth mentioning. Zhang stared intently at the bread Joe had taken out. Gurgle, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Joe sighed and pushed the food toward him. Go ahead and eat it. Zhang shook his head. I can't just take it all. Let us share it between the three of us. Tang replied quietly, it's fine, I'm not hungry. Joe added, this lo-fi SNT that big to begin with, there won't be enough to go around if we split it. Just help yourself. Don't worry, consider it a debt you owe me, you'll have to pay me back. Zhang chuckled, then I won't hold back. Don't worry, once I find some food, I'll definitely pay you back. He tore open the wrapper and wolfed it down. He really must have been starving. No wonder the exam had been going on since this morning, and they hadn't had a single bite to eat. The piece of bread was indeed too small. Zhang finished it quickly, looking as if he wanted more. Joe summarized their loot. Zhang had gotten a pistol with only one bullet. Tang had found a map and a concentrated bomb. Joe had found some food and a bottle of fire-resistant potion. Let us search this warehouse. There might be other treasure chests. Joe suggested. Great. Maybe we'll find more food. Zhang was full of enthusiasm. So, the three of them prepared to split up and explore the warehouse. The warehouse was tall and vast, but at a glance, there was almost nothing there except for a pile of cloth dolls that didn't seem to move. Zhang, you take the east. Tang, you search the west. I'll handle the middle. After making the arrangements, Zhou began the search for treasure chests. The central area did have a large number of storage lockers, but they were all locked and looked difficult to open. However, this was no challenge for Zhou. As a magician, lockpicking was a basic skill. Zhou pulled out his dagger, picked up a piece of metal from the ground, and carefully chipped off a small sliver. And just like that, a lock-picking wire was ready. With a bit of skill, ordinary locks were no match for him. And so, the lock-picking operation began. The first storage locker. Completely empty. The second empty. The third. When Zhou opened the door to the third locker, he couldn't help but gasp. A person. Someone was actually locked inside the locker. Once Zhou got a clear look, he shook his head in exasperation. It was just another rag doll. The light was too dim at first glance. Zhou had thought the doll might come to life. He grinned wryly and closed the locker. Time ticked by. He kept prying open the lockers. But either they were empty, or they contained the same rag doll as before. Zhou was now feeling a pangs of hunger. XIA-OSH-U.I+E-COWWW. He hadn't eaten a single bite since the scan began, and Zhou could feel a dull ache in his stomach. Ah! I found a treasure chest. Tang's excited voice came from the west. What is it? Zhou didn't want to shout, lest he waste energy and make himself even hungrier. Tang's voice, however, was loud. It's a regular treasure chest, containing items. Zhou didn't want to keep opening these storage chests that seemed to contain nothing, so he walked over toward Tang to see what was actually inside the chest. Just as Zhou reached Tang's side, she had just opened the chest and was taking the contents out. Is this a lighter? Tang held the shiny little object. Brother Zhou, you take it. I don't really know how to use this. Zhou took the lighter. At least now he could start a fire at night and wouldn't freeze himself awake. Hey, you guys, come quick. I found a treasure chest too. To the east, Zhang called out in a drawn-out voice, it's a noble chest. I can't open it. Hearing Zhang's voice, the two hurried toward the east. The treasure chest in front of Zhang was huge, a large iron box that looked exactly like the noble treasure chests Zhou had seen before. Zhou stepped forward and placed his hand on the lid of the chest. Noble treasure chest item. Another item? Can't they just give us some food? Zhang muttered under his breath. Zhou didn't respond, but simply opened the chest. Item, gasoline can. Gasoline? Can you drink gasoline? Zhang asked timidly. 3-8 Read book, web, follow most, new chapter section. All three of them were both hungry and thirsty at that moment. Although Zhou's mouth was parched too, he kept his wits about him and said calmly, the components of gasoline can cause irreversible damage to the human nervous system. If you want to end up an idiot or in a vegetative state, go ahead and take a sip. Then what's the point of this thing? Zhang complained, clutching his head. Zhou fixed his gaze on the gasoline and thought deeply. Gasoline and lighter, these two items, which seemed somewhat related, had both appeared in this warehouse at the same time. Zhou's gut told him these two items must be of great use. By the way, Zhou, did you find any treasure chests? The other two asked. Zhou sighed, you'll see if you come with me. The three walked to the center of the warehouse and silently stared at the wall covered in storage lockers. The only place I can think of to hide a treasure chest is here. I've already opened half of them. Zhou paused, then continued, let us keep going. The three of them kept picking the locks, peering inside with hopeful eyes. However, even after reaching the very last locker, they still hadn't found anything of value. Instead, quite a few of the lockers contained rag dolls. Tang looked at the rag dolls, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Zhou noticed this immediately. What's wrong? Tang rested his chin in his hand. I think I read about something like this in a book once, but I can't quite remember. Never mind, it's probably nothing important. They continued picking the locks. Joe had already given up hope. He was simply using muscle memory to mechanically pry open the last locker with a wire. It opened. It was empty. Joe sighed, about to say something. Click. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere. Joe quickly turned his head toward the source of the noise. The floor panel right in the center of the warehouse suddenly popped open. The three exchanged glances and walked toward the center. After the floor panel popped open, a pitch-black hole was revealed. The hole wasn't deep, only about a meter or so. And at the bottom of the hole, it's... Zhang's eyes lit up with excitement. Tang hopped up and down happily, her ponytail bouncing with each leap. A gleaming, golden treasure chest lay quietly at the bottom of the hole. I never expected that opening all the storage lockers would trigger a mechanism like this. Joe muttered to himself, then immediately jumped into the hole and reached out toward the treasure chest. Monarch treasure chest unknown type, it's a monarch treasure chest. Tang's voice was filled with excitement. Unknown type? Could there be food inside? Zhang looked at the pop-up panel in confusion. We won't know until we open it. Joe gave the handle a firm twist. Click. It won't open? The chest seemed to be locked. The next second, another prompt popped up. The chest can only be opened after completing the Monarch trial. Proceed? The three exchanged silent glances. What's the Monarch trial? Tang asked, puzzled. Probably some kind of quest, maybe really hard, or really dangerous. Joe speculated. Let us do this. Nothing to be afraid of. Zhang flexed his biceps. Activate. Joe said softly. The next second, the treasure chest began shaking violently. Joe quickly dodged to the side. The chest flew open instantly. Then it shot high into the air, stopping only when it was about to touch the warehouse roof. At that moment, the chest was already about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. The Monarch trial has begun. Good luck. Boom. All the doors and windows of the warehouse suddenly slammed shut. Joe quickly jumped out through the hole. So what's the trial about? Tang asked, sounding a bit uneasy. Creak creak, creak, creak creak, 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 creak. A strange, piercing sound suddenly filled the air, echoing throughout the entire warehouse. That sound. Joe was the quickest to react. He immediately turned to look at the storage cabinets. It's the storage cabinet doors moving. No, wait, it's not the doors moving, someone else pushing them. At that moment, countless rag dolls, with red glows in their eyes, all turned to stare in the direction where the three of them stood. Living people, they murmured, extending their withered hands and pointing toward Joe and his companions. Click, click. Click, click, click. One by one, they leaped down from the storage cabinets and began shuffling slowly toward the trio. At first, they seemed unaccustomed to these bodies, moving very slowly. But gradually, their bare, bandaged feet picked up speed, until they were finally running. Their rotting, shriveled mouths gaped open, revealing sharp fangs. Living people, you're all going to die. Run! Joe shouted sharply. Fox love. Mosquito hole gung xin zue kai. In the blink of an eye, the three scattered in different directions. Joe gripped the short sword tightly. As one of the bandaged puppets charged toward him, he aimed for its neck and thrust the blade straight in. Thud! The dagger sank cleanly into the puppet's rotting flesh. But it had no effect. The bandaged puppet didn't shed a single drop of blood and seemed to feel no pain at all. The puppet let out a frenzied shriek and lunged at Joe. Fortunately, Joe's reflexes were lightning fast. He quickly withdrew the dagger and leaped backward. Several dolls closed in on him. But Joe was faster. He spotted an opening and darted through it with ease. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his other two teammates. Zhang picked up something resembling a chair and swung it at the dolls. Tang, however, was running a bit slowly, and gradually, she was about to be surrounded by the rag dolls. Just as she was about to be bitten by the puppet's sharp fangs, in a moment of desperation, she pulled out her divine card. She shouted loudly, "The diamond, transforms all things. The 5 dimensions determine the path home. In an instant, her figure vanished, and the next second, she reappeared in a corner not far away. The ability of Diamond 5. Joe clearly remembered that Professor Chen's ability was the same. Instant teleportation. Time ticked by second by second. The dolls showed no signs of stopping, and the three of them kept dodging. Gradually, everyone began to run out of steam. Although the dolls moved slower than they did, they seemed to never tire. And the entire warehouse had been sealed off, leaving no possibility of escape. Ah! Zhang couldn't dodge in time and was bitten on the shoulder by a puppet. He quickly kicked it away, dodging the swarm of puppet corpses, but his movements had noticeably slowed. What should they do? If this kept up, sooner or later they would run out of stamina and be buried by this horde of puppet mummies. Joe clenched the divine card in his pocket. It was the King of Spades, possessing a very powerful offensive ability, summoning lightning. But it could only be used once. Should he really use it here? Besides, these monsters were indestructible. Perhaps using it wouldn't change the situation at all. Brother Joe, I remember. Tang shouted from a distance, these monsters are called undead. They're already dead, so no attack works on them. Zhang, also in the distance, shouted, thanks for sharing that trivia with us. But you might not realize that we figured this out a long time ago through trial and error. Tang frowned, seemingly deep in thought. A moment later, he shouted, fire. The only way to destroy them is with fire. That's the real purpose of the lighter and the gasoline can. Brother Joe, light the fire. Joe continued to dodge the onslaught of the undead while bellowing, no way. By now, Joe had considered every possible solution. Any idea Tang could come up with, Joe had naturally thought of long ago. Including setting the place on fire. Absolutely not. This warehouse is sealed off, and there are so many of these so-called living dead. If we start a fire, the whole warehouse will go up in flames. We'll all burn to death. Brother Joe, don't you have that fire-resistant potion? Drink it now. What about you guys? There's only enough for one person. We don't matter. You're our monarch. As long as you win, that's all that matters. After fending off another wave of the living dead, Joe began frantically thinking again. Lon literature, first release. Was he supposed to sacrifice his two teammates here? Zhang and Tang were the only two people in the entire school who supported him. They had defied Ye's threats and decided to join him anyway. But in this situation, they were already unable to protect themselves. The situation was now crystal clear. Either set the fire and leave himself as the sole survivor, or all three of them would die here. From a distance, Tang was still shouting anxiously, hurry up. Brother Joe. Sacrifice us so you can survive. Joe didn't answer immediately. In this desperate situation, he stood calmly where he was. He forced himself to block out all external noise. This was a difficult choice. What should he choose? Let two of them die. Or all of them? Joe chose for all three to live. He quickly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on the warehouse ceiling. On the ceiling, the golden treasure chest glimmered faintly. The purpose of the monarch trial is to open the treasure chest. That means, as long as we can open the chest, the trial will end early. Tang. Teleport to that treasure chest. What? Tang froze for a moment. Hurry. Trust me. But I've never tried teleporting that high before. I can't do it. You can do it. Tang closed her eyes, picked up her cube 5, and murmured softly. To the west, countless undead lunged toward her. Cube shapes all things. 5 dimensions determine the path home. Just as the undead's fangs were about to sink into Tang's shoulder, she vanished. The next moment, she suddenly appeared atop the treasure chest. She landed right on top of the golden chest. Fumbling, she prepared to open it. Beep. Commoner status has insufficient permissions to open the chest. She froze. Brother Joe, I can't open the monarch chest. Joe dodged the attacks while sprinting toward the base of the chest. Your job isn't to open the chest, it's to lure the undead horde. As Tang approached the chest, countless undead began gathering toward the center of the warehouse, directly beneath her. They wailed and reached out with their rotten, filthy hands. But since Tang was standing on high ground, they couldn't reach her. Lure the zombie horde? Tang looked down at the crowd of undead below and seemed to grasp what was happening. More and more undead gathered. The ones arriving later began climbing onto the bodies of those in front of them. Slowly, the undead piled up into a small mountain of flesh. Countless rotting arms and calves writhed and thrashed. But they still weren't tall enough. The tallest undead were still a meter or two away from the treasure chest. That's because not all the undead were in this mountain of corpses. A small group was still chasing after Zhang and Zhou. Zhou saw Tang sitting on the treasure chest, silent, as if deep in thought. The next second, her gaze suddenly hardened. She picked up her divine card and aimed it at her wrist. The edge of the divine card was razor sharp, sharp enough to be used as a small knife. SSSSH Tang slashed her wrist in an instant. Blood dripped down. Zhou froze for a second. What are you doing? Tang lowered her wrist and waved it at the undead. The best way to attract the undead is the blood of the living. Sure enough. The remaining undead, sensing the scent of blood, opened their gaping mouths and muttered indistinctly, "Blood, the blood of the living." They surrounded the mountain of flesh and began climbing upward. Gradually, the mountain of flesh grew higher and higher. By the time the last undead reached the top of the pile, his claws were less than half a meter away from grabbing Tang. It was time. Zhou sprinted toward the mountain of flesh. Step by step, using the undead's bodies as footholds, he climbed upward at lightning speed. That's right. Zhou exploited the undead's tendency to chase the living, using them to form a human ladder. Originally, this treasure chest had been suspended from the ceiling without the teleport ability. It would have been impossible to reach. But using the human ladder formed by the undead, Zhou easily climbed up to the chest. He immediately touched the monarch's treasure chest, and the lid sprang open. Zhou immediately picked up the item inside. It was a black scepter, engraved with a plum blossom pattern. Deep trial complete. The chest instantly slid down. And the pile of writhing, growling undead suddenly fell silent. The red glow in their eyes vanished instantly, and they returned to their previous state of stillness and inactivity. The next second, the human ladder crashed to the ground. Zhou and Tang both fell downward. However, with the piles of undead serving as a cushion, neither of them was injured. It's over. Zhou stood atop the pile of undead, holding his loot high above his head. The light shone on the scepter, causing it to glow brilliantly. The monarch trial has ended. The treasure chest has dropped, and the undead have returned to their previous state of calm. They succeeded. All three of them survived. Are you okay? Let me bandage you up. Zhou pulled Tang up from where he was lying among the pile of undead. Then, with a swift motion, he tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and wrapped it around Tang's injured wrist. That was so cool. Zheng popped up from the side. One of you decisively slashed your wrist, while the other stomped through the tide of corpses to open the chest. But what on earth is this thing in the chest? Zheng picked up the black scepter and examined it curiously. Sigh, it would been better if it had been food. Zhou took the staff back. This is an item from the monarch's chest, it's definitely way better than food. Beep, the prompt panel popped up just in time. Scepter of Clubs Monarch Tier Item. The monarch possesses the right to establish the laws of the realm. Using this scepter allows you to learn all the rules of this game. Additionally, the monarch may abolish one of them. To learn all the game rules? In an instant, the golden scepter flashed with light, spewing silver mist that listed 3 rules. 1. Killing earns points but scores are reset upon death. 2. Class suppression still exists but players of the same class may compete based on strength. 3. There can only be one monarch when the monarch is the sole survivor. The test ends immediately. Humph, now the rules have been fully revealed. Earlier, when Zhou was in the monarch role, he had only received the first half of the rules. But now, all the rules are known. Just as expected, Joe looked at the third rule. You can only earn points by killing others, but if you die yourself, you get nothing. At the same time, the chain of restrictions places limits on killing. However, players with the same role can still attack one another. Finally, the game only ends when there is only one monarch left. This means Su and Yi are both enemies. You may choose to erase one rule. Do you wish to use this ability? No rush. Joe put the monarch scepter away. Beep, monarch level item used. Suddenly, a system alert sounded loud and clear, seeming to echo across the entire island. What? Joe asked in confusion. I didn't use it, did I? No, this sound wasn't coming from his wristwatch. It was an announcement broadcast throughout the entire exam hall. Attention all examinees, monarch level item, cube scepter has been activated. The cube scepter? Joe had a bad feeling. A monarch's location will be randomly revealed and pinned in place for 1 hour. Beep, Kingdom faction monarch's location revealed. Joe, current location, Dwarf Mountain Warehouse. The next second, Joe felt his entire body freeze, unable to move. Joe was stunned for just a moment before quickly regaining his composure and assessing the situation. There is more than one monarch class item. If he could find such an item, Su or Yi could do the same. One of them had discovered the cube scepter and used it. This cube scepter could reveal a monarch's location and immobilize them. Joe forced his body to move, but it was no use. Lan Lan when Shui Mian Fei Yu Carrot Do, his entire body felt paralyzed, refusing to obey his commands. Is this the power of a monarch level item? You run! Joe, frozen in place, forced his lips to move as he said, my location has been exposed to the entire exam hall. The enemies will be here soon. And the two of you absolutely cannot withstand their attack. Zhang asked in disbelief, Joe, are you planning to take them on alone? You can't even move. Joe replied calmly, I know. So I've long since prepared myself for certain defeat. But you're different. You're commoners. If I die, you can still take down the monarch. You must understand, killing a monarch could earn you a huge score. You might even make it to the top ranks. Maybe even first place. Win the championship. Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me. Zhang's gaze was resolute, no way. Brother, we'll never abandon you. Tang nodded repeatedly, that's right. We're teammates. Before this crisis struck, Joe had never chosen to sacrifice his teammates. Now, his teammates would not abandon Joe either. Joe tried once more to move his body, but nothing happened. He said helplessly, you saw it yourselves, I can't even move. Don't hesitate. The longer we wait, the more likely the enemies are to arrive. By now, Joe could faintly hear the commotion of a crowd in the distance. Zhang stood still, seemingly deep in thought. The next second, he made up his mind, dropped to the ground, and began frantically digging through the pile of the living dead with his hands. What are you doing? Joe watched Zhang's frantic actions with some confusion. I'm going to hide you. Zhang's reply was brief and to the point. Since you can't move, I'll bury you in this pile of corpses. Don't forget, there's a hole beneath this pile. You'll be absolutely safe if you hide there. Zhang, hurry up, they're coming. Tang looked out the window, extremely anxious. She then looked Joe up and down, and suddenly began to tear off his outer clothes. What are you doing now? Impersonating you. Tang didn't stop what she was doing. Once she had stripped Joe of his outer garments, she immediately put them on herself. Your position has already been exposed to everyone. When they arrive at this warehouse, if they don't see you, they'll definitely suspect you're hiding among this pile of living dead. So, we needed Joe right where you were spotted to distract them. Oh, right, Zhang, give me the lighter from Joe's pocket. Tang called out anxiously. What do you need the lighter for? Joe suddenly sensed what Tang was planning. Don't tell me. Zhang quickly handed the lighter to Tang. Tang smiled, a somewhat desolate smile. Joe, you once said that a lighter can perform great magic. I want to try it out. Soon, Zhang had dug through the pile of living dead, revealing the hole where the treasure chest had once been, and placed the now immobile Zhou inside.
Shang, you go in too. Tang pushed Zhang into the hole as well. You need to stay with Brother Zhou. No, I'm going to help you hold them off.
But Tang acted with lightning speed, burying both of them under the pile of undead. Then, she stood atop the small mound, quietly waiting for the crowd to arrive. At that moment, this was the scene inside the warehouse. Zhou and Zhang were hidden beneath the pile of undead, while Tang stood on top of it, directly above them, draped in Zhou's coat, standing silently. Zhou was buried beneath the rotting, foul-smelling living dead, unable to move a muscle. All he could hear were countless footsteps flooding into the warehouse. There were at least dozens, if not hundreds of them. The enemy had arrived. Is that Zhou? He doesn't look very tall. There is no mistake, Zhou has been pinned in place and can't move. The system pinpointed Zhou's location exactly where that person is standing, down to the last inch. Countless whispers reached Zhou's ears. Through a gap in the crowd, Zhou caught sight of Tang. She was wearing Zhou's clothes, her body trembling slightly. Zhou heard Tang's voice. It was slightly shaky, but resolute. She deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking Zhou's tone. What's the matter? Is he too cowardly to show his face himself, so he sent you lot to die? Fortunately, most of the enemies hadn't heard Zhou's voice before, so they didn't suspect anything. They just assumed Zhou's voice was a bit more feminine. Yi? Haha Zhou, haven't you got something mixed up? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. A rough male voice at the front laughed loudly. We are from the Kingdom faction. What? Zhou's mouth hung open in silence, unable to utter a single word. The Kingdom faction? Su? How could that be? Hadn't they agreed to form an alliance? Let me tell you the truth, it was the princess herself who opened the monarch's chest and used the item. And it was she who personally ordered a nationwide manhunt for you. No, it can't be. Zhou's nerves went numb upon hearing their words. Had Su betrayed him? What nonsense are you spouting? Tang's voice was still trembling clearly. She couldn't believe Su had stabbed him in the back either. First chapter book, huh? Update. New section read the Kingdom faction and the Kingdom faction have been allied for a long time. You must be one of Yi's Square Nation people, sent here to sow discord. The leader slowly approached. You're about to die. Do I really need to stir up trouble? Once you're dead, there'll only be one monarch left. The game is about to end. He moved closer. Through a crack, Zhou caught a glimpse of the man's face. A scar. He immediately remembered where he'd seen him before. In the title tournament, that scarred man had once risen to monarch by killing others, only to be counter-killed by a chubby kid using a game mechanic. The scarred man's words left Zhou puzzled. As long as I kill you, there will only be one monarch left. The game is about to end. This statement revealed a great deal. First, the scar-faced man clearly knew the rule that there can only be one monarch. And aside from the three members of Zhou's Kingdom faction, the only other person who knew this rule was Su. Perhaps Su had used his wristwatch to inform all his teammates of this rule. This also meant that the scar-faced man was indeed a member of the Kingdom faction. Second, once Zhou is killed, there will be only one monarch left. This implies that either Su or Yi is already dead. Come to think of it, with nearly 1,500 people active on the island, conflicts and battles were inevitable. At this moment, only two monarchs remain alive. Ah! Zhou, hiding here all this time, you must have no idea what's been happening out there. The scar-faced man grinned savagely. The game's almost over anyway, might as well tell you. I am indeed a member of the Kingdom faction. But I'm also working for Yi. I joined the Kingdom faction on Yi's orders and extracted countless pieces of intelligence from Princess Su. I killed Su and took her wristwatch. Since you're going to die anyway, I might as well tell you exactly what happened. The man with the scar on his face slowly recounted the events unfolding outside 1 hour ago. In the Great Lake. Su, wearing a diving suit, moved through the lake bed. She conjured a machete with her divine card, constantly cutting through the aquatic plants, her gaze scanning the lake's silt.
Countless Kingdom faction teammates with diving abilities were also searching the lake bottom under her direction. Someone had mentioned in the Kingdom faction chat that a monarch-level treasure chest was hidden within the lake. Sue would never let this opportunity slip by.
Suddenly, a beam of light caught her eye. Not far away, amidst a patch of mud, a golden treasure chest glowed brightly.
Found it!
She swam over quickly and touched the chest with both hands.
A text window popped up immediately. Monarch class chest. Do you wish to begin the Monarch trial? Sue nodded slightly. Monarch trial has begun. The next second, countless half-human, half-fish monsters appeared around the chest.
She quickly activated her divine card ability, conjuring a harpoon, and attacked the horde of monsters.
Scarface happened to be nearby.
Spotting the merfolk monsters, he swam over to help immediately. Wielding a dagger, he slashed at the merfolk.
Both possessed Spades-type abilities, and soon they had killed all the merfolk. After successfully passing the trial, Sue opened the chest once more.
Inside, she pulled out a red scepter adorned with diamond-shaped patterns. Diamond Scepter, upon use, randomly reveals the location of a monarch and pins them in place for 1 hour.
Scarface's teammate immediately tapped the panel on his wrist and typed, "Your Highness, this item is powerful, use it now."
Sue shook her head and replied via her own wristwatch, "No, its effect is random. There's a high chance that LL also reveal Joe's location."
Scarface was puzzled. Why are you and Joe lying? Isn't he an enemy? Sue simply typed a few words. I owe him a favor. Lon 1 Shwe first plus release? We agreed to form an alliance. I keep my word, I go back on my promises.
Then, she carefully stowed away her staff. Suddenly splash, she felt a sharp, intense pain shoot through her back. Instantly, a mist of blood spread through the water. She turned around in shock. Scarface grinned maliciously, clutching the cold, gleaming dagger in his hand. He grinned widely and mouthed something, "Sorry, I'm the mole." He reached out and pulled the oxygen hose from Sue's diving suit. Sue felt only an intense pain in her lower back, her whole body went limp, and as a suffocating dizziness washed over her, her vision gradually blurred. With the scepter snatched away, Scarface didn't hesitate, he used it immediately.
Monarch class item activated. It seemed like a system notification sounded, but Sue's mind was already too scattered to focus. She couldn't make out a single word the system had said.
She felt a tearing sensation on her wrist. It was the wristwatch. The man with the scar had snatched the wristwatch. Sue tried to resist, but her body was limp, and her consciousness was fading.
Scarface tapped Sue's watch and sent a message. The alliance with Joe is null and void.
Everyone assemble at the Dwarf Mountain warehouse.
Kill him.
Sue's body was falling, her silver hair streaming behind her. In the final moment before her eyes closed, she saw the scar-faced man's hideous, grinning face. She felt the bone-chilling lake water all over her body as she watched herself drift further and further away from the surface. Amidst the spreading mist of blood, she sank deeper and deeper. The silver-haired princess drowned at the bottom of the lake. Joe listened to the scar-faced boy's smug account, his fists clenched tight. It was a shame he couldn't move, otherwise, he would never have hidden among this pile of corpses, watching helplessly as Tang faced this mob.
Joe saw Tang's face turn deathly pale, and he forced out 2 words, "Beast."
She instantly pulled back her hood and held up a small, round, black sphere.
Do you recognize this?
Tang no longer kept her voice down.
The scar-faced man's expression changed instantly, a concentrated bomb.
Tang held up the lighter and murmured softly, "Brother Joe, I lied to you. Actually, I know how to use a lighter." Joe's pupils contracted sharply.
He vaguely understood she was going to light the concentrated bomb and take the enemy down with her.
He wanted to shout, but not a single sound came out of his throat.
Click. Tang lit the lighter and moved it toward the concentrated bomb's fuse.
Scarface looked at Tang's face. You're not Joe.
Who are you, exactly? Joe saw a faint smile on Tang's pale face. Me? I'm just bait to distract you.
The technical term is a red herring.
Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a blinding white light. The air in the entire warehouse seemed to ignite in an instant. Glass and walls shattered, bricks rained down. Countless enemies fled in panic. The scar-faced man's smug grin vanished without a trace. Under the intense blast of the concentrated bomb, no one could escape. In his final moment before losing consciousness, Joe saw Tang's blood-stained smile. Then, her body was torn apart by the explosion. On the data panel outside the exam hall. Total survivors, 902, Kingdom Faction, 614, Block Nation, 386, Kingdom Faction, 2, the remaining number of Kingdom Faction members had dropped from 3 to 2. So sleepy, my body feels so heavy. Joe wished he could sleep forever. But he was so cold and so hungry. The intense hunger and dehydration tormented him, forcing him to open his eyes. He propped himself up and realized he was no longer bound. He could move freely. The time limit had passed, and the immobilizing effect of the block scepter had worn off. The western part of Joe was shrouded in darkness. He seemed to be buried beneath a pile of rubble. He was buried deep, with the rotting, foul-smelling corpses of the undead piled on top of him, followed by the bricks and tiles from the blown-up warehouse. It felt as though a long time had passed, for he was completely drained of strength. His only thought was to have a bite to eat and a sip of water. He struggled, and his leg seemed to kick something living. Through the faint light filtering through a crack above his head, Joe could vaguely make out a face covered in blood. Zhang? He hurriedly shook him awake. Zhang groaned as he came to. Where are we? We must still be inside the warehouse. It's quiet outside now. Tang sacrificed his life to protect us. Those enemies must all be dead. We survived because the living dead piled on top of us, blocking the shockwave. Zhang, we have to get out now. Right, let us get out. Zhang's voice was weak and hoarse. He seemed to be starving. Joe looked up at the ceiling and began frantically prying away the undead that were trapping them. Ugh, Zhang suddenly gasped in pain. Joe, I don't think I can get out. What's wrong? Joe glanced in his direction. A fallen rebar had pierced one of Zhang's legs. The flesh around the wound had turned dark red and was caked together. The blood on his leg had long since dried. Zhang had clearly noticed his own condition. No wonder my leg hurts so much. His voice was very faint. Joe, I'm about to pass out. I'm in pain, dizzy, exhausted, and starving. I don't think I can make it out with you. Joe replied immediately, don't talk nonsense. Just wait, I'll clear a path right away, and we'll get out together. Joe began digging even more frantically with his hands, chipping away at bricks, metal sheets, and the corpses of the living dead. But he had no strength left. Going without food for so long had left him completely drained. His fingernails were caked with a mixture of blood and dust. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Can you hear me? Joe? Zhang? That voice was Professor Chen. This is Chen. I've been monitoring the students' movements from outside the exam site the whole time. You're currently buried deep in the rubble, and your physical condition is poor. You're facing the dual threats of oxygen deprivation and starvation. The AI estimates your probability of starving to death at 93.7%. However, you can choose to withdraw from this assessment immediately and be teleported outside the exam hall. After all, we don't want our students to suffer this torment. Withdraw? Are you kidding me? Joe replied immediately, Professor, I want to give up. Tang traded his life for mine. I will never let it go to waste. But even if you don't give up, your ultimate fate will still be to starve to death in these ruins. Your current physical condition won't allow you to escape this area. Joe furrowed his brow. No, I can hold on. I will definitely make it out. Joe. The AI estimates your probability of starving to death at 93.7%. The remaining 6.3% is the chance you'll die from other accidents. And without eating a single bite, your probability of making it out of these ruins is 0%. Joe roared, even if it's 0%, I'm going to take the chance. Joe, a faint, threadbare voice came from somewhere. Clearly, Zhang had reached his limit. Joe was startled, then said, but Zhang can give up.
He doesn't have to suffer like this anymore. Joe knew that all the injuries sustained in this exam hall were simulated. As soon as Zhang returned to reality, he would be back to his old self in no time.
No, I can't give up.
Zhang forced himself to speak with all his might. Professor, I'm sorry, but I won't give up either.
All right, good luck to you both.
The voice hesitated for a moment, then faded away.
Joe said, Zhang, why don't you just leave the exam room? You really don't have to go through this suffering.
Zhang groaned as he spoke. If I quit, my body will disappear too.
My body has blood and flesh. That's food. Joe, you must be hungry too, right?
You haven't had a single sip of water or a bite of food in 2 whole days.
Joe's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly understood the meaning behind Zhang's words. He roared, Zhang, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? We can get out of here together. Joe, do you remember what I said when I ate your bread?
Joe felt goosebumps rise on his skin as he muttered, I was just joking, you don't have to take it seriously. Zhang managed a faint, weary smile. Joe, that meal, consider it a debt. I owe you a debt, must be repaid. Joe opened his mouth silently, but no words came out.
Lola, xiao shui zhui chao xan Zhang, now it's time for me to repay you. Joe, you must be hungry too.
You heard what the professor said.
There's absolutely no way you can escape without eating anything.
Zhang suddenly raised his voice, Joe, kill me.
Joe shook his head hastily, no. No matter what, I can't do something like that.
Zhou. Zhang summoned all his strength and called out Joe's name once more.
I've been gravely wounded.
If you don't kill me, I'll starve to death, or bleed to death. Both of those ways are very painful.
I'm afraid of pain. Zhang murmured.
Joe felt tears welling up in his eyes. He forced himself to stay strong and said, still no.
Do you think killing you with a dagger would make it any less painful?
Zhang smiled, his voice growing faint again. Joe, have you forgotten?
Or has hunger clouded your mind?
So even my genius roommate has a day when he acts foolish. Zhang seemed to be on the verge of fainting, speaking in broken sentences as if without thought.
But Joe knew he was serious. What? Zhang, are you saying I've forgotten something?
Zhang moved slowly but with determination. He shifted his arm and pointed to his pocket, the gun.
There's a handgun in my pocket. There's only one bullet in that gun.
Joe felt a chill run up his spine. Stop, but Zhang kept talking, oblivious. Joe, you said we should keep this bullet, it might come in handy, so it was meant for me. Joe forced himself not to look at him, then frantically clawed at the bricks burying them. Don't talk nonsense.
I'm almost out.
I'm almost clear of the rubble. But hunger made him dizzy and disoriented, his stomach twisted in agony, and his hands were completely without strength.
Zhou.
Zhang roared with his last ounce of strength, kill me, then do what you have to do.
Joe stopped moving.
Do it now, Joe, every part of me hurts, give me a quick end, it'll be a relief for me. Joe looked at him silently, saying nothing, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, he reached out tremblingly, fumbled in Zhang's pocket, and pulled out the pistol. He raised the gun, but seemed unable to steady it, and finally let it fall limply. Joe sighed deeply, then handed the gun to Zhang. I can't bring myself to do it.
You do it yourself.
Zhang smiled, pressing the muzzle against his temple. Brother, once you're out there, you've got to win.
Bang! The gunshot rang out.
Zhang's hand went limp, and the gun slipped from his grasp.
Joe gently lifted Zhang's body and closed his eyes.
After doing what needed to be done, his strength gradually returned. He began digging frantically through the rubble of bricks and tiles to clear a path. Using his fingernails, a short sword, and a piece of rebar, he found his tools. Finally, he saw the starry night sky. Standing atop the rubble, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and greedily breathed in the fresh air. Joe had emerged. Who goes there? To his surprise, someone was still guarding this section of the ruins. Without waiting for the man to react, Joe charged forward without a word and plunged his dagger into the man's chest. A red glow of vengeance flashed in his eyes. The man didn't even have time to utter a second word before he collapsed, struggling, and died.
Joe stood where he was. All around him lay countless charred corpses. And standing quietly among the corpses was a man holding a dagger, blood on the corner of his mouth. Zhang was dead. Tang was dead. Su was dead. He would have his revenge. Joe didn't know how many people had been involved in the plot to kill Su. Nor did he know how many had participated in the attack against him. All he could do was kill everyone. Joe muttered to himself, his face dark with fury. The night wind howled across the island, causing the entire forest to rustle and sway. The sound of the wind was like the wails of a demon in hell. The gale whipped Joe's coat as he raised one hand high. In his hand was a black scepter. The plum blossom scepter capable of eliminating any single rule. At this moment, Joe had already decided how to use it. I choose to erase the second rule. In that instant, the restraint chain vanished. An announcement echoed throughout the entire exam hall. Attention all examinees, Monarch class item, the Spade Scepter has been activated. At this moment, the rules have changed. User, Joe, countless examinees looked up, staring at the message. But none of them knew exactly which rule had changed. Nor did they know that a Grim Reaper was awakening. Once this rule vanished, whether commoner, noble, or monarch, all would become Joe's prey. Every restriction preventing Joe from killing had been lifted. Joe looked down toward the west and immediately spotted Tang's body. Tang's body was already charred black. Her eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the night sky. Joe reached out, gently cradling her, and softly closed her upper eyelids. By Shi Chinese Web? Joe, Zui Xin chapter excerpt. Then, he reached with his other hand toward her tightly clenched palm. Tang, I know you can use a lighter now. But, your magic trick is only half done. Let me finish the other half for you. He took the silver lighter. The gale was still howling. Joe continued walking with heavy steps until he found the gasoline can. He poured the gasoline over the pile of living dead at his feet. The living dead were all wrapped in rags, perfect kindling. Then, Joe pulled the bottle of fire-resistant potion from his pocket and downed it in one gulp. Clink. Joe deftly flung the bottle to the ground. The glass shattered with a crisp crack. He raised the lighter and clicked it open. Tang, I'm glad you still remember what I said. Joe spoke softly, his voice like the low murmur of death. Flames can create great magic. The lighter slipped from his hand. Boom! Flames erupted instantly. Fueled by the gasoline and the piles of corpses, they spread like a crimson serpent. The gale continued to howl, the trees rustling and swaying. The fire grew ever more intense. First, it ignited the pile of living dead on the ground, then, aided by the wind, it swiftly engulfed the forest trees. The entire island was covered in forest. This meant, this fire would consume the entire island. Ever since Joe had seen the map of the entire island provided by Tang, a plan had already taken shape in his mind. This island is covered by countless forests. Fire. A single small spark is enough to burn the entire island to the ground. A single spark can set a prairie ablaze. No one can escape. As the fire spread, Joe narrowed his eyes and walked slowly through the flames. Soon, the forest echoed with the screams of countless people. They screamed and fled from the clutches of the fire god. Occasionally, someone noticed Joe strolling through the flames, but they had no time to pay him any mind. The fire eventually engulfed the entire island. In the distance, Joe spotted Yi fleeing through the flames. Yi had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always hidden deep within the forest, using his wristwatch to command his men to search for Monarch and battle the kingdom faction. But now, forced by the threat of the raging fire, he had no choice but to flee. Joe looked up and caught Yi's terrified gaze, which seemed to wonder why Joe was completely unaffected by the fire. Then he saw the can of gasoline Joe was holding in his hand. It's Joe! Joe started the fire. Joe slowly walked toward him. Bloodstains still clung to Joe's clothes. The gale whipped the hem of his coat, and behind him, flames raged across the sky. At that moment, he looked like a demon crawling out of a pile of corpses in hell. Brother Yi, the lake! Quick, escape into the lake!
In the distance, a crowd was rushing to help he escape. They weren't fools. The island's land was entirely covered in forest. There was only one place to escape the raging inferno: the central lake. Countless people leaped into the lake. Those who didn't make it in time were reduced to nothing but charred skeletons. The number of candidates plummeted rapidly. On the display panel outside the exam hall, the count of survivors, which had originally been over 900, flicked rapidly before finally settling on a single number: 65. Only these 65 people had managed to take refuge in the lake, praying for the fire to die down quickly. However, Joe would not give them that chance. Since he and the others knew the lake could provide shelter from the fire, Joe had, of course, anticipated it all. Joe had studied the map. He knew that the only place on the entire island not covered by trees and thus capable of sheltering from the wildfire was the central lake. Hiding in the water would indeed prevent them from being burned to death. But they couldn't escape the attacks coming from above. Joe would give no one a chance to escape. His mission was to kill every last one of them and avenge his teammates. Not a single one would be spared. He slowly paced toward the lake, his gaze icy as he stared at the equally frigid water. He tilted his head back and drew his divine card. The King of Spades. Joe had deliberately saved his divine card ability for this crucial final moment. Water can resist fire. But it cannot resist lightning. On the contrary, water is an excellent conductor of electricity. Joe gazed at his divine card, feeling the flow of mana. His vision wavered, and the air grew dry. The sky instantly turned pitch black. Rolling thunder seemed to echo from the horizon. Joe faced his divine card and uttered the incantation to summon lightning. It was like the whisper of death. Spades shatter the host's monarch, summon heaven as thunder. The sky shifted abruptly. The wind swelled rapidly. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boom! A deafening roar. Under Joe's hand signals, a massive bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. The bolt of lightning was like a blinding white light, illuminating the entire night sky. The night was as bright as day. In an instant, the lake's surface glowed, and countless people in the water screamed silently, struggling. But not a single one could escape. Everyone hiding in the lake died instantly as the electric current coursed through the water and into their bodies. Countless bodies floated to the surface one after another. Outside the exam hall, the number of remaining survivors on the display panel fluctuated wildly, dropping rapidly. 65, 43. 22, 17. 5. Finally, it settled on a single, definitive number 1. Under the dual assault of fire and lightning, no one survived except Joe himself. By this point, the more than 900 people who had originally been alive in the entire exam hall had been slaughtered to the last by Joe alone in just half an hour. Joe slowly sat down on the ground, watching the ripples on the lake's surface. At that moment, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Behind him, a raging fire burned. To the west, a gale howled. Before him, corpses floated to the surface. And sitting quietly at the very center was the world's sole, eternal, and solitary monarch. He slowly lay down on the scorching mud and murmured softly, "Magic, a perfect finale." A wave of dizziness washed over him. Book helps in XAN cockroach cut carrot dike firewood chopsticks, the raging fire, the thunder, the boiling lake. At this moment, it all vanished. The familiar playground came into view once more. Here, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze blew, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Everything was so peaceful and harmonious. It was as if everything he had experienced in the exam hall had been nothing more than a dream. Countless classmates slowly woke up, looking around, seemingly still unaccustomed to their surroundings. Joe sat motionless in his original spot. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh, bringing his immersed emotions back to reality. On the large data screen ahead, it clearly displayed remaining survivors: 1, ranking results, 1. Joe, 15,000 points, 2. Triple X, 0 points, 3. Triple X, 0 points, Triple X. Apart from Joe, all the other students scored 0 points. Joe alone had earned over 10,000 points.
All the freshmen instinctively turned their gaze toward Joe. Yet Joe's expression remained calm and composed.
With such an overwhelming victory, Joe was the undisputed champion. On stage, Senior Lu Yingning seemed stunned. After a few seconds of silence, he was the first to break into applause. At first, he was the only one clapping.
Zhang was the second.
The moment he snapped back to reality, his hunger and pain vanished. Now, he quietly watched his teammates, clapping his hands to celebrate the Kingdom Faction's victory. Tang also snapped out of it and slowly began to clap.
Su was the third.
She had exited the arena early and had already witnessed Joe's victory from outside the competition hall. Sitting upright, her applause rang out louder than anyone else's. Gradually, countless others began to clap. The applause grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the campus. They agreed that Joe deserved this championship title without a doubt. Of course, there were still those like Yi who stubbornly remained seated, but they couldn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm.
The entire campus network was ablaze.
The scene of Joe setting the entire island ablaze and summoning thunder from the heavens went viral across the campus network. Not even the upperclassmen had ever witnessed such a feat in the freshman assessment. Without a doubt, Joe had delivered an unprecedented, spectacular match for the entire school. Senior Lu Yingning picked up the microphone. "Please, the undisputed champion of the freshman assessment, give us your acceptance speech." Joe remained motionless for a moment. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. Head bowed, he walked slowly, pacing back and forth. His steps were deliberate, his expression hidden in the shadows, making it hard for others to read him. Joe did not look at Shizhou, he simply walked forward, step by step. When he reached the front of the stage, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the stairs. The stairs weren't long, but Joe moved very slowly. One step, then another. It was as if a monarch, at his own coronation, were slowly ascending the long staircase to receive his crown. Finally, he reached the stage. Joe took the microphone. Countless eyes were fixed on him. After this heart-pounding evaluation trial, they were all wondering what the sole victor would say. Joe slowly looked up, cleared his throat, and immediately shifted his tone. "Ahem, does everyone remember that betting thread on the campus network? You know, the one where people bet on who would win, with the winner splitting 100,000 yuan.
Sui, Sua Xiao, Shui, Wang?
First plus post, I just want to say, please have the person who posted that thread transfer the money to me as soon as possible."
I voted for Joe.
I don't care about being the champion or not, the main thing is that I'm pretty short on cash. His tone made it sound as if the feat of just killing nearly 1,000 people was nothing more than a walk in the park to him. He handed the microphone back, stretched, and walked away nonchalantly. Down below, all the freshmen were stunned. A person with only 3 teammates, who single-handedly slaughtered nearly all the freshmen to secure victory, and in his acceptance speech, all he asked for was to be paid the prize money as soon as possible?
What kind of ultimate prankster is this?
So, Professor, where are we going now?
In the elevator.
Joe asked Professor Chen. Professor Chen smiled. "To hand out your reward, of course."
Joe's eyes lit up. "The relic of the gods?"
Professor Chen nodded with a smile. "Of course.
The school's promise to everyone must be kept."
At first, I thought the principal was crazy for using this treasure as a reward for students. But after seeing your performance in the freshman assessment, my opinion completely changed. You are fully deserving of this treasure."
Joe smiled modestly.
"Not at all, I was just lucky."
Chen pinched his cheek. "Did luck make you the sole winner of all 3 assessments? Don't be modest in front of your teacher." She was absolutely right.
In all 3 of the freshman assessments, Joe had achieved overwhelming victories. The first was the Bloodline assessment, where Joe ranked first among all freshmen in mana level. Joe scored 43 points, several times higher than the 15 points earned by Su, who came in second.
The second was the aptitude assessment.
Although this test was halted midway, Joe achieved a feat no one had ever accomplished before. He killed the Skull Council's assassin. The third was the evaluation trial. This one goes without saying.
Joe single-handedly eliminated every remaining contestant.
He was the undisputed champion.
So, this divine relic belongs to you? Joe asked curiously. Professor, what exactly is this divine relic? Why do we have to take the elevator down to the basement to get it?
Professor Chen mysteriously raised a finger to her lips. The basement is the school's storage room. It's filled with all sorts of magical trinkets. As for what the divine relic actually is, you'll find out once you get there.
With that, Professor Chen suddenly asked out of the blue, Joe, do you want to become a god?
Joe paused, looking into Professor Chen's eyes. Her eyes lacked their usual playful spark. They seemed to carry a hint of seriousness.
So Joe answered earnestly, I don't know. Professor Chen was taken aback. You don't know? Joe nodded. That's right.
I've heard that as long as you keep ascending divine cards, you can improve your social status.
And once you ascend to the highest level, you can become a god.
I'd actually like to become a noble, make more money, and acquire my own small business or something. After all, I come from a commoner background, and I'm terrified of poverty. But as for becoming a god, I don't really have much desire for that. Professor Chen looked at him. That's because your time hasn't come yet. People cannot resist the desire for power. One day, you will yearn to become a god more than anything.
Joe asked politely, so, Professor Chen, you're not asking me this question simply to know the inner thoughts of a teenager who just turned 18, are you? Chen smiled, of course not.
I just want to know if you'll choose to collect all the divine relics.
Joe looked puzzled. Collect all the divine relics? Does that have anything to do with becoming a god? Beep. The elevator reached the bottom floor.
Professor Chen motioned for him to walk while they talked.
You probably don't know this yet. Very few people are aware of this.
To become a god, aside from ascending your divine card to the highest level, there is another way, that is, to collect all 14 divine relics. Professor Chen led Joe to a small safe, then smiled. Now, you're about to obtain one of those 14. She entered the code, and the safe clicked open. Inside, a crystal skull lay quietly.
Joe took it out.
The eye sockets of the skull were deep and abysmal. Joe felt as if he were about to be sucked in.
He quickly shook his head and looked away.
Chen continued to explain with a smile. This artifact is called the Oracle Skull.
It is one of the 14 divine relics in the world. Legend has it that it is the skull of a fallen deity.
Joe felt the skull's icy touch. So, what is this skull used for?
Professor Chen waved his hand. I don't know either. Huh? Joe was taken aback. Why don't you go ask it yourself? Professor Chen wore a mysterious smile. The Oracle Skull is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. Oracle Skull, one of the 10 divine relics. Premium.
Novels Wang plus latest cockroach crawling choking Xian cow. Rumor has it that this crystal-like skull houses the soul of an omniscient deity. It can impart knowledge, avert disasters, and even foretell the future. To date, no one has been able to unlock the full potential of this crystal skull. Currently, this divine relic is stored in the underground vault of Divine Card Academy.
Snap. Joe closed a thick book.
The very moment he obtained this divine relic, he immediately went to the school library to look up relevant information. He had already learned that these 10 divine relics were all extremely powerful, each possessing the potential to shake the entire world. And once all 10 were gathered, one could ascend to godhood.
Joe now possessed one such powerful artifact.
He had wondered why such a powerful treasure would be given as a reward to a student, and had directly asked Professor Chen about it. But Professor Chen had simply said it was the principal's decision. Joe sighed, picked up the green glowing skull once more, and stared into its empty eye sockets.
Hello. A hollow, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Joe froze for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening.
The record stated that the skull housed the soul of a deity. In other words, the Oracle Skull was alive. My book, City? No errors in content. Hello, my name is Joe. I am currently your owner.
After a 2-second pause, the skull spoke again in Joe's mind. A deity has no owner.
You are merely holding my skull.
This deity,
seems to have quite a bit of pride. So, what can you do? Joe asked immediately.
I have no physical form, but I possess infinite knowledge and understand the laws governing the workings of all things. In other words, I know everything, including this world's past, present, and future.
Joe's eyes lit up. Really? You know everything? So whatever I ask you, you can answer? Naturally. Here is the first question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The trolley problem.
Suppose a train is about to run over 5 people tied to the tracks, but if you pull the lever, you can divert it to another track.
However, diverting the train will run over another innocent bystander. Would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus.
Suppose a large ship continuously replaces its damaged parts.
Once every single component has been replaced, is this ship still the same ship it was originally?
Oracle Skull was rendered speechless.
2 seconds later. Fox love literature plus follow new chapter carrot robbery? These are all meaningless questions, just brain teasers. You don't actually know the answers, do you? Are you just trying to confuse me on purpose? Goading tactics are useless against a deity.
I had thought you would ask more valuable, more important questions.
I get it. You're just a fortune-telling fraud. The skull fell silent once more. Just as Joe was beginning to think the oracle skull was nothing special.
If I were you, I would ask, what exactly were your mother's last words?
Joe froze in shock. How do you know that?
Before you, I have encountered countless owners.
Using the knowledge I provided, some became wealthy merchants.
Some entered the imperial court and became politicians wielding immense power.
Others became invincible generals.
My previous owner, relying on my advice, successfully got elected as the school principal.
So please, stop questioning my abilities, it's just a waste of time. All right. Joe stopped trying to tease this deity and began seriously considering the questions he wanted to ask.
To be honest, Joe was a time traveler, and he knew far too little about this world. The types of divine card abilities, the logic behind how society functioned, how to increase his mana level, and the specifics of ascending a divine card, he didn't fully understand any of it. But these were all basic facts. Given time, Joe would eventually master them. So, the questions Joe should ask had to be more important and harder to answer. After much deliberation, Joe organized 3 questions in his mind. 1. There are 52 types of divine cards, so why did he receive the Joker, which is outside of those 52?
2. Who killed his parents? What exactly were his mother's last words? 3. Why is his mana level so high? Is he really just an ordinary commoner? He blurted out all the questions at once.
The oracle skull continued to glow with a faint green light.
2 seconds later. Your mana level is too low. The oracle skull replied. It was still that ethereal tone. Which of my questions is that supposed to answer? I didn't answer any of them. I'm stating a fact.
I possess independent thought. There is nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I need to establish a mental link with my owner to communicate with you accurately.
My owner's mana level also determines the upper limit of the questions I can answer. And every question you've asked is important.
The answers to these questions are not something someone with less than 100 mana points can handle.
Alright, I get it now.
You look down on my measly 43 mana points and refuse to help Maine.
I never thought even a deity would engage in this kind of combat power discrimination. The skull paused for a moment. 43 points? No. That was just the past. Of course, you still can't break through the 100-point limit. But your current mana level is significantly higher than 43.
Upon hearing this, Joe couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
Had his mana level actually increased?
After all, mana level is the measure of combat power in this world. Even a slight increase means he has grown stronger. His mana level was the highest among all first-year freshmen.
But it wasn't the highest in the entire school.
The upperclassmen, especially the presidents of the student clubs, undoubtedly possessed even higher mana levels.
So, what is my current mana level? I cannot tell you. But, you will find out in tomorrow's class. Oh? Are you making a prophecy? Can you really see into the future? Joe's interest was piqued once more.
The oracle skull did not respond.
No matter how much Joe asked, it was as if it had fallen asleep. He sighed and stuffed the skull into his backpack. By the way, the skull's voice drifted faintly. In tomorrow's class, you will die. Joe froze. Had it made a prophecy? Or was it cursing him to death? Unless you bring the lighter, it will save your life. Joe, what a coincidence, a crisp female voice rang out.
XAN +1 to bien yen nijan zui XAN zhang fast update new fast. Joe was yawning his way to the classroom building for morning class when someone suddenly struck up a conversation with him. He turned to look. Sue was still dressed immaculately, her back straight as a rod, walking slowly toward him.
Hi. Joe gave a brief greeting. Sue walked up beside him. Are you heading to the Mana Fundamentals, Class 2? Joe yawned again. Hi, yeah. Class starts at 8 in the morning? That's insane. For middle and high school students, classes starting around 6 a.m. were the norm. But for a college student like Joe, 8 a.m. was still a stretch. Sue smiled. You'd better be careful not to be late. The professor teaching this class is Yuan Xing. He doesn't have the best temper. And
I hear he places a lot of importance on students' lineage. Students of middle noble rank or lower aren't exactly in his good graces.
Joe didn't seem to care much. Who cares? He teaches his way, I learn mine. Anyway, I finished reading the entire textbook last night.
Sue's eyes betrayed her surprise. You're already a genius, yet you're still this dedicated. They walked side by side down the school's main path, drawing the frequent stares of countless students around them, with many whispering among themselves. Joe noticed the commotion. Sue, Your Highness, attending class with a lowly commoner will damage your image.
Look, everyone's staring at you. Sue froze for a moment, then suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Everyone's looking at me? Did you really think they were looking at me? Didn't they?
Joe shook his head and finally looked directly at the crowd. Fantasy Princess, Gung plus Xan, most complete. Nearby were groups of young girls, gathered in threes and fives, gazing at Joe with admiring eyes.
As they passed by, Joe faintly heard comments like, wow, 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 look. Joe seems to be looking this way. Nonsense, he clearly nodded at me.
Joe is even more handsome in person than in those campus videos.
Do you think he'd give us his contact info if we went up to him right now? Can't you see Sue right next to him? You can't compete with the princess. Joe pretended not to hear and walked quickly past.
Sue still wore that same smile. After passing the 3 major freshman trials, your fame far surpasses mine. After winning that precious divine relic, you've long been a campus celebrity. If I weren't the princess, I wouldn't dare walk beside you. Joe merely responded modestly, Your Highness, please don't tease me. Your popularity among the guys is no less than mine.
After a few rounds of mutual back-patting, they entered the classroom.
Quiet. After the bell rang, a middle-aged male professor walked in. The professor sported a short beard, his hair combed immaculately, and his gaze was stern. He scanned the classroom, and all the students fell silent instantly.
The professor swiftly wrote his name on the blackboard, Yuan Xing. The entire class held its breath.
They had all heard that Professor Yuan Xing was the strictest teacher on campus.
My class accepts only the best and brightest students.
Yuan Xing maintained his stern expression as his gaze swept over the entire class. Most of you sitting here are the top performers from the freshman entrance exams, the cream of the crop. Therefore, I do not wish to see this classroom in such a chaotic state again when I enter. He paused, his gaze never ceasing to roam, and continued, I've noticed that most of you come from good backgrounds. That's excellent, for I have always firmly believed in one principle, bloodline trumps all. After saying this, he paused. Joe was bored out of his mind, half slumped over his desk with one hand propping up his cheek, looking a bit sleepy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sue, sitting not far in front of him, who seemed to frown slightly upon hearing Yuan Xing's remarks. It was no wonder.
Yuan Xing's philosophy was bloodline above all.
Su, on the other hand, had always advocated for class equality. But Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice. I've also noticed that our class is not without its share of low-born minor nobles. A few classmates of minor noble birth nervously shrugged their shoulders. What's more, Yuan Xing suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhou. There are even people of commoner birth sitting in my class. Everyone naturally knew who the professor was referring to and turned their eyes toward Zhou. Zhou was still half slumped over his desk, his eyes slightly closed. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen to the lecture, it was just that right now, the middle-aged professor up front was rambling on about nonsense and hadn't gotten to the actual lesson yet. Zhou naturally had no interest in looking up to pay attention. Perhaps some of you think you're geniuses and believe you can sleep through my class? Zhou finally opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. Zhou, answer my question, how many tiers are there in divine cards? After Professor Yuan Xing finished asking, countless students were now quietly flipping through their textbooks. In the basic mana course, the content regarding divine card levels was a topic that wouldn't appear until much later in the curriculum. But Zhou had already read the book cover to cover, so he could answer with ease, 7 levels. Professor Yuan Xing had originally assumed that, as a commoner, Zhou wouldn't know much about these things. He hadn't expected such a quick response and couldn't help but look slightly surprised. Many students turned their gaze toward him, their eyes widening slightly. Professor Yuan Xing was taken aback for only a moment before immediately pressing further. Which 7 ranks? How do you distinguish them? Once again, a rustling sound filled the classroom as students flipped through their books. Zhou remained seated. It's very simple to determine a divine card's rank. Look at the back of the card. As he spoke, he pulled out his divine card and turned it face up. Mana levels 0 to 10 have an iron card back. The rank is iron. Countless students pulled out their own divine cards and examined the material of their card backs. Since the vast majority of students had mana levels below 10, they all had iron card backs. With a mana level below 10, your abilities are actually quite limited. The strength of your abilities is also fairly basic. The combat-oriented spades-type abilities are very weak. The transformation-oriented diamonds abilities can only do so much. In fact, many students are unable to freely use effective abilities. Zhou had first-hand experience with this. Tang's divine card is the U5 of diamonds, as is Professor Chen's. The 5 of diamonds ability is teleportation. Professor Chen can instantly teleport to the school gate from dozens of miles away. Tang, on the other hand, struggles to move even a few meters. The same divine card yields vastly different results at different levels. Zhou continued, to break through the 10-point mana limit, one must perform a divine card ascension. Zhou showed the back of his card. After an iron tier divine card ascends, it becomes bronze tier. In this class, only 3 students had bronze tier divine cards: Su, Yi, and Zhou himself. A bronze tier divine card has a mana level of 10 to 100. Those who reach this tier can generally use their abilities freely. And the majority of ordinary nobles in Dragon Nation society are actually at this level. Because 100 mana points is another major hurdle. To break through, one must undergo divine card ascension once again. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Zhou, I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems I underestimated you before. Zhou replied politely, it's fine, Professor. It's not the first time I've been underestimated. Although Professor Yuan Xing looked down on those of humble origins, he held great respect for diligent and studious students. He cleared his throat. Zhou, since you mentioned divine card ascension, could you please explain exactly how one goes about ascending their divine card rank? I don't know. Zhou said indifferently, his tone perfectly calm. The students in Class X Zhou erupted in an uproar. He doesn't know? Zhou, this mana prodigy and champion of the freshman assessment, had actually said I don't know for the first time? Was there actually a question Zhou didn't know the answer to? Not far away, Yi burst out laughing.
Ah, you've finally been stumped, kid. Clap, clap, clap. In a rare moment, Professor Yuan Xing broke into a pleased smile and actually began to clap. Absolutely correct, he said. Ha! More than half the class was completely baffled. I ask this question to one student every year. But they don't know the answer, they just make something up. I don't blame them, after all, the knowledge of how to divine card ascend, ISNT included in the textbook. It ISNT even mentioned in the upper level textbooks. So, not being able to answer is perfectly normal. But I never expected that you, Joe, would actually give the correct answer. Yi's mouth dropped open, and he hesitantly raised his hand to ask, Professor, I haven't misunderstood you, have I? You're saying the standard answer is, I don't know? Yuan Xing eyed him for a moment, noticing the square medal on his chest. You're the young master of the Yi family, aren't you? You're right. The correct answer is, unknown. He strode toward the lectern. Since ancient times, the question of how to achieve divine card ascension has plagued human society for thousands of years, yet there is no single correct answer. Hong karate shao. Tax Wang, Mian, Firedlo. Some people train diligently for countless years, yet remain trapped at the same level, unable to ascend. Others travel the mountains and rivers, eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves, only to find their divine card mysteriously leveled up. As for the mystery of divine card ascension, the sages of old have offered countless theories: performing a specific ritual, earning the favor of the gods, achieving spiritual enlightenment, but all have been disproved. So everyone has been forced to conclude, as for how to achieve divine card ascension, no one knows. Yuan Xing paused and surveyed the classroom. I dare say, if anyone were to uncover the secret of divine card ascension, the state would surely bestow upon them the title of Grand Noble. No, they'd be made a marquis, appointed chancellor, perhaps even become Longgui's first non-imperial prince. Yuan Xing's lecture was impassioned, but when he looked down, he found his students staring at him blankly, frozen in place. His expression turned displeased. What are you looking at me for? Write down what I'm saying. The students snapped out of their trance, flipping open their notebooks and jotting down the key point: the secret of divine card ascension, unknown to all. Yuan Xing nodded with a smile. Joe, you answered this question correctly. I imagine you put in quite a bit of effort after class. Illusion of princess plus, exert waste you plus defilement. At that moment, Yuan Xing's impression of Zhou completely changed. Coming from a commoner background, perhaps there were merits to be found. Yi snorted. He definitely didn't really know, he just guessed it right by chance. Zhou cast him a faint glance, his voice calm. Advanced Divine Card Theory, 3rd edition, page 257, line 7. Regarding the mysteries of divine card ascension, the sages of old conducted countless explorations and ultimately concluded, no one knows. Those are the exact words from the book. It's on the 5th shelf of the advanced section in the west wing of the library. Professor Yuan Xing was stunned for 2 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands again, just as I expected from a student in my class. So let us get back to our previous question. What are the 7 ranks of the divine card? Of course, Joe has already answered the first 2 for us, iron and bronze. He blinked a few times, then suddenly called out, Sue, Your Highness, could you explain that? Sue, upon hearing her name, gave a slight nod and began her explanation. Of course, Professor. As Joe just mentioned, the rank of a divine card can be directly determined by observing its back. The first rank has an iron-colored back, and the second is copper. Moving up to the 3rd tier, with mana levels ranging from 100 to 1000 points, is the silver tier. This tier is already extremely rare throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is also quite rare at our school. To my knowledge, only a handful of senior students and professors possess this tier. Divine cards of this tier release abilities of significantly higher potency. Take the Spades type divine card as an example. At the silver tier, under extreme conditions, it can unleash enough power to destroy an entire skyscraper. Yuan Xing nodded. Very good. Please continue. Su bowed slightly with dignified poise. The 4th tier, the Yi Gold tier, ranges from 1000 to 10,000 mana points. Abilities at this level possess the power to destroy an entire city. At this level, they are rare nationwide. There are only a handful in the entire school.
Of course, the reason for this is precisely the point the professor just mentioned. The mystery of divine card ascension is unknown to anyone.
Increasing mana levels is simple.
But once you reach 10, 100, or 1000 points, you hit a wall. To continue advancing, you must ascend the divine card S rank. But no one knows how to ascend. That's why the higher the divine card S rank, the rarer it is.
Yuan Xing walked up to the podium. Su, that was a great answer. There's actually no need to discuss the next 3 tiers.
Why? Many students asked in unison. They were all very interested in how to elevate their divine card ranks.
Who doesn't want to get stronger? Because it exists only in theory.
The final 3 tiers, Platinum, Diamond, and God, are recorded only in ancient texts. In reality, no one has ever seen them. In Dragon Nation today, no one can elevate a divine card to the Platinum tier. It is said that those at the Platinum and Diamond tiers have already attained partial divinity and can be called demigods.
Their bodies cannot be injured, they feel no hunger or fatigue, and they have even achieved immortality. As for the God tier, as the name implies, these are true deities, the creators of the world.
Ah, what a pity! Yuan Xing lowered his eyes and spoke in a slightly hushed tone. Becoming a deity has been the dream of countless people throughout history. Rumor has it that only one person has ever achieved it, though it's quite possible that's just a myth. And demigods are merely a theoretical concept.
No.
Su looked at Professor Yuan Xing and raised her voice slightly. Demigods do exist.
Professor Yuan Xing looked at her. Your Highness, what are you saying?
Su nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Professor, but according to my father, there is a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Xing's eyes flickered. Your father, His Majesty the King, said that?
Su replied, yes. Yuan Xing's expression grew excited. Really? Since His Majesty the King said so, could it be that this individual is actually within the Dragon Kingdom's court? Su's eyes darkened. No. That demigod is my father's enemy.
He is the Skull Council.
The Skull Council? Upon hearing that name, every student in the class sucked in a sharp breath. Premium novels? Go plus choke new drunk full. Even the arrogant and domineering Yi paled slightly at that moment.
And it was no wonder. Zhou had already skimmed through the history of this world. The Skull Council was a top-tier assassin organization lurking within the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone they set their sights on met a gruesome death. The key was that their choice of targets made no sense whatsoever. People from all walks of life and of every background had been killed. Who knew when the Skull Council might set their sights on one's family, or oneself? The government was powerless against them. In short, the Skull Council was a terrorist organization, comprised entirely of anti-social elements. That was why every noble's face would pale at the mere mention of the word Skull Council. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. Are you serious? Is there a platinum-ranked assassin in the Skull Council? Su sighed. Yes, but it seems this platinum-level demigod's divine card ability isn't particularly powerful in combat. So, he can't yet pose a fundamental threat to the entire Dragon Nation.
However, platinum level is still platinum level. The Skull Council's strength is on par with the government's.
Fortunately, the leader of the Skull Council doesn't seem to enjoy indiscriminate killing. He only selects specific targets to eliminate. No one they set their sights on ever survives. 2+8 Bank Book, net first published carat, and their current target seems to be. Su suddenly fell silent. The students seemed to have noticed something as well, and they all turned to look at Zhou.
Yes, though the reason was unknown, the Skull Council's next target was Zhou.
Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skull Council isn't that scary.
Didn't Zhou personally kill a Skull Council assassin during the freshman screening?
Yi suddenly spoke up with a wicked grin. That was only temporary.
My dad said never to mess with the Skull Council. Because even if you take out one little assassin, more will come.
He only took out a low-level minion. The real killing move is yet to come. They won't stop until they get what they want. Historically, everyone they've targeted has died under mysterious circumstances. Yi looked at Zhou and said maliciously, "You're going to die sooner or later." Zhou remained calm. "I don't care. I said it the moment I killed that assassin, no matter how many of them come, I'll kill them all.
Enough!
Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice, speaking angrily, stop spreading alarmist rumors.
That's enough chit-chat. Back to class.
Where were we? Zhou replied, you were just talking about the ascension of divine cards and the 7 ranks of divine cards.
Please book help, most, XAN chapter conclusion. Gun XAN chopsticks. Professor Yuan Xing resumed his usual serious expression, yes.
However, this course is Mana Fundamentals, and today's main topic is still how to improve Mana levels. Wait a moment, Professor, Zhou suddenly raised his hand.
What is it?
I'd still like to learn more about the divine card ascension. Yuan Xing frowned, didn't we just discuss that? The mystery of divine card ascension is unknown to anyone.
I understand. Zhou replied immediately, but it's just that no human knows, right? In other words, perhaps beings other than humans do know? For example, gods? Gods? Yuan Xing didn't immediately grasp Zhou's meaning. A divine relic, the oracle skull.
Zhou simply uttered those 8 words. Upon hearing the term divine relic, all the students instinctively looked up, gazing at Zhou with keen interest. They knew Zhou had received a divine relic as a reward for winning the freshman assessment.
But they weren't sure exactly what it was. Ah, the oracle skull. Professor Yuan Xing didn't object to the topic. It seems you've done your homework beforehand and know what this divine relic is for?
Zhou nodded slightly. The oracle skull houses an omniscient God. It claims to know everything, the past, the present, and the future.
Zhou remembered it clearly.
Just yesterday, when he thought he wouldn't get any information from the oracle skull, the skull suddenly spoke.
Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, during the Mana Fundamentals class, you will die. What?
If you don't do as I say, you will die.
No, are you out of your mind? I'm just going to class, how could that cost me my life? That's not it. You're just an empty skull, you don't have a brain either. I'm serious. Someone is trying to kill you.
He failed, but he hasn't given up.
Tomorrow, he will succeed. Zhou immediately grew serious. The oracle skull could predict the future.
Though he didn't know if it was true, his life was at stake, so he'd rather believe it was.
May I ask, O oracle, how can I avoid this peril? A lighter. What? Bring a lighter to class tomorrow. It will save your life. You're a deity, and you know about lighters?
The skull fell silent again. Zhou took the prophecy very seriously and immediately tucked the lighter away. Right now, in this basic mana class, Zhou appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was on high alert. While listening to Professor Yuan Xing's lecture, he scanned his surroundings, his hand clenching the lighter in his pocket, ready to defend against any potential attack. Yet, so far, the class had consisted solely of exchanges between the professor and the students. There was no danger at all. Could it be that the oracle skull was incapable of predicting the future? Oracle skull, Professor Yuan Xing smiled.
Indeed. It knows. What? Zhou was momentarily distracted, unsure if he heard correctly. It knows? It knows how to ascend to a divine card? Of course. Professor Yuan Xing said with absolute certainty, it is a deity, an omniscient deity. Unfortunately, it won't tell us. That is the secret to becoming a god. Zhou, do you know why the dean would give you such a precious divine relic? Zhou nodded politely. I'd love to hear the details. Because the old dean had already asked everyone he could ask. He had already squeezed every last bit of knowledge the oracle skull could reveal. Of course, he never managed to uncover the mystery of the divine card's ascension. But, perhaps you can. Me? Zhou asked. Why? Professor Yuan Xing suddenly hesitated, as if weighing whether to speak. Actually, the oracle skull specifically requested to see you. See me? That's right, micro-interest Dawn tax update new most fast. Professor Yuan Xing said, it has repeatedly insisted that you must be the one to possess it. But, Joe asked, if I recall correctly, the Oracle Skull is supposed to be the prize for the champion of the freshman assessment, isn't it? What if I don't win the championship? You certainly will. Professor Yuan Xing was very certain. This is the prophecy made by the Oracle Skull. Its prophecies have never been wrong. At that moment, the entire class turned their gaze toward Joe. Joe simply pondered the professor's words, its prophecies have never been wrong. And just yesterday, the Oracle Skull had made 2 prophecies to Joe. 1. Joe would learn his current mana level during this class. 2. Joe would face a life-threatening situation, which could only be averted by carrying a lighter. So far, the class had remained calm and uneventful. Although Joe hadn't let his guard down for a single second, no potentially dangerous situations had arisen. Neither of these prophecies had come true yet. All right. Professor Yuan Xing tapped his desk. Since we are an elite class, we've spent quite a bit of time discussing topics outside the curriculum. Now we'll begin the formal lesson. And I, for one, detest lecturing by the book. I've always believed that practice is the best way to absorb knowledge. He suddenly raised his voice. Does anyone here have the divine card 2 of spades? In the corner, a boy who looked rather frail silently raised his hand. Lola Akatsuki, says first release. Very good. Tell us, what is the ability of the 2 of spades? The boy's voice was very soft. Spades type abilities are related to combat power. And the 2 of spades is a single target attack ability. The 2 of spades can launch an attack against a single enemy. Its strength is related to your mana level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded, correct. So, what is your mana level? 4 points. Yuan Xing frowned in displeasure. That's a bit low. With a mana level of 4, you simply cannot unleash the true power of Spade 2. Never mind. Come up here. The boy looked a bit timid as he hesitantly stepped forward. The professor suddenly pulled a small cage from under the table, containing a little white mouse. You, use your divine card to attack it. Oh, okay. The boy took a deep breath, then chanted a spell. Spades shatter 10,000 armies, 2 blades sever the enemy's soul. His voice was soft, and he didn't sound very confident. But the divine card clearly took effect. The little white mouse in the cage suddenly trembled violently, emitting squeaking sounds. However, after a few seconds, the little white mouse seemed to return to normal and was hopping about again. Professor Yuan Xing was clearly displeased. You must chant the spell with power and conviction, keeping your gaze firmly fixed on your target. Visualize the destruction of your enemy. He pushed the male student aside and pulled out his own divine card. Joe saw that Professor Yuan Xing's divine card was also the 2 of spades. He stared intently at the white mouse in the cage and suddenly roared, Spades shatter 10,000 armies, 2 sever the enemy's soul. There was a loud explosion. The white mouse let out a piercing screech, as if it had been slashed by a knife. Blood quickly oozed from its flesh. The next second. Boom! The cage shattered. The mouse inside was blown apart from the center, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In that single second, the mouse died a violent death. Many students gasped in shock. If the target of my spell were a living person, the outcome would be the same as this mouse's. Professor Yuan Xing said softly. He turned to the entire class. Did you see that? Even with the same divine card, the effect of the ability varies drastically depending on one's mana level. And this course is dedicated to enhancing every student's mana. And the simplest way to increase mana is, Professor Yuan Xing paused. Many students leaned forward, clearly excited. After all, increasing mana means improving ability levels. Everyone wants to get stronger. Practical training. By personally casting divine card abilities and constantly honing your skills, you can gradually raise your mana level. Now, please line up and come forward one by one to attack this training dummy. Professor Yuan Xing brought a dummy from the corner of the classroom and was wrapped in countless strips of bandages. Through hands-on practice, you can improve your mana level. I will grade you based on the extent of damage you inflict on the dummy. The student with the highest score will receive this class's reward, a small bottle of mana essence. Upon hearing this term, many students' eyes widened, and they began whispering among themselves. Joe heard ye, not far away, whispering to his cronies, "I'm definitely going to win that bottle of mana essence. Drinking just one of those things can boost my mana level by at least 10 points. So that's how it is." Joe understood. Mana essence is a potion for rapidly acquiring mana, equivalent to an experience scroll in an online game.
"But Professor," a female student raised her hand to ask, "many of us don't have spades-type abilities and can't launch attacks."
"We can't damage the dummies either."
Several students nodded in agreement, looking at the professor in confusion. The professor seemed prepared for the students' questions. He pulled out an object resembling a glass orb. "Don't worry. With this magic artifact in my hand, I can launch an attack."
Does anyone here know what a magic artifact is?
Sue, sitting in the front row, raised her hand.
Professor Yuan Xing nodded. "Very good, Sue, please explain."
Sue began. "A magic artifact is an ability item crafted by nobles using mana. It can perform a wide variety of functions, achieving effects similar to those of a divine card ability. Of course, since it is a man-made tool, the effects it can achieve are significantly diminished compared to a divine card bestowed by the gods. The difference between a magic artifact and a divine card is akin to the difference between a pirated copy and the genuine article. However, magic artifacts are sufficient for our daily lives. Professor, if I'm not mistaken, this magic artifact in your hand has been imbued with the mana ability of the Two of Spades, correct? Its function is now identical to that of the Two of Spades divine card."
Professor Yuan Xing nodded approvingly. "Very well said. That's right. This crystal ball-like magic artifact in my hand is now capable of performing a single target attack against an enemy.
Of course, since it's an artificial object, its power isn't even as strong as that student's divine card from earlier. So, you must fully harness the mana within your bodies to enhance its attack effectiveness. Alright, now, come up to the front one by one, take this magic artifact, and launch an attack on the training dummy. I'll be keeping score." So, the students rose one after another, lined up, and stepped forward one by one. Dadi Zishao Shoa plus Wang, Juizwa Xa and Chan Jiejo stood toward the back of the line. It wasn't that he didn't want to start the training earlier. He simply wanted to use this waiting time to observe the classroom once more, guarding against potential threats. The Oracle Skull had said he would face a life-threatening situation, and that the lighter could save his life. What kind of danger could possibly lurk in a classroom during an ordinary lecture? Joe wasn't sure at that moment, but he kept a tight grip on the lighter in his palm, never letting his guard down for a single second. Up front, the student in the very front row had already picked up the magic artifact. His face was flushed red as he prepared to attack the mannequin. But there was no reaction. Professor Yuan Xing's voice rang out, "You must feel the flow of mana within your body to channel the energy of the magic artifact." As the professor lectured from the front, Joe used the opportunity to carefully scan the classroom for any signs of danger. The classroom was quite ordinary. Standard desks and chairs. A blackboard and multimedia equipment at the front, and a wall clock at the back. None of these items looked like they could pose a life-threatening danger to Joe. Joe turned his attention back to the training session in front of him. A petite girl held a magic artifact and waved it at the mannequin, but the mannequin didn't budge an inch. The magic artifact merely emitted a faint glow. "Well, 30 points. You may go." Professor Yuan Xing sighed and motioned for the next student to step forward. So far, not a single student had managed to score higher than 60. Xian.Yu Jian Book, Gung Xin? Most complete plus most students could only inflict minor bruises on the mannequin, and for some, the magic artifact in their hands showed no reaction at all. The next student was the boy whose divine card was the Two of Spades. "Professor, since my divine card is already the Two of Spades, can I skip using the magic artifact?" the boy asked hopefully. "Of course not." Professor Yuan Xing flatly refused. "After all, this isn't just a simple training exercise. I have to grade you based on your performance. The ability triggered by a divine card is far more powerful than a magic artifact. If you use your divine card, it would be unfair to the other students." The boy dejectedly put away his divine card and accepted the crystal ball-shaped magic artifact. To everyone's surprise, the magic artifact immediately began to glow. The boy stared intently at the training dummy in front of him. Whoosh! It was as if an invisible blade had sliced through the air. Crack! A cut neither too deep nor too shallow instantly appeared on the dummy's body. Very good. Out of all these students, finally someone who is up to par. 80 points. Professor Yuan Xing nodded indifferently. The boy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and rubbed his nose in relief. But don't get cocky. This magic artifact was already infused with the mana of the Two of Spades, and your divine card just happens to be the Two of Spades as well. That's what triggered the mana resonance. When a divine card and a magic artifact match perfectly, you're bound to perform well. Theoretically, you should have scored over 90 to pass. The young man seemed disheartened once more and walked away with his head down. Zhou, however, wasn't he worried about his score. He was still pondering where the danger lay. Bila Qi Zhong Wen Wan Zui Xin Zhang Jiegung, Xin Kai. That crystal ball magic artifact, when it's Zhou's turn, will it explode on the spot? Or is there another Skull Council assassin hiding among the students, waiting for the right moment to strike? Next. Yuan Xing's voice boomed like a bell. Yi stepped forward, brimming with confidence. He took the magic artifact. The next second, the magic artifact glowed faintly. Professor Yuan Xing nodded slightly. The resonance is excellent. Yi stared at the doll. Boom! The doll shook violently. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed as though countless blades were slashing through the air. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and with a thud, one of the doll's arms snapped off and fell to the ground. Yi proudly lifted his head. Yuan Xing clapped lightly. Not bad, not bad. 90 points. Yi walked over and boasted to his rowdy friends, "What's so hard about that? I've used this kind of magic artifact countless times before I even started school. For me, this is kindergarten material." Next. Countless other students underwent their training assessments. But not a single one surpassed Yi's 90 points. Yi's smile never faded. Mana essence, it's mine. Next. Su walked slowly to the front of the classroom. The usually stern Yuan Xing unexpectedly smiled and nodded at Su. Su bowed slightly and accepted the magic artifact. Whoosh! The crystal ball shone brilliantly. Su faced the training dummy and closed her eyes slightly. The next second, she snapped them open. The princess, who had previously looked calm and dignified, now had eyes like blades, brimming with murderous intent. This expression reminded Zhou of the violent princess from the freshman assessment, running around with a submachine gun, firing wildly. Boom! The training dummy instantly exploded into pieces. Excellent! Professor Yuan Xing clapped enthusiastically. 95 points. After all, Su was also a Spades-type divine card and had already attained the bronze rank. Launching an attack against a lifeless dummy was, of course, a piece of cake. Her expression returned to its usual gentle demeanor. She gave the professor a slight bow and returned the magic artifact. After a few more students had gone through. Next. Zhou said impassively as he stepped up to the front. Since the princess had destroyed the previous one, a new training dummy had been brought out. This dummy looked slightly different from the previous one. It was wrapped in numerous yellowed strips of cloth and seemed to emit a strange odor. Zhou looked at the dummy and frowned slightly. A dummy, strips of cloth. A suspicion had already formed in his mind. He took the magic artifact crystal ball. Boom! The magic artifact instantly emitted a blinding white light. A fierce gale swept in from the west. Zhou felt the magic artifact in his hand grow scorching hot. Crack! Crack! Muffled explosions echoed through the air. Invisible blades of air flew wildly in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Desks were split in two. Windows shattered one after another. The students scrambled to the floor, scrambling for cover. Boom! The classroom door was blown open with a loud bang, swinging back and forth as the gale swept through. Joe focused his mind, fixing his gaze on the doll before him, just as he was about to unleash his power. Crack! The crystal ball in his hand suddenly exploded right where it was. The strange phenomena in the classroom vanished instantly, and the gale stopped immediately, as if it had never happened. The classroom was in complete disarray, the floor littered with shards of glass and students sprawled haphazardly about. Yi, who had fallen to the ground, got up and, upon seeing the magic artifact in Joe's hand shattered, said with schadenfreude, "Ha, you broke the magic artifact. Do you have any idea how expensive a magic artifact is? You couldn't even cover the cost by selling yourself." Joe stared silently at the shards of the magic artifact on the floor and said calmly, "I'll pay for it." He looked at Professor Yuan Xing, waiting for his reprimand. He had made up his mind, no matter how angry the professor was, he would accept it. After all, the fact remained that he had broken a magic artifact. Taking responsibility is what makes a man. To everyone's surprise, Professor Yuan Xing looked dumbfounded. "No, you don't have to pay for it." He looked at the shards of the magic artifact on the ground, then at Joe, seeming quite puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. 2 seconds later, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. "Could it be that you are half silver rank?" "Half silver rank?" Upon hearing the professor's words, the students all turned their gaze toward Joe. Joe, of course, understood the meaning of half silver rank. With a mana level of 100 or higher, a divine card is silver rank. But with a mana level between 50 and 100, although it is still bronze rank, it is nearly twice as powerful as those with 10 to 50 mana points. Thus, this stage is referred to as half silver. Professor Yuan Xing stood where he was, surveying the chaotic mess in the classroom, then looked down at the shattered crystal ball magic artifact on the floor. He suddenly looked up excitedly. "No, I actually came across this. The odds of that are incredibly low." He turned to Joe. "Wait here a moment, I'm going to get the mana detector." After speaking these words without waiting for a response, he abruptly left the classroom. A mana detector? Joe couldn't help but recall the first prophecy made by the Oracle Skull: "You will learn your current mana level during tomorrow's class." A few minutes later, Professor Yuan Xing quickly returned, holding a sophisticated instrument in his hand. Yi, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that the highest grade mana detector? Do we really need such a precious magic artifact to test someone of commoner birth?" Yuan Xing ignored him and handed the mana detector to Joe. Joe took it and examined it. This mana detector was completely different from the machine used for the bloodline assessment at the start of the semester. It looked extremely high-end and exquisite. This mana detector is the finest instrument in Dragon Nation. No matter what your mana level is, it can measure it instantly with 0 deviation. Professor Yuan Xing explained. The moment Joe touched the surface of the detector, the numbers on it began to jump rapidly. 43, 44, 45. 60, 70. 80, 85, 86, 87. Finally, the screen settled at 87 and remained steady. 87. Professor Yuan Xing exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this number, the students began to whisper among themselves. Professor Yuan Xing looked up uncertainly and asked Joe, "What was your mana level when you enrolled?" 43. Joe replied immediately. "Have you ever consumed any mana essence?" Joe replied politely, "Until I took your class, I didn't even know what mana essence was." Professor Yuan Xing looked utterly incredulous. "It's only been 2 short weeks since you enrolled, and yet your mana level has risen this much, and you haven't even consumed any mana essence. And if you were to increase your mana level on your own, it would only be through constant training and activating your divine card ability." He suddenly chuckled and patted Joe on the shoulder. "I get it, Joe. You must have been using your ability non-stop these past 2 weeks, right? Theoretically, 2 weeks of intense training could raise your mana level this much, but don't push yourself too hard. Still, your spirit is something everyone should learn from. Look, everyone, even a genius like Joe, trains day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. Even geniuses need to work hard." Joe smiled and shook his head. "Professor, it seems you've misunderstood something." "Fox? Love when cave, dite carat xan drunk complete over the past 10 days, I've eaten when I should, played when I should, and slept a full 8 hours every day.
During this time, except in necessary situations, I've never used a divine card. This time, Professor Yuan Xing was stunned again. Then, how many times have you used the divine card in total? Joe counted on his fingers, stopping at the third. 3 times. A gasp went through the classroom. Yi scoffed, liar. With only 3 uses of the divine card, it's hard enough to boost your mana by even 1 or 2 points. And you want to increase it by over 40 points? Impossible. No. Professor Yuan Xing said with certainty. Joe isn't lying.
I know of a situation where one can drastically increase their mana level. That is, pushing one's divine card ability to its absolute limit to the point of earning the god's favor. Hearing the professor's words, Joe recalled the 3 times his divine card had been triggered. The first time, the King of Clubs, by altering the odds, he narrowly escaped death, won the aptitude assessment, and even counter-killed the Skull Council's assassin. The second time, the 7 of Hearts, the mind-reading ability. It triggered during combat and seemed useless at first, but he pushed it to its absolute limit. Using mind reading, he controlled the tentacled monster and ultimately killed it. The third time, the 8 of Diamonds, Disguise. This use of the ability also yielded maximum effectiveness. He impersonated Su, luring the other 2 monarchs into a meeting, and achieved a double kill, winning the first stage of the evaluation trial. The fourth time, the King of Spades, the ability to control lightning. He didn't simply use the lightning to attack instead, he exploited water's conductivity to kill everyone in the lake in one fell swoop. With every use of his ability, Joe exploited its unique properties, not merely utilizing its basic functions, but achieving additional effects, truly living up to the professor's description of pushing it to the limit. Perhaps it was these very actions that earned him so many mana points? Joe, this mana detector is worth a staggering 10,000 dragon coins. I'm giving it to you right now. Professor Yuan Xing patted Joe on the shoulder. Joe was taken aback. I can't accept this. I can't possibly take such a valuable gift. I've always admired outstanding students, and your performance has completely changed my perspective. Even without noble blood, a genius can still emerge. I should be thanking you for attending my class. This is a personal gesture from me, you must accept it. Professor Yuan Xing insisted. From now on, you'll be able to check your mana points anytime, anywhere. It's incredibly convenient. Unable to refuse, Joe had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, Professor. I will remember this kindness forever. With this device, things would indeed be much more convenient in the future. Joe tucked it into his pocket. Although his mana level had skyrocketed and he received a mana detector, Joe wasn't particularly happy. Because, at that moment, the Oracle Skull's first prophecy had come true. He had learned his current mana level, 87. This meant the second prophecy was about to come to pass. Joe clutched the lighter in his pocket tightly. His pocket contained not only the lighter but also a bottle of fire-resistant potion. This was an item that had appeared during the previous evaluation trial, and Joe had used it to avoid being burned by the flames. After the Oracle Skull prophesied that a lighter would be needed, Joe decided to be fully prepared. He had a tool for starting fires, it would be best to have one for preventing them as well. He found out that the school's lab had this potion. As luck would have it, the student on duty that day was a young girl and one of his fans, no less. So he used his personal charm to borrow this bottle of fire-resistant potion. Of course, the method of borrowing involved magic tricks and smooth talk. By the way, Joe, you haven't finished your attack test on the mannequin yet. I need to get you a better magic artifact. Professor Yuan Xing pulled another crystal ball from under the lectern. The one that just broke was meant for students with a mana level below 50, so of course it exploded when you used it. But this one can be used by anyone with a mana level between 50 and 100. Alright, here, take it. Professor Yuan Xing held out his hand and handed him the new crystal ball magic artifact. Joe took it and immediately felt that this crystal ball was much more stable than the previous one. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow, But unlike the last one, it didn't T-shake or explode. Holding the crystal ball magic artifact, his expression focused, he stared intently at the mannequin before him. His eyes gradually filled with a murderous glint. Mana flowed through his body, and he felt the energy converging at the center of the crystal ball. Whoosh! Power erupted. The wind coalesced into a massive wind blade, slashing toward the doll's chest. This force was far more intense than anything Yi or Su had unleashed. Thud! The blade struck the doll. The doll was hurled against the classroom wall by the immense kinetic force. In an instant, a massive blade-shaped crack appeared on one of the classroom walls. Zhou had even sliced through the classroom wall. Great! Yuan Xing immediately clapped his hands, seemingly unconcerned that the classroom had been damaged. I've never seen such powerful strength. 100 points. Phew! Just as Zhou was about to withdraw his power, the puppet suddenly twitched. The puppet, which had been slumped on the floor, suddenly sat up with a thud. At that moment, the entire class froze in place. The puppet, it's alive, a student said blankly. The puppet suddenly stood up and opened its eyes. A crimson glow shone from its eyes. Creak, creak. Creak, creak, creak. The doll's joints began to move. It opened its mouth slightly, its voice dark and hollow. Living people must all die. It instantly lunged toward Zhou, who was closest. Plus Qi Shang Xiao Shuo Wang first release? Sure enough. Zhou was prepared. He sidestepped and ducked to avoid the attack. Ever since Zhou first laid eyes on this training dummy, he sensed something was off. Yellowed cloth strips, rotting flesh. This was a monster that had appeared in the evaluation trial, the undead. When the students had attacked it earlier, this undead had shown absolutely no reaction. Just like before, undead typically remain motionless when the monarch trial is activated. Perhaps this one also required certain trigger conditions to be met. Zhou surmised that the undead's awakening was conditional. Perhaps it was precisely this trait that made it suitable as a training dummy. Yet he remained on guard, wary of the dummy's attacks, which allowed him to dodge its ambush flawlessly. But this one was clearly far more powerful than the undead that appeared during the evaluation trial. Its speed and reflexes far surpassed those of the shambling corpses that had appeared in the warehouse back then. Zhou had barely regained his footing when, in the blink of an eye, the undead lunged at him again. It was time. Zhou clenched the lighter in his hand. Fire. 0 carat point read, books choking drunk, complete. He remembered it clearly. Tang had once said that the undead couldn't be killed. The only way to destroy them was by burning them. Just as Zhou was about to pull out the lighter. Danger! Get out of the way! Professor Yuan Xing reacted quickly and stepped in front of Zhou. Zhou lowered his hand, which had been clutching the lighter. Right, there was another professor in this classroom. As a divine card professor in the spades department, he should be better equipped to handle these monsters than Zhou. With that in mind, Zhou obediently stepped aside, leaving the professor to deal with them alone. The undead creature, blocked by Yuan Xing, seemed thoroughly annoyed and immediately lunged forward. Yuan Xing clutched his divine card, the two of spades, and shouted loudly, "Spade shatter 10,000 armies to severs the enemy's soul." Crack! The undead's body shook violently, but it merely staggered a step before resuming its original speed and lunging at Yuan Xing. Ugh! Yuan Xing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the undead to still be able to move. He was getting on in years and couldn't dodge in time, getting bitten right on the shoulder. The students were all stunned. How is this possible? Professor Yuan Xing's Spade 2 divine card is supposed to be a one-hit kill against a single living target. Isn't it? Why isn't this monster reacting? Zhou was naturally shocked as well. But he wasn't shocked by the undead's lack of reaction. Rather, he was shocked by the ignorance of his students and of Professor Yuan Xing. What's wrong with you all? Don't you know this monster is indestructible? Zhou shouted at his classmates. The other students looked confused and shook their heads in unison. All right then. Professor, don't you know what an undead is either? Zhou asked anxiously once more. Relying on his divine card skills, Professor Yuan Xing managed to force the undead back a step.
I don't know what the hell an undead is.
Yuan Xing seemed unable to believe that his divine card couldn't kill a mere rag monster. He went slightly mad, continuously unleashing his divine card ability in a barrage of attacks against the undead. But these attacks clearly had no practical effect. Instead, they only provoked the undead, making it fight with increasing ferocity.
Ah!
In the midst of their struggle, the undead creature gained the upper hand once more and bit Yuan Xing's arm again.
Stop it! Undead creatures can't be killed, they aren't even alive. Joe shouted again.
But Professor Yuan Xing was in no position to heed the warning. He was severely wounded, bleeding profusely, and on the verge of losing consciousness.
Why? Joe couldn't fathom it. Why didn't Yuan Xing, a professor, know what an undead was?
The students around them looked terrified and began to back away. The quicker ones had already fled the classroom to summon other professors. Joe looked at these students. They, too, looked clueless. It seemed as though everyone in the classroom, except for himself, had never seen an undead before. Joe closed his eyes, regained his composure, and immediately realized the reason. Come to think of it, ever since leaving the evaluation trial mock exam hall, Joe had pored over countless books in the library. Yet not a single book had ever mentioned the undead. And the only reason he knew what the undead were was because Tang had told him. If he hadn't met Tang, he would likely be just as bewildered and at a loss as these students. And Joe clearly remembered Tang saying that only fire could destroy the undead. He was the only one who knew this, which meant that only he could eliminate this monster in front of the entire class. With that thought, a plan immediately formed in his mind. Joe immediately looked at Sue. He saw Sue raising his Queen of Spades divine card, about to conjure a weapon to join the attack. Stop! No one is to attempt to attack this monster, Joe commanded at once. Sue, and the rest of the class, take the professor and get everyone out of this classroom. What? Sue's hand froze mid-motion. What are you going to do? Don't worry, I have a plan. Joe leaped forward, drawing the undead's attention. If I'm not mistaken, I'm your target, aren't I? The undead stopped harassing Yuan Xing, glanced at Joe, and half a second later, lunged at him. Joe gripped the lighter in his hand. He chuckled inwardly, you've taken the bait. Fire can create great magic. Ugly monster, prepare to face the baptism of fire. SSSSS. The undead creature emitted a strange sound from its mouth and lunged toward Joe. 0.0 Xiao Shui. Wang. Mian Fei carrot you? Dewey ducked to avoid it. By now, everyone in the classroom had fled outside, and the space suddenly felt spacious. Joe could move freely. He pulled out the bottle of fire-resistant potion, popped the cap off, and downed it in one gulp. Crack! He tossed the glass bottle aside with a sharp motion, and the floor echoed with the crisp sound of shattering glass. His whole body grew warm. Joe knew the fire-resistant potion had taken effect at this moment. No flame could harm him. He raised his lighter slightly. Tang had said that only fire could destroy the undead. Back then, because there were too many undead, Joe hadn't chosen to set them ablaze, but now, it was time to put that to the test. Tang, I hope you're right. Joe murmured softly. He instantly flung the lighter into the air. It spun, its silver surface glinting faintly. Time seemed to slow down infinitely. Even the undead appeared to freeze for 2 seconds. Joe suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the crystal ball, the magic artifact from the lectern. The flame released by a tiny lighter alone wasn't powerful enough. The lighter contained a spark plug. For ignition. Theoretically, it would explode upon impact. It could unleash a fireball with a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. That was more than enough to ignite an undead creature wrapped head to toe in flammable rags. But Joe refused to gamble on the risk of failure. He wanted a complete and utter victory. He picked up the crystal ball and aimed it at the lighter flying through the air. Jing Wu Xiaoshui, Gu Carrot Mian Fei Yu, Du plus focusing his mind, he channeled the power of mana into it. Boom! The mana power from the crystal ball amplified the lighter's explosive force several times over. In an instant, the lighter warped and burst apart. A fireball rapidly spread outward from the center, growing larger. The temperature in the room skyrocketed. The undead finally seemed to realize the danger, screeching and scrambling to escape the center of the flames.
But how could his speed possibly match that of an instantaneous explosion?
The fireball's radius kept expanding until it filled the entire room. In an instant, the rags on the undead's body ignited. He flailed his rotting arms helplessly, writhing in agony. Joe stood within the flames, yet felt no burning pain, only a tingling sensation. He watched calmly as the undead writhed and struggled in agony.
The rags fell away. Joe saw clearly that a black skull tattoo was revealed on the undead's body. "Ha, so it's you lot again. I told you, go ahead and send whoever you want. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all."
SSSS. The undead creature, which had been struggling, suddenly froze in place, emitting only a hissing sound. For the sake of, the undead creature stared intently at Joe, its shriveled mouth suddenly opening. For what? Joe remained on guard, keeping a close watch on the undead's movements as he slowly stepped forward.
Xiao Shui Yai Zhuzuigot Xian Chan, Je?
The undead suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Joe's shoulder, but did not attack. Instead, its two hollow, red glowing eye sockets fixed their gaze intently on him. "For a greater cause." After uttering those words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed onto the floor.
"For a greater cause? What possible cause could a desiccated corpse like you have?"
Joe looked down at the undead corpse on the floor with suspicion.
Boom! Flames erupted once more, engulfing the entire classroom.
Desks and chairs were reduced to ashes.
Outside the classroom, countless students stared at the tightly shut classroom door.
They were all stunned as the classroom was consumed by raging flames.
Has Joe gone mad?
Is he going to burn himself to death, taking that monster down with him? The students gasped.
Impossible.
He is the most gifted person I've ever seen.
Joe will be fine. Sue stared intently at the classroom door without blinking.
Though she said this, her clenched fists, the beads of sweat on her temples, and her slightly pale lips betrayed her inner anxiety.
Who would emerge alive from that door, Joe, or the monster? Bang!
The door burst open. What emerged was a living dead.
Woohoo! All living people must die.
The students watched in horror as the living dead swung its arms twice, let out a couple of howls, and instantly turned deathly pale.
Ha ha ha, just kidding. Look how scared you all are.
Joe, hiding behind the undead's corpse, suddenly poked his head out, let go of the undead's arm, and casually tossed it to the ground.
Don't worry, it's dead as a doornail.
Joe idly kicked the corpse, which had long since been burned into a mummy. Behind him, raging flames burned, and a gentle breeze ruffled his hair.
He stretched lazily, completely unharmed. Sue, standing in front of him, watched Joe's actions and seemed on the verge of laughing in exasperation.
In such a dangerous situation, Joe still had the nerve to joke around. The campus fire brigade surrounding the area immediately began extinguishing the fire once they saw Joe emerge safely. Joe returned to the dormitory, backpack on his back and a large bag of snacks in hand.
"Welcome back, superstar." As soon as he pushed open the dorm door, a cheeky voice rang out. Zhang's grinning face leaned in, holding up his phone. "Superstar, you're on the campus confession wall again."
"What?" Joe snatched the phone immediately. Wall, I'm sending a confession to Joe from the elite class.
He saved the professor and the entire class from a terrifying monster. And he looked so handsome when he came out.
Below was a meme that read, "Joe, love, superfan."
There were countless comments below. Is this for real? I heard even Professor Yuan Xing from the Spades department couldn't hurt that monster, and Joe took it down all by himself?
It's true, I saw it with my own eyes, and I even took a photo.
It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. I'm Joe's classmate. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes on the classroom blackboard. Traditional Chinese medicine for virility and endurance, details via WeChat. XXXXX. Joe handed the phone back, shaking his head helplessly. Zhang giggled. How come you can look so cool even just attending class?
To date, Joe has trended countless times on the campus network. From the moment he enrolled, causing a 5-second citywide blackout, to the 3 rounds of freshman assessments.
And now, this class. You're already number 1 on the campus popularity chart. Zhang pulled up another screen.
This was a chart independently created by students at Divine Card Academy, listing the popularity rankings of every student on campus. Before Zhou enrolled, the top spot on this chart had always rotated among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, and Lu Yingming. After Su enrolled, he briefly held the top spot.
But now,
Zhou was known throughout the school and firmly held the top spot on the popularity rankings. His popularity score was even double that of Zhuang Xingyao, who was in second place.
It's all just hot air. I don't care.
Zhou handed his phone back to Zhang and handed him a large bag of snacks.
What's this?
Zhang blinked in confusion.
For you. For me? Zhang's eyes lit up with excitement.
By Qi Zhong plus 1 first release, yeah. Zhou generously handed him all the snacks, to thank you for your self-sacrifice during the evaluation trial.
Here's your food back.
Zhang didn't refuse and took them right away. We're friends, aren't we? Just let me copy your homework sometime. Though he said this, he tore open a bag of potato chips and dumped the entire contents into his mouth.
Zhou sighed, we're not even in the same class. How are you going to copy my homework?
After the 3 major freshman assessments, Zhou, as the top student in the grade, was naturally assigned to the best class, the elite class. Zhang and Tang, however, were both in the regular classes. There was nothing to be done about it after all. In the final round, everyone except Zhou had scored 0. So the school had no choice but to rank students based on their bloodline assessment scores and the results from the first round of the evaluation trial. Zhou sat down on the bed and began to ponder the undead's final words. For a greater goal.
What did that mean? Did greater goal refer to the undead's objective, or the Skull Council's goal?
Clearly, the undead bore a black skull emblem, indicating affiliation with the Skull Council. This meant the Skull Council had never stopped hunting him down.
The undead.
Zhou suddenly stood up, grabbed his jacket, and headed for the door.
Where are you going?
Zhang asked, mumbling through a mouthful of potato chips. I'm going to find Tang and ask her something. As Zhou passed the school health center, his footsteps suddenly halted. Perhaps it would be best to pay that person a visit before seeing Tang. The student on duty at the school health center was a girl. As Zhou approached, she said without looking up, "Visitors, please sign in."
Zhou. Upon hearing the name, the girl looked up abruptly. Zhou. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It really is you. Can you sign an autograph for me?
Zhou chuckled helplessly. The downside of being famous is that no matter where you go, you'll run into your fans. He quickly signed the autograph and hurried to the ward.
Professor, I've come to see you.
Zhou placed a bouquet of flowers by the bedside. Professor Yuan Xing was covered in bite wounds, but upon hearing Zhou's voice, he struggled to sit up.
Professor, you should lie down.
Professor Yuan Xing lay back on the bed and sighed. This is the first time such a major incident has occurred in my class. I never expected a teaching mannequin to actually come to life.
Zhou hesitated for a second, then asked, You really don't know what an undead is? Undead? Professor Yuan Xing looked completely bewildered.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Is that what you mean by the mannequin? We've been using it as a teaching aid for decades. Today is the first time an accident has happened.
Zhou shook his head.
Never mind. By the way, Professor, I have another question for you. Fox love, smell blood, no errors content. Do you know or have you heard of For a Greater Cause?
No sooner had Zhou finished speaking than Professor Yuan Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. He began coughing violently, his eyes filled with terror. Where did you hear that phrase? Zhou made no attempt to hide it and answered directly, from that doll's mouth.
Yuan Xing's eyes widened again. Zhou, that phrase is the motto of the Skull Council.
They utter it every time they carry out a murder.
Zhou continued to ask, so, what exactly is their goal? Professor Yuan Xing shook his head. I don't know. No one knows. Their modus operandi has always been bizarre. Despite possessing such immense power, they don't steal wealth or seek positions of authority.
They simply carry out killings.
However, as for their grand objective, I don't know what it is.
But their short-term goal is quite clear. At this point, Yuan Xing suddenly looked at Zhou with a sorrowful expression. To kill you.
They never failed. Zhou frowned. They failed a long time ago. I've already evaded 3 assassination attempts.
Zhou remembered it clearly. The first time was during the Russian roulette game, when a hooded monster was shot dead.
The second time, on the subway, a tentacled monster had its throat slit by Zhou.
The third time was today, when the undead served as the assassin.
Professor Yuan Xing's tone suddenly turned unusually grave. You haven't evaded it. Haven't you noticed?
They sent nothing but half-human monsters. They haven't lost a single genuine Skull Council member.
That means the real killing blow is yet to come.
His eyes grew sorrowful once more. The Skull Council's motto is for a greater cause.
It's because they never do anything without purpose.
Their failures in these recent pursuits might have been intentional.
Intentional?
Zhou paused in surprise. My boy, you are the most gifted student I've ever seen.
Although the Skull Council has never failed. I hope you will be the exception. Zhou pondered for a long moment. Rest assured, Professor. I want to survive more than anyone else.
He stood up and bowed politely. Then I won't disturb your recovery any further.
I have a friend to visit. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly spoke up again. Wait a moment, I almost forgot.
As he spoke, he rummaged through something by his bedside.
Then, here. This is for you. Zhou took it. A small vial of purple potion.
As I said, I reward the student with the best performance in class with a vial of mana essence.
He pointed at the vial. What a scatterbrain I am, I almost forgot.
Zhou replied politely, thank you, Professor.
After leaving the school infirmary, Zhou continued toward his intended destination. You survived today. A disembodied voice suddenly appeared.
Zhou quickly darted into a deserted corner, opened his backpack, and took out the crystal skull glowing with a green light.
You sound just like a ghost. Why don't you give a heads up before speaking? Oh right, you're already dead. You are a ghost. The Oracle Skull didn't respond to Zhou's dry joke. I'm glad to see you heeded my prophecy.
Because, in that classroom, no one could have handled that monster. If you hadn't been carrying that lighter, you would have died at the hands of those living dead.
And then, the whole school would have reported on your funeral. Zhou waved his hand. All right, I know you deserve credit. Go ahead, what else is there?
I suggest you give that bottle of mana potion to the girl you're going to meet.
Zhou asked tentatively, can't I keep it for myself?
Your mana levels are rising quickly. You don't need something like mana essence at all.
Drinking it would be a waste.
And, there is no need to pretend anymore. That was your plan all along.
Zhou chuckled softly. I can't hide that thought from you either. Yes, I want to give some gifts to thank my teammates. Oracle Skull was silent for 2 seconds. I see. You still have questions you want to ask. Ask away.
Zhou sighed lightly. Divine relics really are something else.
Then I'll ask. Exactly how does one ascend with a divine card? Want to hear?
Please book help plus wrong content. I want to tell you.
I knew it. Zhou sighed. Because you'll find out for yourself very soon. Zhou's initial sense of helplessness quickly gave way to excitement. What?
I said, you'll discover the secrets of divine card ascension on your own. You don't need me to tell you.
Zhou quickly asked, but isn't it said that no one knows the secret to divine card ascension?
That's a conclusion you humans have drawn. It's just what the textbooks say.
In fact, someone has already discovered the trick to divine card ascension. It's just never been made public. Zhou pressed further. Then when will I find out?
The skull fell silent for 2 seconds, then said in a somber tone, when you are struck by an unbreakable death hex, you will find yourself in a life-threatening predicament. After that, you will discover the method for the divine card's ascension.
How long will that situation last? Soon, sooner than you imagine. Probably within a month. Joe nodded in agreement while quickly pulling out his phone and opening the Notes app.
He created a new note titled, "The Prophecy of the Talking Skull." Then he tapped away at the screen. "Within a month, I will be struck by an unbreakable death hex. After that, I will learn the secret of the divine card's ascension."
What are you doing? Better to write it down than rely on memory. Joe said bluntly, "I'll admit you've got some skills, you skull.
You're one of the 10 divine relics for a reason. Both of your prophecies came true. If I hadn't taken your advice and brought a lighter, I might kicked the bucket. So, I plan to write down everything you've said that is important, and then follow it to the letter." Jingwu karat xiao shuawan plus chao xan plus chan yu gung xan qua. Oracle Skull fell silent for 2 seconds, then said, "You humans are actually quite interesting. You're smarter than anyone I've met before.
In that case, I'll give you one more piece of advice." Joe looked into its eye sockets. "Go ahead. Don't agree to that girl's request."
Joe tapped away furiously, jotting down the sentence.
"That girl Tang, right? Don't worry, I'll listen to you. Whatever she asks of me, I won't agree. Aren't you going to ask why? Aren't you supposed to tell me yourself? To try to save your life."
Joe nodded and added another line to his notes. "Refusing Tang's request is to save my life." Joe had already decided not to try to understand the Oracle Skull's prophecy. In the end, he would surely be right anyway. Joe put the Oracle Skull away, but before he'd taken 2 steps, another familiar, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, my child, do you remember me?" It was another deity, the Joker God.
"Why are you here?"
Joe sighed. "I just couldn't stand seeing you and the other gods getting all cozy.
It was getting on my nerves." "You're even getting jealous of a god? That Oracle isn't it just a skull?" "Not at all. In life, he was a stunning beauty."
"What?
You're saying Oracle Skull is a woman?"
Joe recalled that ethereal voice. It was hard to imagine he had been a beauty. "Well, deities don't have genders, but by your human standards, her appearance in life would certainly qualify her as a beauty."
"Who cares? She's just a skull now anyway." Joe suddenly thought of something else and asked again, "If I ascend the divine card, what will happen? How will the ability get stronger?"
The Joker God screamed. "You finally asked. If you upgrade your divine card, every ability you draw will be at the post-ascension level of strength. Not only that, but perhaps the ability trigger restrictions, the random draw mechanism, and the one-time use limit.
All of those will be removed.
After that, you'll truly become the master of 52 abilities, a hexagonal warrior."
That powerful?
At that moment, Joe suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to ascend his divine card.
Jingwu xiaoshua wang zui xayan zhang jixing. Quite plus if he could remove these restrictions, Joe would truly become the master of 52 abilities.
After getting the information he wanted from Joker God, Joe continued toward Tang's classroom. The closer he got to Tang's class, the more crowded it became. Many groups of young girls, seeing Joe approach, gazed at him with starry eyes and whispered, "Wow, look at Joe.
He is so handsome. Why is he in a regular class? Could he be here to look for someone? Wow, who could he be looking for?"
Joe sighed, tuning out the chatter.
He finally understood why Sue always wore a black mask.
It turns out that once you become a celebrity, it's actually quite a hassle to avoid drawing attention.
In the regular class, a few girls were gathered around Tang, chattering away. "What should we eat after class tonight?" "I'm going to the barbecue place outside school." "Tang, it's your birthday today, right? Have you gotten any gifts from boys?"
I just started school. Who is going to give me a gift?" Tang scratched his head sheepishly.
"No way, you're so cute. Look, outside the window."
One of the girls pointed outside and squealed. Outside the window, a handsome boy was leaning casually against the wall, looking relaxed.
"Aha, it's Joe. He is in our class." "Tang, he can't possibly be here to see you." "Tang, I heard you and Joe were teammates during the freshman orientation. I can't believe he actually remembered your birthday.
At that moment, Tang felt incredibly proud. She quickly blushed and rushed out of the classroom.
Miscalculation.
Zhou Henti expected his arrival to cause such a stir.
If he'd known, he would ask Tang to meet him somewhere else.
Fortunately, before long and before Zhou could even find Tang, a small figure appeared on her own.
Brother Zhou, were you looking for me?
She tried her best to calm down, but she still couldn't hide the excitement in her voice.
It's too crowded here.
Let us go somewhere else to talk.
Zhou immediately took Tang by the hand and led her away.
Once they finally escaped the crowd of cheering girls, Zhou teased, "Tang, looks like you can't escape the nickname eye catcher after all."
Tang patted her own cheek. What can I do? Zhou, you're a big star now.
Turns out being an eye catcher isn't so bad after all. Having just been escorted out of class by a superstar famous throughout the school, Tang suddenly felt like the heroine of a novel. Seeing Tang so happy before him, Zhou suddenly recalled her from the evaluation trial earlier. Her small frame, holding a bomb, drawing the enemy's attention, sacrificing herself for Zhou, her body reduced to charred remains. A pang of sorrow welled up in his heart.
He handed her the bottle of mana essence potion. Here, a gift for you. Wow! Tang's eyes lit up. Brother Zhou, how did you know it's my birthday today? Thank you for the birthday present.
Birthday? Zhou couldn't help but pause for a moment.
Skull, you've really got some tricks up your sleeve, he murmured.
It was Oracle Skull who had suggested he give this potion to Tang. As it turned out, it happened to be a birthday present.
Oracle Skull, was this part of your plan too? He cleared his throat twice. Happy birthday with a little something extra.
Of course, Zhou hadn't come here just to give a gift. His goal was to get Tang to reveal why she knew about the existence of the undead. If he could put her in a good mood first, it would be easier to get her to talk.
Tang played with the bottle of mana essence, unable to put it down.
I heard this potion not only boosts mana levels quickly, but it tastes great too.
With that, she popped the cork. Brother Zhou, let me have a taste. Zhou nodded. Sure, go ahead, it was meant for you anyway.
Tang happily brought the bottle to her lips and downed it in one gulp.
Wow! It really is sweet. Brother Zhou, thanks for the gift.
She seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, Brother Zhou, I have one more request.
What is it?
Zhou pretended not to care, but he already had his answer ready.
Just as he expected. The Oracle Skull had been right again. Tang was going to make a request.
He had made up his mind. No matter what Tang said, he would refuse.
Do you want to? But before Tang could finish, crack.
Her right hand jerked violently, and the empty bottle fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Her face suddenly froze, then her whole body began to tremble.
The next second, Tang collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Foam came from her mouth, and her eyes rolled back.
Ugh, Aya!
She writhed on the cold floor, letting out agonized screams and moans. Tang struggled and writhed on the floor, her face turning purple. Intermittent screams and moans escaped her throat.
She has been poisoned. Zhou realized immediately there was something wrong with that bottle of mana essence potion.
He reacted quickly, scooping Tang up from the floor and rushing toward the school infirmary.
We've never seen symptoms like this before.
The school nurse's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Tang's pitiful state.
Is there no way to treat this? Zhou asked anxiously. Tang lay on the hospital bed, still foaming at the mouth, while the ECG monitor beside her showed wildly erratic readings.
She was teetering on the brink of death, and the Grim Reaper could take her at any moment. Her struggles had weakened slightly, but her breathing had grown even fainter. Every school nurse present could see that Tang was already on the verge of death.
Zhou, bro.
Tang said with her eyes tightly shut.
What?
Zhou froze for a moment, then immediately grasped her hand. But Tang managed only that single word before slipping back into unconscious moans.
Is there really no one who can treat her? Zhou shouted.
One of the school doctors suddenly had an idea. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed, "Professor, hurry and get Senior Lu Yingming over here."
Lu Yingming? Zhou asked immediately. Can he cure Tang? The school nurse hesitated. I don't know.
But his divine card ability is related to healing, and his mana level is very high.
Maybe he can. When will he arrive? He'll be here soon. Zhou nodded and sat back down in the ward. Tang, can you hear me? Help is on the way. Tang, her eyes tightly shut and her body convulsing, seemed to calm down considerably upon hearing Zhou's voice. Zhou noticed that she appeared to nod faintly.
Tang's face, which had once been quite pretty, was now purple and contorted in agony.
Zhou clenched his fists.
He realized then that Tang was currently teetering on the brink of death. "Little standout, you have to hang in there," he recalled the scene from the first time he'd seen Tang. A short girl with a ponytail stood in the center of the playground, urging everyone to stop killing each other. But as soon as the rules were announced, she was immediately struck by a stray bullet. At the time, he didn't know Tang's name, he'd simply given her a nickname, Standout. Later, he encountered Tang again. Back then, she'd urged her classmates not to fear Yi, only to be subjected to violent bullying herself. After Zhou drove Yi away, Tang even lied to the professor to help Zhou escape blame for the fight. It was then that Zhou learned there was actually a young magic fan of hers at this school.
And then, Tang joined the Kingdom faction and became Zhou's teammate.
During the evaluation trial, when attacked by the living dead, she resolutely used the sharp edge of her divine card to slit her wrist, releasing blood to draw the attack.
Zhou realized that Tang wasn't just a pretty face on the team, she was a little madwoman too.
Later on, when Zhou was immobilized, Tang was the first to come up with the idea of impersonating him. Alone, she faced hundreds of enemies and, without hesitation, lit the bomb, taking the enemies down with her. And she herself was torn to pieces by the explosion. At that moment, facing Tang's death, Zhou felt a stir of emotion. But it was all fake. In the exam room, no matter how gruesome the death, once back in reality, everything always returned to normal.
And right now, this was reality. Tang was writhing in agony on the hospital bed, hovering on the brink of death.
And Zhou was powerless to help.
Thud.
Zhou suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. He hated himself. He loathed his own helplessness. Even though everyone called him a genius, even a genius can't do everything. He wanted to use his divine card to bring Tang back to life.
But his divine card ability hadn't even been activated yet.
Zhou hadn't paid it any mind before, but now he realized that his ability wasn't particularly strong after all.
Only the divine card Joker possessed all the abilities.
But its trigger conditions were hidden, and the abilities drawn were random.
Moreover, each ability could only be used once. There were so many limitations.
He suddenly recalled what Professor Chen had told him a couple of days ago: people cannot resist the desire to pursue power.
One day, you will yearn to become a god.
At the time, Zhou hadn't fully understood, but now he finally grasped the true meaning of those words. If he possessed a higher level divine card, he could remove these restrictions on ability activation. Then, he could be like a god, achieving anything with a mere flick of his finger,
including bringing Tang back to life.
At that moment, a profound longing to increase his power surged deep within him. If only he were a little stronger, Tang could come back to life.
Bang!
The ward door suddenly swung open. Senior Lu Yingming rushed forward. Zhou immediately said, "Senior, please save my friend." Without a word, Lu Yingming bent down to examine Tang's condition.
His usually impassive expression now betrayed a hint of astonishment. What kind of poison is this? I've never seen anything like it. Hearing Senior Lu Yingming's words, Zhou's heart sank. What? Senior, are you helpless too? Lu Yingming's expression turned grave. I can only try.
My divine card is 10 of diamonds, and its ability is purification, which removes all designated substances. Perhaps it can cleanse the toxins from her body. As he spoke, he softly chanted the incantation: diamonds, transform all things, 10, purifies the impurities. Joe noticed that the back of Lu Yingming's divine card was silver. His mana level was over 100 silver rank.
Tang Shizhou emitted a faint glow.
The girl gradually stopped trembling and slowly calmed down. The readings on the medical equipment nearby also stabilized at safe levels. Tang had returned from the brink of death.
Joe let out a long sigh of relief.
At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt. His own divine card was the joker it could clearly have transformed into the 10 of diamonds. Clearly, he could have saved Tang. But his divine card's rank was too low, so he couldn't freely use its ability. In fact, the conditions for triggering the ability were still hidden and undiscovered. If Senior Lu Yingming had arrived just a moment later, Joe would have been forced to watch helplessly as a life withered away before her eyes. After this incident, Joe desperately wished she could uncover the trigger conditions for her divine card so she could freely use her ability.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
The medical equipment beside her suddenly began to sound an urgent alarm.
Tang's body convulsed violently, and she let out a scream of agony. Senior Lu Yingming's face turned deathly pale. No. I made a mistake. I messed up.
The poison she has been exposed to can't be simply purified. It'll actually hasten her death. For the first time, Senior Lu Yingming's voice trembled.
What?
Even Senior Lu Yingming's silver tier healing ability couldn't save Tang.
What else could he do? Tang's screams grew louder and more agonizing.
She coughed violently, blood gushing from her mouth. Senior Lu Yingming covered his head and bowed his head. These symptoms, no, I've definitely seen this before. Suddenly, he shouted, I remember. Senior Lu Yingming quickly turned to Joe. Only you can save her.
Joe responded immediately. What should I do?
Lu Yingming thought for 2 seconds, his expression frantic as if recalling something. This poison is targeted. The name of this poison is
targeted venom. Just like an arrow, it must hit the target. This poison will only dissolve once it senses its own target. And the poisonous target is you, Joe.
A part of you. You must feed her a part of yourself to neutralize the poison.
What?
A part of himself?
Without hesitation, Joe plucked a strand of his own hair.
He then snatched a vial of antidote from the school nurse's hand and dissolved the hair in it. He then rushed forward, ignoring the blood covering Tang's body, and fed it to her. Kakaf Chow, Shui Wang, Gung Karat Xanzua plus Y, Tang's lips had already turned purple, and she was twitching unconsciously. She swallowed the potion with great effort.
A few seconds later, Tang stopped trembling, and her breathing steadied.
The readings on the medical monitors also stabilized. Tang had been brought back from the brink of death.
Phew.
The school nurse standing nearby wiped the cold sweat from her brow.
She'll need to rest for a while longer. But she's out of danger now. Why did you lie to me?
After leaving the ward, in a secluded, deserted corner, Joe raised Oracle's skull high above her head. If you dare tell one more lie, I'll smash you to pieces right now.
I didn't lie to you. Oracle Skull's voice was utterly calm. You're omniscient. You knew all along that bottle of mana essence was poisoned. And yet you still made me give it to Tang as a gift. I told you.
All my advice is aimed at saving your life.
I don't care about anything else. Then why didn't you just tell me to pour it out in the first place?
Oracle Skull fell silent.
2 seconds later. I am all-knowing. I am fully aware of your innermost thoughts as well.
All that pretense you put on in front of your senior and the school nurse, there's no need to put on that act again in front of me.
What do you mean?
Joe's tone suddenly turned cold, his expression shifting rapidly from initial anger to calm composure.
Bank Book Lord, update new most fast.
He furrowed his brow, staring intently at the skull without blinking.
I'm merely offering a suggestion in accordance with your wishes. After all, you've known all along that this vial of essence contains poison, haven't you? Haven't you long wanted to have someone test it? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I'm deliberately trying to harm Tang?
Although Joe still refused to admit it, his tone was no longer the frantic, anxious one he had in the hospital room. This calm tone seemed as if he were conversing with an old friend.
Oracle Skull's eye sockets were hollow, yet his gaze was piercing. 2 seconds later.
Joe, your cold-blooded madness has seeped into your very marrow.
You've always known that someone in this school wants you dead. You've never let your guard down.
You suspected long ago that the mana essence was poisoned. You also looked up information on targeted poisons in the library long ago.
You coaxed information out of the first assassin about the existence of Skull Council assassins within the school.
So, you've been secretly searching for this person all along.
Joe feigned surprise. Oh. So you're saying I suspect Tang is the one from the Skull Council?
Of course.
Your visit to Tang isn't just about asking for information on the living dead.
After that fateful class, you've realized the living dead are connected to the Skull Council. And Tang is the only one who knows about the living dead. In your eyes, Tang is the prime suspect. So, you deliberately handed the poison to Tang.
If she dares not drink it,
you'll have her.
After listening to Oracle Skull's account, Joe's expression suddenly darkened.
He lowered his head, his face hidden in the shadows. Joe remained deep in thought, pausing for a long time.
A moment later.
Ha, ha, ha. He suddenly grinned, letting out a few chilling laughs. It seems Oracle Skull really can see through everything.
In that case, I'll stop playing along. I will survive, no matter what it takes. Tang is way too suspicious.
Why did she give that public speech at the school building entrance earlier, trying to win my favor?
What a coincidence she is a fan of my magic. During the evaluation trial, why did she sacrifice herself for the team? Why didn't she save herself?
After more than a decade of struggling in society, poverty, and hardship, I've long since come to a fundamental truth: all mortals are self-serving.
Oracle Skull fell silent. But you're wrong. Tang drank the potion. What if she really is your comrade? What if she really is your little fan? What if she genuinely likes you? Joe's lips curled slightly. I'm not that cold-blooded.
I wouldn't stand by and watch a true comrade die.
In the very last second, didn't I feed her the antidote? That was a desperate measure you took after Lu Yingming remembered the antidote.
After hearing this, Joe didn't respond. Instead, he looked up and walked over to a window. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. And his smile was utterly maniacal. That was unavoidable. I must survive. Every potential threat around me must be eliminated. He suddenly blurted out, "Do you know, Chow Chow?"
What? Oracle Skull seemed to be hearing that unfamiliar name for the first time.
He is a historical figure from my world. There's a quote of his I really like. I'd rather betray the whole world, the whole world betray me.
Joe, Joker. In many cultures, the Joker is not merely a comedic character. He represents terror, mystery, and madness. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling Joe's hair.
A ray of sunlight streamed in through the window. The sunlight was warm, but Joe's face was cold. His complexion was pale, almost eerie. The corners of his mouth curve upward sharply, his expression mocking. Joe raises his hands, still stained with blood, extends his fingers, and places them at the corners of his mouth. Then he wipes them diagonally upward, tracing 2 crimson arcs. A blood-stained smile. At this moment, Joe's face resembles that of a deranged clown. So, your goal is, my immediate goal, of course, is to survive, you, Pin Xiao Shou Wang.
Already published, Zui Xian, chapter Carrot, and I want to live more than anyone else. In this school, someone wants me dead.
I'm in the open, he is in the shadows.
But whoever wants to kill me must have had some contact with me. Therefore, it must be someone I know. We can rule out Tang as a suspect for now. Countless familiar faces flashed through Joe's mind. Zhang, Su, Yi, these were his classmates. Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, Lu Yingming, these were upperclassmen.
Chen, Yuan Xing, and the mysterious principal. He couldn't rule out the possibility that one of the professors was after his life.
I'll find a way to figure out exactly who it is.
In just a single day, there had already been 2 assassination attempts on Joe.
And he had no intention of sitting idly by and waiting for death. He was going to take the initiative. Alright then, since that's the case, our goals are the same. You want to survive, and I want to save your life. Go see that girl, she should be awake by now. Don't forget, don't agree to her request. Otherwise, you'll die. In the hospital room. Tang, how are you feeling?
Joe sat at the bedside and asked with concern.
Cough. I'm fine now.
Tang's face was a bit pale, and his voice was weak.
Xian, Yu Jian. Shu, Zhuai. Zhu Xin Karat Zhang Jie?
Brother Joe, I heard you were the one who saved me.
No. Joe said, blaming himself. It's all my fault. I didn't notice the poison in the manna. Tang continued to cough as she spoke. Brother Joe, don't say that.
I heard from the doctor that the poison in the manna essence was custom made for you. If you had drunk it, Brother Joe, you would have lost your life within a second.
She said, still shaken by the experience. Luckily, it was me who drank it.
Joe paused for a moment, then took her hand. Tang, thank you.
By the way, Tang, before you drank the medicine, you seemed to have a request for me? What was it?
Although Joe asked this, he had already made up his mind. No matter what Tang said, he was going to refuse.
It's actually nothing important.
Tang said softly, I heard from my classmates that the school is hosting a welcome party at the end of this month.
A welcome party?
Joe hadn't expected Tang to bring up something like this.
Yeah, I think the school's website will post it today. Even though it's called a welcome party, the whole student body will be participating.
Each grade will have a few spots to perform in front of the whole school singing, dancing, and stuff like that.
Tang suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. Bro Joe, are you going to participate?
I just think that if you performed magic in front of the whole school, you'd look absolutely awesome.
Joe had originally intended to refuse immediately. But for a split second, he hesitated. You mean, in front of the whole school? Everyone will be watching? Tang nodded. My Carrot Book City.
Drunk new chapter conclusion. Carrot Gung Xan Chopsticks. Carrot Oracle Skull's warning still echoed in his mind. Do not agree to her request, or you will die.
Joe now fully understood the meaning of those words.
Thinking about Tang's request, if he performed at the welcome party, he would be targeted by the killer and thus, he would be doomed.
But this was also an opportunity to catch the killer.
In an instant, a devilish idea sprang to Joe's mind. He remained outwardly impassive, but inside he was chuckling to himself. If I'm afraid to challenge death, then I'm no joker. He looked up and said to Tang, all right.
I'll participate.
Rest assured, I'll put on a grand and spectacular magic show in front of the entire school. He agreed to Tang's request. For the first time in his life, Joe made a reckless decision. He chose to reject the advice of the all-knowing deity.
What are you doing? After leaving the hospital room, Oracle Skull roared immediately. Didn't I tell you to refuse her? I've done everything in my power to save your life, and you're just going to commit suicide like this? Was that I want to survive more than anyone else you said earlier just bullshit?
Oracle Skull, a deity, was now roaring with unbridled fury.
Joe, however, didn't rush to answer. Instead, he made an unrelated remark. I heard that in your previous life, you were a stunningly beautiful goddess?
Oracle Skull froze. Does that have anything to do with what I just said?
Of course it does. Joe smiled. A beauty like you shouldn't get angry. You're crazy. All right. Joe stopped joking. Since you're still willing to talk to me, that means my death isn't a foregone conclusion, right? So, is the future as fate certain to you? No. Destiny is a mass of probabilities.
I simply see that if you refuse Tang's request and don't make an appearance at the welcome party, there is a very high probability you'll survive.
What if I insist on attending the welcome party and winning the applause of the entire student body? Your probability of survival is only 1 in 52. Joe smiled faintly. That's enough. That's actually pretty high. What? Even if it's 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000, I'll take the gamble. And I'm definitely going to win. A mere 1 in 52, what's there to be afraid of? Hey, Skull, it's true that you're a divine relic. Your prophetic abilities are indeed very powerful. But, you're not the only divine relic in the world. You can see through the future, but you can't see through a future that has been tampered with. After saying this, Joe stuffed the skull back into his bag before it could react. Then, he took out his phone and opened the memo titled, Prophecies from the Talking Skull. He tapped away, adding these 2 lines, probability of survival at the welcome party, 1 in 52. At the same time, he bolded that probability figure. 52, that number is really quite a coincidence. Joe muttered to himself. Hey, Joker God. Joe went to a deserted spot and called out softly into the air. Coming. Hee, missing me again? I want to ask you, if I use my divine card in public, what would it look like to others? Oh ho, you hit the nail on the head. Remember the bloodline assessment when you enrolled? That detection device, did it tell you what your divine card was? Joe nodded. Yeah, the device said my divine card is the King of Clubs. Exactly. That device is the most sophisticated detector in all of Dragon Nation, yet it couldn't detect the existence of a Joker card. You can use it with complete confidence. Whether in the eyes of people or machines, they'll only see the Jack of Clubs. Even if you shove your divine card right in their faces, they'll just assume you're using the Jack of Clubs ability. Hey, didn't you take the basic mana class? You know what a magic artifact is, right? When you used that ability, your classmates thought you were wielding some strange magic artifact. That makes things easy. Oh? So why are you asking me this? Of course, I'm preparing to use the divine card again in front of the whole school. Oh ho, my child, haven't you forgotten something? The Joker card isn't something you can just use whenever you want. To activate it, you have to meet a hidden trigger condition. I know that, micro, interest on tax king carrot most carrot new chapter section update new fast. Joe's voice was calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. So far, he had already triggered the divine card ability 4 times. Although each time it was a passive trigger, Joe had already vaguely sensed a commonality among them. Back on my 18th birthday, when I first obtained the divine card, you told me that the condition to activate the Joker card was hidden. But I've already formed a hypothesis about what this hidden condition actually is. It just needs one more test. Joe picked up his Joker card. The card flipped between his fingertips, revealing a faint dark red patch. Snap! He pressed down hard, suddenly pinching one corner of the card between 2 fingers. At the welcome party, I will proactively activate the divine card. I will uncover the trigger conditions for the ability. I will perform a perfect magic trick for all the students. I will connect the present and the future, shattering that 1 in 52 probability limit. I will break the Oracle Skull's death prophecy. A corporate office building. A man hurriedly stepped into the elevator. He was the only one on this ride, which suited him perfectly. The man swiped his divine card and pressed a button for a specific floor. The elevator descended slowly. He kept glancing at his watch, looking extremely anxious. As the elevator neared its destination, he reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, pulled out a mask, and slowly put it on. The mask was shaped like a skull. Ding dong, basement level 1 arrived. This was supposed to be the company's underground parking garage, but when the elevator doors slowly opened, what greeted the man was a dimly lit, dark room. The room had no electric lights. Instead, countless rows of candles were lit in a vintage-style arrangement. The man slowly paced his way into the room. Inside stood a long table, around which sat 6 figures, all wearing skull masks. There were men and women, fat and thin. The light was dim, and everyone's silhouette was blurry and shadowy. 3 people sat on the left side of the table, and 2 on the right. At the head of the table sat a gaunt man.
His hands were clasped, his knuckles prominent, his elbows resting on the tabletop.
"You're late, Greed." The man at the head of the table spoke.
His voice was hoarse and raspy, yet soft, so soft it sounded as if he were singing lyrics.
"My apologies, Pride. Something came up at the school, and I couldn't get away." The man known as Greed offered a brief explanation. 6 invite read book Carrot Wang. Carrot Gung Xin Zwa complete?
He pulled out the empty chair to his right. Squeak in the empty room, the chair legs scraped against the floor, producing a shrill sound. He paid it no mind and sat down immediately.
"It's not your fault.
After all, we all know you're working for the leader, you're working for the Skull Council." The man in the seat of honor, codenamed Pride, spoke in his usual soft tone. "You're doing well.
We're gradually getting closer to our goal."
Greed nodded slightly, yes.
"So far, I've been acting strictly according to the organization's plan. And no one at the school has figured out it was me."
A scantily clad woman sitting across from Greed cleared her throat twice.
Resting one hand on the back of her chair, she shifted in her seat, her tone brimming with doubt. "But is what we're doing really beneficial to the leader? After all our assassination attempts against Joe have failed." Pride, seated